Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. You're watching my monthly compilation for the month of September 2025. 140 Glitch in the Matrix and Paranormal Stories. Been quite a good month, I would say. Just as an aside, for YouTube it helps if you just leave a comment, like the video, share it with people who are also interested in this kind of stuff. My monthly compilations are really the videos that do the best, so it's the best opportunity to grow the channel. So if you feel so inclined, I would appreciate it. Alright, now to the stories. Case file number 2932, written by Memento Mori 223. Eyes like impossibility. One summer night in the early 90s, I'd been out most of the night with friends just stargazing through this huge telescope. One of them had built it. It was a bit of a hike to find dark skies, so I got home sometime after 4 a.m. I live in a pretty large city. There's a crazy amount of light pollution, so it's never really dark. The houses here are close together. My front porch is long and stretches to the right. My next door neighbor has the same kind of house, only his porch stretches to the left. There's maybe 6 feet of grass between them. My neighbor had a lamppost in his front yard at the time, so his front lawn and the front of his house were brightly illuminated. As I'm stepping up onto my porch from my front walk, I hear grass rustling and I catch movement to my right out of the corner of my eye. I stop, keys in hand, and look. It was a person. The sound I was hearing was a shuffling of feet through grass. I stood there for a few seconds trying to figure out what was going on before I realized I was looking at an old man. My heart sank. This poor old guy was slowly making his way up the neighbor's front yard on an angle toward the end of their porch. He was walking hunched over, his knees bent, feet dragging in the grass. He seemed to be having a hard time. He was brightly lit by the neighbor's lamp, so I got a good look at him. He was skinny. His clothes were kind of hanging on him. He seemed to be wearing those dark blue or gray kind of work pants like you'd wear in a shop, a big flannel shirt that had blue and black in it, one of those old brown trapper hats with the ear flaps down, and what looked like boots that were maybe black. He was wearing a shirt of some kind under the flannel, but I couldn't really see what it was. It was just some dark material. I stood there for a few moments watching him, trying to decide what to do. He was clearly having a hard time walking. I figured he was an Alzheimer's patient that got loose from someone in the neighborhood, so I should probably run in and call the cops. I decided that I should probably grab him first though, so I started towards him across my porch. I walked to the edge of my porch and started to step down onto the lawn. I was less than 10 feet from him when I said, "Hey." I don't think I even got the whole word out before he stopped and his head whipped up and around to face me. This is the first and only time I have ever frozen in shock in my entire life. The motion wasn't like some busted old guy. It was fast, like a bird. His face looked like an old man's, but off. It was long and sharp. White skin, long thin nose that kind of drooped. His mouth was just a line. His eyes were so sunken in they were just black holes under the edge of the hat. He glared at me for a split second, and then he was gone. I screamed like a kid getting chased by a bee, and probably broke some kind of record backpedaling to my door. You know those horror movies where the victims are so scared they can't get the keys in the door because their hands are shaking? Yeah, I actually did that. The longest 30 seconds of my life. I admit it. I slept with the lights on for months, and it was years before I could walk to my front door without carefully looking at the neighbor's yard. Fast forward to just a few years ago. I'm hanging out with the new guy that lives behind me, just talking about anything and everything. We get on the topic of weird things we've seen around the neighborhood. Without any input from me, he starts telling me this story about hearing somebody in his house and encountering an old man in his upstairs hallway. He goes on to describe the old guy that I saw to a T. I was completely blown away. I guess my neighbor did the same thing I had done. He thought it was some poor old guy for a second, until the exact same thing happened. It wasn't an old man. Its head whipped up fast, and then it was just gone. He said he couldn't see his eyes, they just looked like black holes. We both wonder if the longtime neighbors have a similar story. I've never had the nerve or opportunity to ask. I'm always going to wonder what I saw. I don't think I've ever heard someone described as having eyes like black holes. I think I would avoid someone like that. Maybe they really were just a normal person kind of not in their right mind. It's possible. But how you describe the neck turning, I think is the creepiest thing. It reminds me of a little animation in Dead by Daylight with a new killer, which is the unknown. It has like this creepy head movement where it'll snap back, and it's like just so unsettling. So subtle movements where you can say like, yeah, like this isn't a normal human. Is it even human at all? Like an alien imposter. Kinda creepy. Case file number 2933, written by Professional Koala 416. The man outside, the man inside. I was in the tram, and a good-dressed and good-looking guy entered. I know how this sounds, but I'm usually not that interested in others. But it was winter, and I was just thinking how boring people in general dress in winter, like 90% choose black winter jackets and black or blue jeans. Then he enters, and it just happened I applauded in my mind his taste in clothing for having more style than the boring black and black jeans or black and blue jeans. Back to the moment. He came in, I admired him for having better taste in clothing, tram doors closed, and gets momentum forward. I looked away to the window again, while he's making his way past me to find a seat. Then outside, on the other side of the street, I saw this guy walking who looked exactly like him. I turned around thinking it must be his twin, but he was gone. It was a time of the day where barely people were in this tram. I could see all the seats behind me. He wasn't there. And no way he could have gotten out because the tram already closed all doors and started to drive off before he walked past me. No way he could have gone out. Of course, it could have been a weird twin or doppelganger coincidence if he still were in that tram, but he wasn't. Right, like you say, this could have been a doppelganger event, but given that he wasn't in the tram, the only thing I can think of is a portal that was inside the tram, but why would it dissipate so quickly? Maybe if you had traveled to the exact spot that he had walked to, you would have been ported outside too. I wonder if you saw his face on the man outside. Maybe he had a very confused, stunned face, like he was just walking inside the tram and then he was just outside. There's no, like, transition period. There are stories where people do encounter space-time portals when they're just walking. Pretty rare, but there's no transition. They're just like one step and then the other, and they're in a different place entirely. There's no effect, you don't feel it. It's almost like going under general anesthesia, where people just say that one moment splits into the next. There's no transition at all. So very confusing for everyone involved. Case file number 2934, written by Alithium 28, Twins of Fate. It happened in Bangkok. One weekend I decided to walk to a coffee shop not far from my neighborhood. While I was walking, I noticed a young guy riding a motorcycle toward me. I don't usually pay attention to strangers' faces, but I remembered him because I thought he was kind of cute. Then I walked maybe a minute, or even just half a minute, and suddenly I saw the exact same guy on the exact same motorbike riding toward me again. I still have no idea what that was. Maybe twins? One right after the other? Wearing the same clothes and riding the same bikes? Or something else entirely? By the way, in my culture, I'm not Thai, I'm from a different background. There's a belief that people have mystical doubles, literally translated as the one who walks ahead. They act like a sort of guardian angel, walking ahead of you, taking on the bad things and keeping misfortune away from you. For example, a double might come home first, greet a family member, and then vanish without a trace, only for the real person to arrive sometime later. But I've never heard of doubles appearing to strangers. Mystical doubles. I think that's just our personal soul projecting ahead. And I think it happens when someone is particularly focused on a specific area. Now, in this case, it does seem like it almost acts like a buffer to absorb the shocks that could come ahead. It reminds me of a spaceship where if you're trying to travel interstellar distances, you have to travel at a significant speed of light percentage, which means you're traveling so fast that even cosmic dust, like tiny specks of dust out there in the great void between solar systems, they're very sparse and very rare, but if you're traveling so fast, you will eventually collide with them, and you're going so fast that the energy of these tiny specks of dust can actually damage a ship's exterior. So what you do is you have something ahead of you, a physical barrier of some kind ahead of you to absorb those specks instead. It's like a shield. So this is your spiritual shield to guard against the dangers of this planet instead of the interstellar void. Cool. Case file number 2935, written by Iord Satan. The Jar by the Gatehouse. One experience I can't explain though is the repeating $50 me and my coworker got a couple years ago. We were out on a service call, out in the middle of nowhere, that took us through the semi-defunct base housing after our job. We were dusty, thirsty, and not looking forward to the 45-minute drive back to town before we could get lunch. As we're driving out of the base, we notice a sign saying cold drinks $1.50, propped up on a chair outside of the gatehouse. So we stop, and I pop out to grab us a couple. It's an honor system setup, just a cooler packed full of ice and glass bottle Cokes, with a jar next to it. I go to drop $3 in it for 2 Cokes when I notice the jar is filled with 50-cent coins. Cool, I think. Asked my friend if he had $1, since I only had 3 singles. I hop back in the car with the 2 Cokes and hand him one of the $50 as change. Realizing it's a pop top, he asks for my lighter to open it with, and I show him how to open it with the $50. It takes him a couple tries, but he gets it. A couple days later at work, he says, "Hey, I pocketed your $50 by accident the other day," pulls 2 out of the van's center console, and hands 1 to me. Odd, I think, as I remember throwing mine in my little bedside table organizer, that little thing, to eventually put it with the rest of my money. When I get home that day, my mom tosses me another $50 saying, "You must have lost this one in the washing machine." Odd, I think again, and go up to my room to change out of my dusty work clothes. I pull the 2 coins out of my pocket and set them down on the tray, right next to the 3rd one. Wait a minute. There were only 2 to start with. Where'd the 3rd one come from? So I take all 3 and take a closer look. I have 3 $50, 2 of them are from 1980, and have the same large diagonal slash across the side, and 3 faint indentations from where I used them to open the bottle. The 3rd one, the one my friend handed me, is 1991, and has 2 sets of the indents, but is otherwise completely unblemished. This is pretty weird, I thought to myself, and resolved to bring all 3 back to show my buddy the next day. So the next day, he picks me up to work in the van, and I reach into the console where he left the other $50, fish around and pull it out. Sure enough, it's also a 91, pristine, except the 2 sets of indents in exactly the same places on the edge, from him trying twice to open his soda. Case file number 2936, written by Food Appropriate 5392, Rear View Void. I was driving down this country road that I drive on all the time. People are horrible drivers where I live, and extremely impatient. I drive safely and follow speed limits, etc. So I often find myself getting passed on 2-lane roads, getting hardcore pressure tailgated, and once on this same road a guy laid on his horn like crazy behind me when I stopped at a stop sign. I always pay attention to when cars are behind me on this road because of how insane people drive. A dark blue or black Subaru was behind me down the first part of this road, and I got to the aforementioned stop sign. I saw the car's blinker, and it turned in the direction I was going. I was prepared for them to be really close as people often do, but they weren't. I distinctly remember that I was pleasantly surprised that they were a decent car length behind me, and they were behind me the whole time. When we got to the light, I was curious if they would be behind me or in the turn lane, which would be to my right. We had already passed all other potential places to exit the road. There was nowhere else for them to be but behind me or to the right of me. It's only flat, open fields at this point, and since they didn't speed or pass to run the light, they would have had to have been back down the road for about 400 meters, which they didn't, because I would have seen it and heard it, because the whole time I was glancing in my rear view to see them. This isn't the weirdest glitch I've ever had, but even the minor glitches make me uneasy. I've had too many big ones that I'm not a fan. Just have to plaster a space-time portal, make a bumper sticker out of it, so people will have an idea of what happens to them when they're just disappearing in locations and reappearing somewhere else. Case file number 2937, written by Intelligent Calm 843, The Birthday Pattern. So yesterday, me and my friend B were in the car and we're going to pick up our other friend F. Earlier in the day, as we were talking on the phone, my friend F said she had broken a nail and lost it, and she was really bummed about it. In the afternoon, me and B got in the car to go pick up F, and we found her missing nail in the passenger seat. We knew it was hers because it had a very specific design she had chosen and designed herself, and also she was in my passenger seat the day before. We thought, cool, she'll be very happy. We arrive at her house and she gets into the car and she says, giddy, "Look guys, I found the nail, it was under the bed." And she shows all her nails intact. Me and B look at each other perplexed, so we tell her everything and we show her the nail. She freaked out, like I'm not kidding. She's been experiencing derealization and anxiety since yesterday, and she's really sick. We gave her the nail, but now we're regretting it as she keeps analyzing it. We know 100% it's hers because she designed the pattern and chose the colors so she could match the theme of her birthday, which is coming up. She never had that design before. No one else we know has had that design and shape before. On top of that, the weirdest part is that both nails have the same typical dent caused by the nail falling off. Me and B are totally weirded. I've shared this before with others, seeking insight. She joked it was a simulation glitching, but I've never really taken this thought seriously. I'm a spiritual person, so I'm used to non-physical theory of consciousness, but I've never thought about life being a simulation, and it freaks me out a bit. A lot, really. Case file number 2938, written by Lunar Slush, 88. The Man Beyond the Glass. Back in 2015, I was 18, just about to finish high school, and decided to visit my mom in Western Sydney, near the foot of the Blue Mountains, for the last school holidays. I brought a friend with me, and one night we were all eating dinner at the table. My mom had her back to the big glass window, looking out over the yard and golf course, with a huge mirror across from her. My friend was sitting across from my mom, and I was at the end of the table between them. At some point, my friend excused herself to go to the bathroom. While she was gone, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. My stomach sank. I told my mom, "There's someone in the backyard." Right then, my friend walked back in and was standing next to the mirror. And there he was, an old man, probably 85 or older, walking slowly up the side of the house. My mom jumped up and ran outside. We watched through the glass as she got within a few feet of him, trying to talk to him. He didn't respond. The second she reached out, like she was going to touch his shoulder, he just vanished into the dark. We were shaken, but it didn't stop there. Around 2:30 a.m. that night, we heard doors opening, high heels clicking down the hall, and the shower running in the master bedroom. We thought it was my mom's brother and his wife. They were flying in from overseas, so we figured they'd arrive while we were asleep. None of us got up to check. The next morning, my mom called my Nana and mentioned how loud they'd been when they arrived. Nana went quiet and said, "What are you talking about? They're not coming until next Saturday." We went into the master bedroom, and it looked like someone had been there. The blankets were messed up, the shower and floor were soaked, and the carpet outside the ensuite was wet. But there was no water running, no leaks, nothing to explain it. Even now, my mom and I still talk about it. I have no idea what we saw that night, but it definitely wasn't just in my head. It's one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. Well, to see a man physically vanish like that, probably a spirit, but that doesn't mean that it's not creepy. It's like we were talking with the spiritual projection, the astral projection earlier. I think if someone else interacts with that manifestation, then it will dissipate. So that's probably what happened here. But it's weird that you didn't know him. Case file number 2939, written by Magical Bunny. 30 Years of Silence. So, going back. In 1996, I was 12 and living with my mom and siblings. I loved silver rings, so she'd buy them for me as gifts, but she'd also gifted me 3 silver rings she had handcrafted herself during a stint making rings in the 1970s. Being handmade, they were highly unique and like no other rings anywhere. So one day in 96, her friend Duncan stopped by to offer us all a lift to the beach as he was headed there. We lived about 40 minutes drive from the coast and didn't have a car, so we were all excited and got our things together and jumped in Duncan's van. When we got there, it was totally empty, and we put all our things on the beach to get ready to go in the water. I didn't want to lose my rings in the water, so I wrapped them in a small plastic bag and tucked them deep into the toes of a pair of lace-up sand shoes I'd been wearing. I then put my other stuff folded neatly on top of the pair of shoes. I was very, very particular, as I really didn't want to lose the 6 I had been wearing. We swam for about an hour, with several of us in the water. At no point at all did we ever see anyone else come onto the beach, and I had been looking back over our things often. Our stuff also wasn't too far from where I'd been swimming. When we got out of the water, I went straight over to get my rings, and to my surprise, my shoe was completely empty. I searched everywhere, but there were no sign of the bag that had my rings in it. We searched for a long time, but in the end we had to leave and go home. At the time, it made no sense to me at all how they could have vanished because nothing I left on top of them had been disturbed at all, and we hadn't seen anyone on the beach. I told myself that I'd find them someday, though I wasn't sure how. Time between. So time passed and eventually the internet became a thing, so I sketched the rings I had lost, well, the ones that mattered most. I would go onto Facebook groups for that area every year or two asking if anyone had found them or seen them, or knew anyone who had them. I never heard anything back from anyone. Shortly after I lost the rings in '96, we had to move. We ended up moving an hour north at first, but in time we ended up moving house numerous times, eventually ending up about 4 hours drive from the location I lost my rings. At one point, due to a family member's partner's violence, we had to leave everything and just run, so we didn't have any furniture that we kept with us. This will make sense later. And we kept very few personal possessions. This was prior to us moving to our current city, and in the years between it all, I also moved out into my own place, then back home to help out with things. In 2019, we moved into a house that I'll just call Home A. This is still in the town 4 hours from where I lost my rings. When we moved into Home A, we'd come from a really big house, but Home A was tiny in comparison, so it was hard to know where to put things. We ended up storing some of our stuff in the garden shed in the yard of the house. One of the things we stored in the garden shed was a chest of 3 drawers about 2 feet tall. This was used for storing jewelry making supplies, as my mom still loves making jewelry, but she no longer works in silver, so this was all plastic and glass beads in plastic containers. She and I had accessed this chest of drawers on numerous occasions while in Home A. Eventually, though, we ended up storing more and more things in the garden shed due to lack of space, and it became almost impossible to get to the drawers without spending ages moving stuff. So, because it was difficult, we kinda just didn't bother, and we'd been busy with other life stuff anyway. So, there would easily have been a 2-year period where that chest of drawers just wasn't touched. It's worth noting, I also was the last person who accessed the chest of drawers as my mom didn't like walking down to the shed. In May this year, Home A was sold, and we once again had to move. Finding the ring. I decided it was time to finally tackle the garden shed, and set out about pulling everything out to sort and pack it to take with us. When I got to the chest of drawers, I was excited to finally have a look back in it, as I knew it was full of containers of pretty beads. I pulled the first drawer open, and literally there at the front of the first drawer is one of the rings my mother made. It was lost at that beach in 1996. Just there. I instantly started crying my eyes out and ran to show my mom, who couldn't believe it. Neither of us had seen this ring since 1996. It was one of the distinct rings I had drawn and posted about on numerous occasions once the internet was a thing. It was not there the last time I accessed that drawer. The drawers were also sealed, so it's not like a rat could have climbed in and left it there, which would still be weird as hell. No one came into our yard. We have dogs that will go crazy if anyone does, and there's no way on earth anyone could have snuck it in through all the boxes and boxes of junk and stored items, some of them large, that we packed into the garden shed. We also don't even know anyone from that area where the rings went missing anymore. We pretty much lost contact with all our family friends as soon as we moved. So people have had some theories when I've told them about this, mostly thinking someone felt bad and brought the ring back. Okay, sure, I could believe this if the ring had reappeared in our mailbox in 1996, maybe. But who exactly would have seen my Facebook post, felt guilty, decided to return just one ring 3 decades later, somehow magically figure out my address? I am not publicly listed, and I have a very common surname anyway. Drive 4 hours north, then rather than sitting it on my doorstep or mailbox, decides to go find a garden shed in the backyard, evades my dogs, painstakingly moves all the crap in the shed, pulls this one drawer out, leaves the ring, puts all the crap back, then sneaks back out again. Why would anyone do anything so crazy when they could have just sent me a DM and said they found it on the beach? I don't believe this theory is viable. Some people have also said I must have had the One Ring this whole time and just forgot. No, they were all there with me that day, and I was so distraught by their loss over all these years that I would have known if I still had one with me. So I'm thrilled to have my ring back. I wish I got the others back too, but I really have no explanation at all for how they went missing in such a strange way, or how one reappeared under such strange circumstances. Very cool DOP story. The biggest anomaly is that only one ring came back. When these instances of rings or jewelry coming back after a long period of time, it's almost always all of them that come back. So why only one? Was the data loss unretrievable? Basically, the rings disappeared because the data for them was corrupted via the simulation, and only one could be restored. I also like the whole paragraph about how improbable it would be that someone returned it, like physically, a human being. Doesn't seem very likely, does it? Case file number 2940, written by Chemical Ad 2443. Lost to the Trees. One Sunday, I was on my way to catch the bus. The stop was a few blocks from my house, around 3 in the afternoon. I live in Latin America in Argentina, and this is important because here there's a very common crime that someone on a motorcycle follows you to rob you. It happens all the time. At that hour, there was no one on the street. I was walking alone when I heard a motorcycle approaching from a distance. Even though it was daytime, I got nervous because being alone makes you an easy target. The motorcycle was old, and the rider looked like a construction worker. I relaxed a little, but I still kept my eyes on him. In my city streets, it's very common to have big trees planted on the sidewalks. That means at some point I was going to lose sight of the man because he would be behind a tree due to the perspective. The strange thing is that when I lost sight of him, I also stopped hearing him. I got scared because I thought he had turned off the motorcycle to rob me, but he was nowhere to be found. Neither the man nor the bike. There was no one else on that street. To this day, I can't understand how he disappeared behind a tree. It's not possible. If anyone has an idea, I'd love to hear it. Case file number 2941, written by BDN DBD ND Okay, that's good. Digits from the lunch line. Okay, so I don't know if this is the right place, but I have to get this off my chest finally. So basically, I've been at the same job for 8 years and manager for the past 5. When I made manager, I was given the password to the safe we put nightly deposits in, and for some reason it felt so familiar. It was the easiest to memorize because I had already known it, somehow. It took me a while, but then one day it clicked, and I was sent back to the lunch line in middle school, punching in my 5-digit code into a little pad to pay for my lunch. I freaked the crap out and was like, that's a pretty crazy coincidence as I didn't set the password for the safe here. So I tried to just chalk it up to some crazy coincidence and told every single employee about it, and they all agreed that was pretty strange. I've told at least 20 employees and anybody else I might find interesting for literally years. Up until about a month ago, when on a regular old Monday, I went into the office to grab deposits from the safe for my weekly bank run, and my password wasn't working. So I put it in 3 times until the safe locked from too many bad attempts, and I had to wait to retry. So I'm super confused, obviously, so I go into my notes tab to where I have the original password given to me when I became manager, and somehow it was a completely different number that I know I never changed. I don't even know how to change it, but regardless, I give this new one a go and boom, the safe opens with it. So that's all I got. All I know is I haven't just been making this up for the past 5 years, and I damn well never changed that password on the safe or in my phone's notes. Okay, classic quantum immortality. You're in a different universe where the code is no longer matching. It literally was updated in your notes because, well, it wasn't updated, it just isn't your notes that you took before. Different you did. Case file number 2942, written by MCW7895. The White Owl at Sunrise. This happened with my mom and me when I was about 19. I was staying with her in the Palm Springs desert, far from other people. She told me that she felt a presence next to her on the bed and saw a seated impression next to her. The presence reached out and began to hug my mother. She said it started very slowly and was warm and beautiful. But as it began to envelop her, she felt like she was being suffocated and started to freak out. She had the presence of mind to say, "No," and it stopped. Moments later, the sitting impression was back to normal. I was reading a book on channeling a spirit called Seth. One night, I dreamt I was reciting the chapter verbatim. It went on for a good while until I became lucid and stopped myself. I got spooked and wondered what the implications of that were. When we'd get up in the morning, we would always open the sliding door blinds to watch the sunrise and see the gorgeous vista. There on the patio was a gigantic white owl, not indigenous to the area. We turned to each other as an acknowledgement, and when we looked again, it was gone. I don't know what to make of any of it. My mom was diagnosed with late-stage cancer soon after that. I had already returned to New York and we never spoke of it again. Weirder stuff happens on this planet. It would seem to be so incredibly beneficial to let us know why, rather than simply speculate. Case file number 2943, written by Ash101 Ash. Unbooked, unseen, unnerving. My spouse and I are in a different city and we booked a suite. I don't eat breakfast, so my spouse went down alone, and after they left, housekeeping entered my room while I was on the bed, not doing anything, and explained they thought I checked out. 5 minutes later, my phone rang and the hotel operator said my name, important, and explained that I had already checked out and they needed the room cleaned. I said I'd been in the room all morning and haven't left. They said I came down and gave my name and room number and left the keys at the counter. Luckily, I still had my key in the sleeve with the room number. It was 9 a.m. and I thought that they were just trying to get me out early. When I went to the front desk, I first asked what time checkout was, and she said 11 a.m. I then introduced myself and said I was the person she spoke with and presented the allegedly returned keys. She said that a tall man came down, gave my name, and left the keys. That's when I remembered I didn't even book in this room. My spouse did, and they confirmed that my name wasn't listed. I asked for security footage and she said they didn't have any. I told her that if they were robbed, they'd most certainly have the footage. Aside from all that, how would someone in a random city know my unregistered name and room number? Can't explain this. Waiting on a call from the manager about the footage. It's a glitch or some kind of discrimination. Nonetheless, how the hell would someone know my name and room number in a random city, and why would they check out on my behalf? Spoke to a supervisor who was told the situation. She just placated me and offered reward points. I said I'd call back to talk to the general manager tomorrow when they arrive. The lady I spoke to just now heard everything secondhand and advised me to call tomorrow. I spoke to management, and no one could give me a straight answer. They acknowledged that it was odd and even a bit creepy, but they had no discernible explanation for what happened. I'm forced to believe this was potentially a robbery attempt that was disrupted when they saw me in the room. Case file number 2944, written by Spiritual Nose 6647. Chronos on the Back Roads. I planned to visit my parents over a weekend while I was attending university at Wisconsin Green Bay. Our plans were that I was to arrive around 4 p.m. on Saturday. The trip usually took about 3 hours on my motorcycle, taking backcountry roads. That day, I got distracted in the morning and called my father about 10 minutes before 4 and told him to go ahead and have dinner without me, as I expected to arrive about 7 p.m. The trip was otherwise normal. I stopped for gas and stretched my legs for a while, about halfway. When I got to my parents' house, my father confronted me and asked me why the hell I was being a wise guy, and why did I call from our town? I didn't. The time was 4:05 p.m. He said I called about 10 minutes prior to my arrival. There is no way the trip could have been under 15 minutes. I spent about that much time getting gas. Also curious was when I drove back to Green Bay. I left around 4 p.m. on Sunday, but as I got within a mile of my dorm, the sky went dark. I thought it was a late summer storm. However, the clock in my dorm room showed 10 p.m., 3 hours later than could be explained, just like how I arrived 3 hours early the day before. So normally in events like this I would just say, oh, it's a space-time portal, distorted in time and space. Normally it's just space though with these portals. So this is an extra layer because of the time element. You remember stopping for gas, and yet, even discounting the driving, you just took longer just to get gas to fill up your tank. If this is a space-time portal, we're talking about the time element being a core component, which is rare. Normally you just port forward a couple miles, usually. That's not even that far normally. I mean, in fact, I don't recall any account where someone is ported to a different country, thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic or something like that. That would be incredible if it happened. But no, normally these are localized. It's just the time variable that is a unique factor in this story. Case file number 2945, written by Zookeeper Game Do, 8501, Rain at the Window. I had a full-blown premonition once. My friend was going to be married in a few months, and I was in the wedding party. So we had been planning the bachelor party, but didn't get into any specifics yet. But one night, about 3 months before the wedding, I had this extremely intense dream. In the dream, I'm sitting in a restaurant with all the guys at a table, and I look to my left and see a big window on the far wall, and it is raining outside. Then I feel my pocket vibrate, so I reach down and have a text. It's a picture taken from directly behind me, so you can actually see the back of my head and everyone else at the table. I look behind me and nobody is there. It felt weirdly sinister. I woke up totally exhausted, sweating all over, and had this buzzing sound in my ears. I had to just sit there with my head in my hands. It felt like my brain was just swimming. It was so bizarre. I tell my wife about it, and she's just kind of like, "That's weird, man." So, a few months later, it's finally time for the bachelor party. We're sitting at the table at a restaurant I've never been to before. I look to my left, and on the far wall is a big window. It is raining outside. I start to feel like this all seems very familiar. The brother of my friend is sitting across from me, and he reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone and looks at it. He smirks and shows me his phone. It's a picture of the back of my head, and all of us sitting at the table. I whipped around, and my friend's sister was sitting a few tables away from us and sent the pic as a joke. She and her family didn't know we were going to be there that morning. At this point, I'm really freaked out because the only details that were different is that it wasn't my phone that got the message, and it was my friend's sister who sent the picture, not some otherworldly presence of whatever. It seemed too specific to be a mere coincidence, and I'm weirded out by it to this day. Your wife in the dream was very, very chill about someone taking a picture of you. But yeah, in reality, this is just foreknowledge, and it does happen to some people. I like to think they're just connected to the great beyond, whatever that truly means. Simulation, God, spaghetti monster, I don't know, but there's more information that we're clearly capable of accessing, or some people are. Case file number 2946, written by Lonesome Wiener. The Badge That Came Home. I worked in the lab at a factory for a month not too long ago. I did the basic quality control of the sample so that my colleagues had more time to focus on the other things that had to be done. On my final day, I had to finish a bit earlier so I could change clothes, put my work outfit into the bin so they would get washed, and I headed back to the lab to turn in my keys and the personal tag I needed to open the gate to get into the factory terrain. The lab was empty when I returned. It was a little past 4 p.m., so everyone already left. I reached into my pocket with all my keys and placed the keys from my locker next to each other, and after that, I grabbed my badge and placed it right next to the keys. The only things in my pocket at this point were the key from my bike lock and the key from my house. After that, I went outside, grabbed the key to unlock my bike, and headed to the exit of the site. Whilst riding my bike, I was wondering how I could exit since I didn't have my badge to open the gate. Since I couldn't leave that way, I backed up at the gate and used the exit for trucks. After that, I just drove home thinking it was all good. When I arrived home and reached into my pocket to open the door, the first thing I felt was my badge. When I looked at it, my first thought was, if this is my badge, then what did I place next to the keys? Then I thought that maybe I had placed it there and took it back because I needed to leave the factory terrain. But that would be weird because when I went outside, I was wondering how I could open the gate since I didn't have it. And even if I took it, I would have felt it when I put my hand in my pocket to take my key to open the bike lock. I went inside, tossed it on the table, and looked at it for a minute, absolutely confused as to how it suddenly reappeared into my pocket. To this day, I still don't understand how it happened. Case file number 2947, written by Emergency, When the Moon Split the Sky. In 2010, there were 2 supermoons and 2 lunar eclipses in the same year. I was out at the edge of the Puget Sound in Seattle at a place called Carkeek Park with a friend, waiting to see the second of the supermoons. There were actually a ton of people there waiting to see the moon rise over the horizon in the upper parking lot. Since it was high ground and folks were loud and partying, my friend and I walked down to the beach to get a little more space and quiet. I remember hearing people literally applaud as the moon rose behind us. Though we could not yet see it from our vantage point, the water started responding with sudden strong, short, repeating waves after being nearly still moments before. The waves got so intense, we had to stand up and move back. Just then, I saw this huge golden light appear to rise from the water in front of us, far off in the distance. I assumed I was seeing the reflection of the moon and turned around to look at the moon directly. It was so bright I was blinking my eyes. I turned back toward the water, and what I thought were lights in my vision turned out to be 2 hovering, dancing, golden, shimmering objects flying above us, just above the area I thought I saw the water illuminate. These 2 flying objects hovered, then danced figure eights, then flew from right to left with abrupt stops in between. The crowd in the parking lot saw them too and started cheering and yelling stupid crap like, "E.T., phone home!" Then the objects changed colors from gold to red and back to gold again in unison. The 2 objects then flew toward each other with what felt like great force and just kind of became one object with a brighter light. They didn't crash, they just merged into one, silently. As this light grew, I noticed the sound of the cheering people was starting to fade away, and I felt the pressure start to build in my ears. I didn't hear voices or anything, but I felt consumed by this feeling that everything was going to be okay, like a warmth had just washed over me. I can't explain it, but it was like I knew I needed to let it go. It didn't feel like I was going to die per se, at least there was no fear, but I knew I needed to let go. I looked at my friend who was staring at me with a concerned face and back toward the light. I stared at the light until it consumed my vision completely, and I felt in almost a meditative state. It felt like nothing else existed. I remember taking a deep breath and hearing the sound of myself breathing out. In what felt like an instant later, I came to. I was standing on top of a picnic table in a different park that I knew was nearly 2 miles away. My friend was pleading with me to get down. I asked her how the hell we got there and why I was up on the table. She said all of a sudden, while we were looking at the bright light, I suddenly started acting childlike and even speaking in a slightly different voice. She said moments after she noticed a change in me, the light from the flying objects just faded away from view slowly. Right after that, I took off running down the beach, laughing like a little kid. She said I was running and climbing over rocks and things along the way like a dog that had been let off the leash for the first time. She chased after me and basically babysat me for a couple hours. My friend didn't believe in cell phones back then, so I had no way to call for help. I had left my flip phone in my car back at the parking lot. My friend explained that during this weird episode, that at some point she had yelled, "Come back, OP." She said I stopped and turned to her and very seriously said, "My name isn't OP." That obviously scared the hell out of her, so she just kept following me at a distance until I got to that park and climbed up on the table and started dancing with my arms up in the air. I want to make it clear that I am no more of a runner than I am someone who would dance on a table. I hate attention. I don't drink. I would never make a scene like this, ever. And luckily, my friend had known me for well over a decade and knew that too. She said that when she finally caught up with me, I was dancing and waving my arms and then abruptly stopped and was totally silent and still for a few seconds before sounding like myself again and saying, "How did I get here?" When I asked if she had seen those objects flying on the beach, she said yes and retold the whole story just as I remembered, until the moment I was consumed by the light and wound up across town. We eventually walked back to our cars and decided to go back to her place to stay the night, since neither of us wanted to be alone after that. We never made sense of what happened that night. A few weeks later, I got a concussion in an unrelated accident and had extensive brain imaging and testing done. Had the supermoon event been due to a brain-related issue, I would have found it then. I know a literal crowd full of people at Carkeek Park saw those objects. I know we're not the only ones. I like the moon stories tonight. There's something very cosmic about it, even though it's right in our cosmic backyard. But this whole story is more UFO related, alien related, and it reminds me of a story I read quite a while ago where someone was just camping in the desert and apparently aliens possessed them in a sense or were talking to them telepathically. There was no physical words being spoken, but they could hear it in their head. The pressure you felt in your ears makes me wonder, are we talking about a failed connection, or maybe a connection that was attempting to override your mind, and aliens came down not as themselves, but simply taking you like an android body, just possessing you temporarily, to use your body like a drone to experience a bit of the world through your eyes while you were suppressed. That is extremely, extremely unsettling to me, I have to say. I do not like the idea of anyone possessing me, be it a demon or an alien. And I think people would maybe interchange this in that sense. And that might even be where the idea of possession comes from, where people really are possessed, but not by demons of hell, but by aliens. Maybe not even with nefarious intent, although I guess it depends. If they start crawling on the wall, maybe then you have to question things. But just dancing on a table, that's not too bad. Can work with that. Case file number 2948, written by Tumblr01, The Diner That Led to Doom. I want to say first, this isn't a story I share with people who know me. It sounds crazy, and if I wasn't with someone who also witnessed it, I would think I was hallucinating it. Anyways, on to the true story that happened about 15 years ago. A friend and I decided to go to a diner for a late night meal. We were both home and one of us texted the other to see if they wanted to come eat. I ended up driving and picked up my friend and we went to a diner in Fort Lee, New Jersey. We went to this particular diner because my friend was friends with someone who used to work there. Anyways, we both were disappointed in our food. It was poorly made by New Jersey diner standards. Neither of us finished our meal and decided to head home instead. While driving, I got distracted by our conversation on how bad the food was and made the right turn too early. I turned into RT4 and wanted RT46 instead. But since we were in no rush, neither of us thought it was a big deal. I saw an exit to Grand Avenue, which is where we wanted to go from RT46, so I took it. It didn't take us where we were expecting. I thought maybe if we kept driving, we would eventually pass through a part of Grand Avenue we recognized. We quickly realized we were in an odd place. I say this because we're driving in the woods. This part of New Jersey is right outside of New York City and is very developed. As we are driving, we see an abandoned car to the left of us. The car didn't look old or beat up. We were questioning why someone would leave their car there, then suddenly we saw a police car up ahead. I figured we would go up to the officer and ask for directions or at least find out where we were. As we approached the police car, we noticed all its lights were on and the driver's side door was open. We saw no one around us and started seriously wondering what the fluck is going on. The road up ahead curves and the trees block our view of what's ahead. I see red light coming through the trees and figure we are close to civilization again. We finish with the curve and I realize that the red light is coming from the moon? This was no ordinary moon. It covered the entire sky. It was so close, you can see all the craters easily. They were filled with what appeared to be blood. Some of them appeared to be overflowing with blood, leading to rivers of blood. The best way I can describe this is to imagine a volcano spewing blood. I'm watching all this while driving in silence. I say to myself that my food must have been drugged or that I'm having a mental breakdown. I tell myself I'm not going to mention what I'm seeing, drop my friend home, and then drive myself to the hospital. As I'm observing the bloody moon that appears so close that it will crash into the earth, I'm pondering what is wrong with me. After several minutes of silence, my friend says to me, we're going to die. I ask him why he would say that, and he looks at me and says, Don't you see the moon? It's covered in blood and it's going to crash and kill us all. Believe it or not, when he said this, I felt a huge sense of relief because at least I'm not hallucinating. We both can't see the same hallucination at the same time. I told him the truth about why I stayed silent when I saw it. I describe what I see and he points out various parts of the moon, and we both quickly come to the conclusion that we are looking at the same thing. Oddly enough, we are calm. I explained that I don't believe that we're looking at the moon because if it truly was as close as it appeared, we would experience its gravitational effects. But we both agree that death is at hand. Some time passes and the road has another steep curve. The trees block out the sky, and the red light from the moon continues to shine from them. After driving through the curve, the woods abruptly end. I stop the car and we both look behind us. The bloody moon is gone. I tell my friend this doesn't make sense and we need to go back into the woods. He refuses and demands to be dropped off at his home. I drop him off and duplicate the drive I made earlier to get back to the moon. I couldn't even find the woods again. The exit to Grand Avenue didn't lead to the same place as before. For the next several days, I drove around and went through Yahoo Maps and MapQuest to try to find the woods, but could not find anything close enough to be a candidate. We both talk about it to this day and try to find some meaning in it. My friend was more open to people about what we saw than me, and people tended to think he was crazy or super religious. I stayed relatively silent since I knew no one would believe me. I would say there are many stories that are creepy, terrifying, horror-based that I read on this channel that are still true, or at least people believe they happen to them. They experience it. What actually happened in this case, is it a hallucination? I don't think so. How can two people hallucinate the exact same thing? I think there are accounts of that happening, but I wonder how does that happen, right? How are minds in perfect sync if they're in a disordered state? I don't know. That part doesn't make sense to me. So anyways, going by this actually happening, are we talking about a different universe? But as you say, if the moon was that close, the gravitational effects would already be disrupting the planet. I mean, the tides would be going wonky, one side would be pulling so much on water, you would basically be flooded in New Jersey. So I don't know, are we talking a different universe where the laws of physics are different? But that's not possible either, because if the laws of physics of almost anything, like the electromagnetic force, gravity, anything like that is different, then the universe would never have coalesced into from energy into matter, as we it has to be so finely tuned, which is actually, it's good evidence of either a creator of some kind, like God, or a simulation, because it's just so perfect. If it's off by even a tenth of a decimal point in any factor, it doesn't work. So I'm just left pondering, what is this? A blood moon, like a literal blood moon flowing with blood. Even if it was a different universe, why would there be blood there? Maybe it was a projection of some kind, just intended to terrify people, but it's not real. The idea that the military or the government would fake UFOs being here to incite panic or something. There's a name for it, I forgot it off the top of my head, but maybe it's something like that. In a different universe, the government did go through with that plan, and that's why you're in a wooded area in New Jersey where it doesn't make sense to be wooded. It's not as developed there for some reason. And the government's terrifying everyone with the image of a blood moon. Terrifying indeed. Case file number 2949. Written by Plates Shut Over Lock. Frames cut from reality. When I was a kid, my parents used to smoke cigarettes. I was in the dining room, and through the doorway could see my mom in the kitchen at the sink, hand-washing dishes. The way the kitchen was configured is that my mom was at the wall on the opposite side of where the doorway was, and her back was completely turned to the doorway. Everyone else was gone for the day. I was looking at the Bic disposable lighter that had a butterfly design that was sitting on the dining room table, just staring at it lying on its side. All of a sudden, the lighter instantly vanished right before my eyes. It was like watching an old film with some of the frames cut out and spliced back together. It was that quick. I looked up and my mom was still in the kitchen at the sink, doing the dishes with her back turned. Even if she was very quick with her hands, there was no way I would have noticed the blur of her hand going by, nor would I have missed her walking back into the kitchen after it happened. And she surely would have said something along the lines of, "I don't want you playing with this. It's well over 40 years later, and I still don't know what happened that day." Another unexplained incident that happened many years later was coming into the kitchen and finding everything covered with a very fine coating of powder. It looked like baby powder, but it seemed a bit finer, and the coating was even throughout. We didn't have any baby powder in the house. This one isn't as dramatic as a lighter incident, and I'm thinking some weird vibration happened in the building and might have shaken stuff off of the drywall. But the fineness and evenness had me baffled and still does. That morning was the only time it ever happened there. This is a very rare DOP instance where you see the object completely disappear, or some cases you see it frame interlaced back into reality, the opposite of DOP, but usually the very close cousin. They are more often than not related. Objects come back as often as they disappear, almost. I do think that whatever system is in place attempts, at least as well as it can, not to let people directly see this happening, but it doesn't always work. Case file number 2950, written by Anonymous, The Laughing Colonel and Other Truths. I worked at a nuclear weapons storage depot in the Nevada desert outside of Nellis Air Force Base for 6 years. It's now shut down. When people say UFOs are attracted to nukes, they are telling the truth. But so much more goes on. My first night there, I witnessed a ball of light trigger sensor on the fence line, prompting a security response. The ball got chased by 3 patrols as it flew directly above the fence line, before finally taking a sharp turn out into the desert. We discovered 3 mutilated donkeys across a span of 2 weeks, all about a mile from each other, and seemingly dropped off out of nowhere. No tracks in or out. Various organs removed from each, no blood anywhere. No tears in flesh, all cuts. Scavengers didn't even touch the bodies. I witnessed a figure atop a roof of a structure just 30 meters from me, and 14 other personnel did too. It was just standing there watching us. I took a spotlight and shined it up there, and as soon as the light hit the figure, it disappeared. We all saw it happen. I heard a man laughing maniacally once, nothing there. Sweeping with night vision and thermals revealed nothing. 3 other witnesses. We wrote it off as the Laughing Colonel, an urban legend passed down by the security personnel for ages. While on patrol in the adjoining conventional weapons storage area, my partner and I parked next to a hot pad loaded with 500-pound bombs about to be shipped overseas. I heard a soft cooing sound coming from the pad. Me and my partner did a security sweep off the pad, and the cooing kept happening and seemingly luring us past the pad and into the pitch-black desert. Night vision and thermals revealed nothing. We did not pursue, just did another sweep of the pad and moved along. While on training exercise, our machine gun overwatch team spotted 2 figures on thermals in the desert behind us. Exercise was immediately cancelled when Security 1 said he didn't place any bad guys out there. Everyone locked and loaded, set up a sweep. The Overwatch team observed the figures going prone and backing away from our sweep element, then disappearing when we got close. Our thermals confirmed trace heat on the ground despite us doing the sweep, never seeing anything. The weirdest event was when I was on an exterior patrol outside the fence line. Got a call to respond to a truck approaching on the side of a mountain nearby. Not unusual. Most people didn't know we're out there, and we got off radars all the time we'd scare the crap out of. Visually confirmed trucks on NVGs. Then, suddenly, the headlights disappear. We believe they turned them off and are now approaching on foot. So call for K9 and move to a blocking position where I know everyone will have to cross past us to approach the perimeter. We are there for about 10 minutes, when one by one, patrol members watching us from high points on the inside, column lights appearing at our 12, 3, and 9 o'clock, in effect flanking us, with the fence line about 300 meters behind us. We see and hear nothing, not even on night vision goggles or thermals. Dogs never react. Suddenly, panic patrol cars in the lights are rushing us. We are already locked and loaded. I tell my partner to put a grenade in the tube. Nothing happens. Dog never indicates. Our radios died, and after 10 minutes we hiked back to the fence line only to discover we were out of contact for twice as long as I thought we were. Very paraphrased event, because on my phone, but our radios only started working when we were back in the fence line. There's more, but these were the highlights or events I'm allowed to speak about. The world is not as normal as you believe it is. This story felt very familiar at the beginning. I think it's because I've heard of this base before, and I think it's just there's probably a lot of people that work there that have stories to share. So it's very interesting. And the creepiest one is definitely the entity just watching you that you can't explain. What is it? It's laughing? Okay. Pass. Hard pass on that. And if you think about it, it does make sense. If aliens are here, they would observe a lot of military operations. Not necessarily because they intend to invade. If they wanted to conquer us, there's nothing we could do. Aliens that advance to reach us, it's game over. We're dead before we even know we're under attack. They drive an asteroid to crash into us, or they create a novel virus that kills us all without us even knowing that they're doing it. So no, there's no alien battles like they see in the movies, even though those are cool, like Independence Day, great movie, but it's nonsense in that context. You're not going to be dogfighting alien ships in your F-35. They would just be observing to see what we're like. Are we the aggressive type as a species? And yeah, in many ways we are. But I guess it depends on context. We probably wouldn't attack an alien that advanced. I mean, you'd hope so, right? Case file number 2951, written by White Wolf 3397. The Hand in the Closet. One of these events from my childhood was at night. I had to be 12 or 15 and was home alone. I was playing on the computer in our den, and directly across from it was a door that went up to the pantry, which had a set of stairs that led to the attic. Suddenly, I heard a loud thump, then the repeated thumps as something fell down the stairs. My heart stopped because there was a door at the top of the stairs that shouldn't have allowed anything to do so. I remember getting up and walking over to the door, but being unable to touch the knob. Then the sound of pacing started above me. Slowly walking backwards, I returned to the den and curled up in a ball on the couch, staring at that door as the sound of a thump, followed by the sound of something following down the stairs, happened again. This continued on for hours, till shortly before my parents got home, it stopped and never happened again. My dad went up after they got home and confirmed nothing was moving or anything. This was the same house I wouldn't shower in if nobody was home either. It was just a bit odd. The one we moved into after this one was worse though. Also, why have I never showered there alone? We lived in a very old house, and in the bathroom were 2 older medicine cabinets. They were the type you pushed close and they'd latch. They were a nightmare to open, and you had to really pull on them. They would not open on their own, I can promise that. One night when I was 12 or 13, I went to shower while home alone, and as routine went, I always pushed them tightly closed. I, to this day, hate mirrors facing me, and then hopped in the shower. I'd only been in for a few minutes when the sound of creaking hit me over the sound of the water. I peeked out and one of the cabinets had opened and the mirror was now facing me. In it, I saw a dark, shadowed man's face. I screamed, hopped out and grabbed my towel, then sat in the living room shaking till my parents came home. They naturally denied it and said I probably had imagined it, but I knew what I saw. I never showered alone there again. Shortly before I turned 16, we moved into a basement apartment. Really old and creepy as hell. I hated living there and was never comfortable. One of the first nights there, I was in my bedroom, supposed to be asleep. There were these rolling doors on the closet and I had to close them. Just like mirrors, closets are not a favorite thing. Then one side started to slowly creak open. I was horror-struck and stayed completely still as a hand on my door pushed it open. There was no obvious person, just a hand and a black shadow in the corner of it. This was the same house where, semi-routinely, things would just move when we hadn't touched them. Shadows rarely seemed like just shadows, and I would often wake to see a man standing in the doorway of whatever room we were in. We also fostered kittens there, and they'd suddenly stop and watch things that weren't there, their little heads moving to follow unseen movements. An example from a vacation comes when we traveled to the south side of the state and had stopped at a valley viewing spot. I was with my mom and 2 of my friends, and we were hanging out on the ledge, talking and joking, when I noticed a man. He was probably a half mile away from us, leaning against the fence. He caught my eye because he was the only other person nearby, but when I looked at him, he was dressed in different clothes, more Western than you'd usually see nowadays. I glanced away to catch one of my friend's attention, to point him out, but when I looked back, he was gone. Just gone. He couldn't have stepped behind anything or disappeared into a building. There was nowhere for him to go. Later on that night, when we sat down for dinner, one of my friends brought it up, and we realized that each one of us had noticed him at one point or another, and that we could all describe the stranger perfectly, but that he had vanished after that first look. It was truly a shocking moment, and the first time I'd ever seen a full apparition when I wasn't alone. Case file number 2952, written by No Comment 7234. Breathing life into luck. So I'm chilling on my couch, trying to avoid scrolling on Reddit or playing mindless games, so literally just sitting and thinking. We have some purple clovers on the shelf. I've always had a thing for being able to find 4-leaf clovers, and was thinking about that. These ones haven't grown any 4-leaf clovers, but there's also not that many of them, maybe 15 in the pot. They've been struggling. Suddenly, I get a feeling that I should breathe on the clovers and almost infuse my will into them to grow a 4-leaf one. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the best way I can describe it. So I exhale hard from my nose. I exhaled straight down. I'm about 10 feet away from the clovers, but I see a few of them move significantly right where I imagined blowing on them. There was one clover I was focused on, and it was the main one that moved. Few others around it moved as well. It wasn't like a gentle push or anything either. It was like someone blew hard downward on them. We don't have central air. We have window AC units, and it wasn't on. No open windows or cracks, and even if there were, it's not windy at all today. I went over and inspected the plant after to see if it may have been a really big bug or spider or something, but didn't see anything. No other plants around it moved, and only a few of the clovers did. Like I said, my mind is doing everything it can to rationalize and explain how it happened, but I can't. I didn't get a 4-leaf clover out of it. I just got a windy mystery. Case file number 2953, written by Anonymous. Rain, Road, and Raw Power. I was sitting in my car with my boyfriend at the time, watching a big summer storm roll in before I was going to drop him off at home. As we sat there, parked watching the storm, I talked about how I always wanted to make those glass sand lightning sculptures from Sweet Home, Alabama, because my family owned a lake house with a little beach. I said I'd totally set up the poles in my own beach, but I've never seen lightning strike closer than miles away. So I drop him off as it starts raining, and I drive about a half-mile down the road, getting onto the expressway when the loudest, most intense crack happened right next to my car. I could have reached out of my window and grabbed the bolt of lightning. Every single light on my dash and in my car turned on all at once. I was driving about 60 miles per hour at this point, and I'm surprised the intense flashbang I just experienced didn't put me into a ditch. I call my boyfriend and I ask if he just heard that lightning. And before I even tell him the story, he tells me it shook his whole house. It's so crazy to me that I was literally just saying how I've never seen lightning strike close, and I'm almost immediately struck by lightning? I definitely felt like the universe was playing a fun trick on me. I've never been very close to a lightning bolt, which is unfortunate because it sounds really fun. It does. Even though it's terrifying, especially the loud noise would probably just... It is basically a flashbang, if you're close enough, pretty much. If there's anyone above the universe that has any influence over it, God, simulation, Zeus, Egyptian gods, Greek gods, whoever it may be, whatever we might call it, that entity, that force that has its own will, probably wants to have some fun too, right? And what could be more fun than messing with its own little creation, right? Like if you play The Sims, you're going to mess with your creations. Now, hopefully they're not sadistic, just having fun, but there's a limit, right? Like this is encroaching on the limit, but didn't break it, I think. Still just having a good time. Case file number 2954, written by CJC. The Everyday Uncanny. I have a few glitches, but I'll start with today. I got up to go get food and remembered I had a protein shake in my fridge. I went to the fridge. Gone. Where is it? I turned around and it's suddenly on my desk, but I never took it out. I had other drinks on my desk previous to that, but not that protein drink. So how did it get to my desk by itself? I had a pair of indigenous pink, white, and black Thunderbird earrings. I took them off one night before bed. The next day, there was only one earring. I searched everywhere. A few days later, I found the missing earring in the bottom of my drawstring bag that I use when I go out during the week or weekend. That bag stays at my front door. Just how? In high school, we had a social studies and history class, and the teacher had us mostly just take notes the entire class. He put up the slides for us to take notes. When I opened my notebook, those notes were already there. I figured he probably forgot and repeated the notes. So I asked classmates. No one had those notes written already. They were new, so I showed my classmate. I remember that she was surprised. It's always those tiny glitches that really mess with our mind the most, and this is another instance of that. Although it almost sounds like it could be ADHD in the first part, but more exaggerated, to the point where maybe people who have ADHD are just experiencing more DOP events and reappearances than others. I don't know. Case file number 2955, written by Mukalarni, The Last Patient. I'm a paramedic. Old folks usually have wearable alarms that they can activate if they fall or need assistance, etc. Sometimes we get called out to an accidental activation and we just have to go out and welfare check them. So anyway, I got a call one morning for an alarm activation and welfare check. Arrived at the house and found it in complete darkness with all windows and curtains shut. The house didn't look lived in. No answer at the door, so we had to get the fire service to break into the house for us. We gain access to the property and start searching for a patient. Every room has all the furniture pushed into the middle of the room upstairs, so we go downstairs and carry on looking. We eventually find a room downstairs that's been converted into a bedroom with a hospital bed and mobility aids. I find an alarm pendant neatly coiled up on the bedside table, still no sign of a patient. No apparent signs of life or a patient anywhere at this point. The house doesn't look lived in. Go through to the dining room and all paperwork stacked up on the table. I then go into the kitchen and start searching for some paperwork or identification so I can call family or see whose house we are in, and I find a load of funeral plan documents in a drawer with a next of kin telephone number. I called the next of kin and they informed me that the house is their father's and he had died several months prior and they were preparing to clear the house and sell the property. They assumed it had been an accidental activation of the alarm and asked me to secure the house and they would come by later. I asked the fire service to make the door that they had forced entry to as secure as possible, and they said that because they had drilled the lock in, it wouldn't lock again, but they would do their best. Anyway, they tried to secure the door, and then, as they pulled it closed, the door handle just shut, and the door had somehow locked itself, and they couldn't open it again. No one was really sure how it had happened, and it shouldn't have been possible. We all thought it was weird and then left the property, and completed our paperwork. What topped the incident off was that night, whilst I was laying in bed trying to get off to sleep, I started dreaming and had what I believe was an episode of sleep paralysis, which I have never experienced before. I dreamed I was in the same house from above and had gone into one of the upstairs bedrooms, and then I was suddenly hit from behind and beaten to death with an oxygen cylinder. I was awake the whole time, and I knew I was in my own bedroom, but I was somehow experiencing the whole thing as an out-of-body experience and couldn't move. It was terrifying, and has never happened again to this day. This was about 5 years ago. Case file number 2956, written by Pandemonium 515, The Riot Bond. I used to work in a prison, and I got really close with another officer there. I knew her from high school, but we were never close. We got really close working together, like brother and sister type close. It helped that she worked the same housing unit as me, just one pod over, so we hung out a lot at work. One day, I was working at the chow hall because there was another officer in my pod. A little into feeding, we hear the officer in my pod yelling into her radio that there were multiple fights happening in the pod. Me and my LT run to the code and get in the building. As I get to the center of where the day rooms are connected, I hear her standing at the front of her door, watching me and my LT run by, waiting for her master control to open her door so she could respond too. That split second of eye contact, I swear, conveyed her telling me, "Get in there, I got your back." We get in there and start issuing commands and setting up our skirmish line, and I swear the entire time I could feel where she was, like she was legitimately covering my back, watching my every step too. Eventually we got everything under control after a while, and talked about it, and she asked me if I felt the same thing when we made eye contact. Obviously I did, so I think when you get really close to certain people you completely trust, you kind of link up spiritually or something. Never had it happen before or since. Very weird, but cool experience. Yeah, I always say this. I think if you're connected close enough with an individual person, if you trust them, then your souls can link up. It's like a Wi-Fi signal, but just on a band we can't detect yet. Not literally Wi-Fi, but you get the point. Case file number 2957, written by Anonymous. The Blackout Visitors. This has to be one of my earliest eerie happenings that I vividly remember, but to this day I am so sure it happened, but at the same time, I am unsure if it even happened. A good many years ago, in the early to mid-90s, when I was a preteen, we lived in a 3-bedroom house with a fair-sized yard, located smack bang center of the largest residential suburb in our town. We often have blackouts which can last for hours on end, so hanging around under the stars wasn't anything new. One particular night, we had a blackout, so as usual, we, myself with the other siblings and an aunt and maybe an uncle also, probably 4 to 6 people in total, found ourselves sitting outside on the large picnic table and telling stories, drinking tea, and enjoying each other's company. Now, what happened next probably felt like it happened in more than 30 seconds to me, but probably less than 3 seconds to everyone else. I was sitting on the tabletop, and everyone else was sitting about, when suddenly I noticed everything start to slow down. Everyone was still chatting away as normal, but in slow motion, like when you play a YouTube video on 0.5 or less speed. I was not afraid or anything, but just curious and confused. I noticed the place began to light with colors. Not so bright, but it was visible. I looked down to my cup of tea and saw this reflection of colorful lights in the sky. I looked up and saw all these colorful lights hovering above us, coming from some kind of aircraft, maybe the size of the Guardians of the Galaxy spacecraft, hovering maybe 50 to 100 meters above us. No sound at all, just hovering there, while everyone except me was moving in slow motion. I stared at it for maybe 3 seconds, trying to understand what was going on. Then, in a blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. I asked if anyone else saw what I just saw, but no one was even bothered about me, and went back to what they were chatting about. Though I am so sure it happened, I think everyone's no reaction that night probably instilled a lot of doubt in myself. Plenty of instances where time just slows down, often for just one individual, and I always attributed that to space-time portals, or just, in this case, time portals, distorting time. But maybe aliens are involved, maybe they can create that. I don't think they're responsible for all space-time portals we experience it on roads and stuff, although I guess maybe they could be. But I don't think so. I think that's probably our own military doing that, conducting experiments. But, okay, so aliens are there. No one else notices the craft. Only you are still aware. For them, maybe all time was frozen, and everything just progressed. Maybe a minute or two was robbed of them, but they would never notice that. Like, if you check your phone and it's 2 minutes ahead of where you expect, you're not gonna think anything of that. You're not gonna think, aliens froze time. No, I don't think so. The creepy question to ask, though, is what did those aliens do to you, if anything? Maybe you don't want to know. I wouldn't. Case file number 2958, written by Control-Alt-1337. almost the end of New England. This is a kind of weird one, but no ghost crap. One time I was home alone after school, laying in bed trying to take a nap, still 100% awake the entire time. I had only laid down like 2 minutes before all of this, and I take forever to fall asleep on a good day, when suddenly there was this massive rumbling that shook my entire house, kind of like thunder, but much lower in pitch. It must have gone on for at least 15 seconds because I had enough time to think, wow, this is going on for a long time. Get up and walk to and open my window before it stopped. So clearly not a dream. I was looking in the direction it came from, and on the horizon, would have been about 20 miles away if I had to guess, there was a massive rounded dark cloud that was just cresting the horizon that sort of looked like the top of a mushroom cloud, but the stem was past the horizon. It was almost, but not quite, chilly outside, as it was the very beginning of fall with absolutely no wind and incredibly clear skies, and as I spent like 20 to 30 seconds looking at that cloud, there was suddenly a very massive gust of hot wind that lasted about 15 seconds, like knocking over my trash cans kind of massive. I was still pretty young, and my mom worked at the hospital, so I tried to call her, but for like 30 minutes I would only get an automated message that the phones weren't working. When I finally got through, I explained and asked her if she heard anything about it, and she had no idea what I was talking about. In conclusion, I essentially spent about half an hour thinking that there might have possibly been some kind of massive explosion or nuke in New England, and this would have only been a couple of years after 9/11, so that wasn't an entirely unreasonable thought. Apparently, I must have been the only one teleported out of my original dimension to this practically identical one where the bomb never went off right when the shockwave hit. Or not, who the fluck knows. I think you're onto something at the end there. The explosion that ripped you away from the universe, and probably everyone else in that environment suffered, quote unquote, suffered from quantum immortality, and they're in a different universe. And, going back to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where, yeah, that would be the same case over there. Though, for people who died later on, after from radiation poisoning, yeah, okay, we can say if we die, we go to a different universe, but that doesn't mean we don't experience the agonizing pain of death or leading up to it. So, it's not to say that death doesn't matter, it does, especially when it's painful. For you, it seems like might have just been a flash and a bang, and then it was done. Very terrifying to consider though, because yeah, if you ask me, are there universes out there, probably not that distant from ours, where nukes are flying? Yeah, mad is an effective deterrent, but it's not perfect. You just get one crazy person in power and it's all over, at least for that universe. Case file number 2959, written by Sava Rocks. The Visit That Changed a Day. I had a dream where I was in my grandparents' house. I went upstairs and saw my grandma, who had died several years earlier. She told me to keep an eye on Grandpa, that I needed to watch him closely. It was very vivid, and my grandma seemed so urgent in the dream. I told my dad about it the next day when I woke up, and he kind of shrugged it off because he doesn't put much stock in woo-woo stuff. But I must have made some kind of impression because he went over to my grandfather's house that day to check on him. Now normally my dad was in the habit of going over there a couple times a week to take him out for lunch. This wasn't one of the days he usually went over there, but because of me telling him that dream, he did. He found my grandpa collapsed in the upstairs hallway right outside his bedroom, the exact spot I had seen my grandma in my dream. My dad was able to get my grandpa to the hospital for medical attention. He lived for several years after that, years he definitely wouldn't have had if my dad hadn't found him when he did. Case file number 2960, written by You Puny Humans, 8 Hours of Olympus. One time, I was camping with an ex. We were listening to music and just enjoying the trip in the tent when I started to see flashes of light. At first I figured it was just some other camper shining a flashlight around, but it kept happening. When we finally heard a distant, ominous boom, I look outside. One side of the sky is a clear, starry night. The other side is a giant black doom cloud, with an absolutely enormous amount of lightning coming out of it. We scrambled to get everything out of the tent and into the car. I remember picking up armloads of stuff that was just melting into my arms because I was so high. We left the tent because we couldn't figure out how to take it down, and huddled in the car. By this time, the storm was just about to be on top of us. It was by far the craziest electrical storm I've ever seen. It was at least a strike every second, sometimes more, and it went on for about 8 hours. At one point I looked over to my ex, and her hair was standing right up on end, and she looked at me and the widening of her eyes told me mine was too. We had maybe half a second of realization, and then boom! It was like someone threw a flashbang grenade beside me. I looked to my right, out the passenger window, and there was a streak of ionized air where the strike had landed. I literally could have opened the window and grabbed it. At the time I described it as Zeus was chilling with his Greek god bros, saw a couple of puny mortals tripping balls in a lightning storm and said, "Hey guys, wanna see something funny?" and tossed a lightning bolt beside us. And that event is what inspired my username. So again, Zeus potentially enters the equation here, and it's so funny. Whoever's in charge up above can put on quite the show if they want to, I think. It almost reminds me of the Hunger Games, where the game masters have control over the whole environment, and I mean, yeah, why not? They could generate a lightning storm if they wanted to, or whatever. Now, it's not the Hunger Games, but it's still the same general concept, just on a much larger scale. Case file number 2961, written by Arroz Con Pollo. Coding with Ghosts. My mom is one of those psychically sensitive people. We've had a few incidents, with a couple of standouts. One morning, as I was getting ready to go to school, my mom asked me what I was looking for in her bedroom last night. Nothing, why? You were looking for something in that box at the foot of the bed in the middle of the night. I felt you sit on the bed and go through it very quietly. It was around midnight. Nope, not me. I was in high school and we lived alone. Never been a sleepwalker. A few minutes later, the phone rings. Her best friend had passed away that night. My mom went to the box in her room, and on top of the pile of stuff in it was a beautiful scarf this friend had gifted her years ago. Another one. A few years later, we moved into a new apartment. The day we moved in, my mom goes, "Someone passed away here." I was like, "Okay, I don't need this right now." Fast forward a few days. She blurts out, "It was a woman." A few weeks later, she says, "It was on this side of the house, the side my room was in." I had it at that point. I called Claudio, our landlord. "Hey man, got a strange question for you. Anybody die here? My mom is driving me crazy. You know how Latina moms are." He was Argentinian. We're Venezuelan. "Nah man, not that I know of." We laughed it off. It was a fairly new apartment, so I left it at that. Sometime later, I got a call from Claudio. So I called the guy I bought the apartment from. His wife passed away there from a heart attack. I never saw anything until next Christmas Eve. My mom, a friend of mine who was in town that we invited over, and I are in the living room having dinner at the table. All of a sudden, we all stopped talking and eating and looked at each other. "Did you see what I just saw?" "I just saw someone walk across the living room towards the bedroom." "Yeah, me too." "Are you sure?" "Yep." All three of us saw her. My friend didn't know about the backstory, and we told him then. We had a good laugh. Okay, last one. In the same apartment, my mom had moved out to her own place. I was 20 at the time. It was about 2 a.m. I was learning how to code and was going through a phase of being up all night studying and experimenting. My desk was in the living room, and the whole room was pitch dark except for the glow of the monitor. I was alone at the apartment. My mind was fully immersed in what I was doing. All of a sudden, my awareness was pulled out of the computer, and I got this intense sensation that someone was standing directly behind me. I've never been so spooked in my life. I froze for a few seconds and slowly pushed the keyboard in. Without looking back, I got up and quickly shimmied out of the apartment. I walked to the nearest bar, had a bunch of drinks, and came back to the apartment to pass out drunk. moved out a few weeks later. Case file number 2962, written by Straight Thug Love, The Sweetest Fury. Not the most eerie, but when I was a kid, we had a cat that had kittens before she was fixed, and my family decided to keep them. One of the kittens was a little black cat, and to be quite frank, she was bitchy, but that was why we loved her. Her meow was whiny, and she was not one to be trifled with. It always sounded like she was annoyed and yelling at you. Regardless, she was also a sweet girl if you earned her favor. Slept on my bed most of her life, and always seemed to find her way onto my pillow. She lived to be pretty old. I think she made it to about 20. She had been getting rather frail in the years before she died. In her final year, there were a few times where I kept getting this feeling that she was waiting to go on Halloween. Maybe it was my subconscious just relating black cats and Halloween or something, but I couldn't stop feeling that way, like a gut feeling. I couldn't explain it, but I did tell my dad about it. On Halloween, my dad called and said, "I hate to break it to you, Straight Thug Love, but you were right, she just passed." It was an eerie, melancholy moment. Wherever she is, I hope she's still just as bitchy and selective as she always was. I miss her terribly. The sweetest fury indeed. Sometimes even if someone is aggressive or a pet is aggressive, they're so unique, you just can't help to love them. I understand that. Case file number 2963, written by Starfish Loves You 25, The Sarcastic Almighty. I was roughly 15 or 16 years old, and I used to talk to myself a lot. I was alone at home when this happened. We used to live in a second-floor apartment, and our windows were very secure, so I'm pretty sure nobody was trying to climb through a window or attempting to listen in. And this is a military station, so break-ins never happen. Anyway, I was busy talking to myself in the dining room, and I'd been at it for a while, when out of the blue, I heard a male voice saying, "Keep talking, keep talking, keep talking." It had a very authoritative quality to it, and it seemed to reverberate through the entire house. It was a loud, booming voice, and I'm sure if there were people around, they would have heard it too, because it was very, very clear and slowly verbalized. I mean, it was loud enough to be heard by my downstairs neighbors. The interesting bit is, I couldn't make out where it came from because it seemed to have come from all around me. I proceeded to feel completely mortified because my first impression was that maybe my neighbors heard me talk and they were trying to shut me up because my ramblings were interfering with whatever they were up to, or they had just decided to play with me. But the walls of the apartment complex are quite thick and it's difficult for sound to travel. I wasn't speaking particularly loudly and I'd never heard my neighbors talk. I'd actually never heard anything from another house unless they were renovating. My second interpretation is downright idiotic and silly, but the nature of the sound was such that it felt as though the Almighty was addressing me directly, reprimanding me for wasting my time and not studying. I am not religious, by the way. I don't believe this really, but the thought did come to mind fleetingly. Immediately after, I ran to my room and kept mum for the rest of the week. There was nothing out of place or strange in that house, and I felt no fear of the voice, only embarrassment. I didn't even feel unsettled or unnerved, just that the voice was sarcastically taunting me for my nonsensical gibberish. I still don't know what really happened that afternoon. It is very unlikely that it was a neighbor, or anyone would be able to produce a sound like that. I've never experienced something like that ever again. Again, is it God or just a simulation developer amplifying his voice to make it seem like, yeah, this is the God Almighty? I don't know. It's just something I would do. So many of these stories are just like, yeah, if I was a ghost, if I was God, if I was a developer, if I was X or Y, I would do the same thing. Such a prankster. Case file number 2964, written by Zookeeper Game Do 8501. A family of listeners. I've had several eerie experiences, some actually funny. The first was when I was about 9 or 10 years old. I walked into my bedroom at around 7 o'clock at night, and it was dark already. I specifically remember that I was going in there to play Banjo-Kazooie on the N64. Right as I'm about to flip on the light switch as I enter the room, I hear my name quickly whispered. It sounded like it came from the upper left corner of my room. Nobody was home except for my mom, who was in the basement, and I was on the second floor of the house. I said, "Hello?" And this time I hear the voice a bit closer, saying my name again. It was clearly a woman's voice. I started to panic and I said, "Who's there?" And then right in front of me, the voice spoke my name one last time in a firm voice, clear as day. At this point, I panicked and ran down the stairs, screaming for my mom. I didn't sleep in my bedroom for at least a year. As for the other thing that happened, I was in the basement, verbalizing my thoughts when I was about 20. I do this a lot, and people often catch me doing it and it's embarrassing. Anyway, the basement is divided into 2 rooms. I was basically talking to myself and I heard a voice as clear as can be in the next room over. This time a man's voice said, "Who are you talking to?" in a slightly disgusted tone, like they were making fun of me for talking to myself. I assumed it was my dad, so I said, "How long have you been down there?" I get no response. So I said, "Dad, are you down there?" I open the door to the next room and he's not down there. In fact, no one is down there. In fact, I was home alone. My parents have various stories of different voices they have heard in the house over the years as well. And when we are all finally moved out of that house, none of us heard anything like that anymore. My parents will sometimes have a couple odd things happen, but I haven't had anything truly strange happen in a while. Case file number 2965, written by Insipid Sky, the black and white broadcast. In college, my roommate and I were both working at our desks, with our backs to the door, which led to the common room of our suite. It was finals week, and it was the middle of the afternoon. Suddenly, there was this incredibly loud sound of a gong. I could feel it in my chest, and it reverberated through the air of the room. We both immediately jumped to our feet and ran out to the common room. On the TV, which had previously been a movie, we saw the same scene in black and white. An empty room with wood floors, sunlight streaming in from the left from unseen windows, and a noose slightly swinging in the center of the frame. At this point we were terrified. We fled down the hall to our neighbor's suite and explained what we had heard. We shared a thin dorm wall with them, and they hadn't heard a sound. We went back to our common room and flipped through all the channels on the TV and found nothing like what we had seen. Only a matter of minutes had passed. To this day I have absolutely no explanation for what happened. If I was alone, I would probably have felt like I was going crazy, but my roommate was there the entire time and saw and felt everything I did. Case file number 2966, written by Cotton Wad, the backyard shipwreck. A group of 5 girls, about 12 years old, stayed at a friend's for a sleepover in 1995. My friend lives in a rural area. The closest neighbor is about a half-mile away. The dad built a fort out of an old ship that's in the backyard not far from the house. The cabin of the ship was not the original cabin, but was roughly a 10 by 10 basic wood shack, 2 by 6 planks of wood, with a tin roof, about 4 feet tall inside, could only sit. It was atop 4 8-inch pillars about 5 to 6 feet off the ground. 2 doors that swung freely sat opposite from each other, one attached to a plank from the rest of the ship, the other open to a pole that you could slide down to exit. Last, there was a 1-foot gap in the wood wall all around the perimeter between the walls and roof, serving as something of a window. We were there maybe about 9 p.m. telling ghost stories, holding the flashlight to our faces and laughing. The dad and his friend came out to scare us once, and again to tell us to quiet down. We were having a blast. Then, in the middle of one of our stories, we felt what could have been a hammer or something big and heavy hit the bottom of the cabin. Shocked, we all laughed it off, thought it was her dad and his friend messing with us again. Then something landed on the tin roof. I don't know what anyone else was thinking, but they had peacocks as pets, which are known to jump on the roofs of houses, so I immediately thought it was one of the birds. Then the whole cabin started shaking, not violently, but enough for us to wiggle. Rapidly, the hard object started hitting the sides in random places and would scrape along the length of the walls. like someone scraping a hammer along a fence. Unexpectedly, the door that opened to the pole exit was hit hard and flew open. There was nothing behind it. After a few seconds of silence, all of the things started happening at the same time. Thuds coming from the roof, banging and scraping at the walls. The shaking has now become violent, and the one door kept being hit open. Candy, the strongest and bravest girl of the group, she won the school's arm wrestling contest against all the boys, jumped in front of the door to keep it from being hit open. Well, that door was being hit so hard that Candy, while putting all of her weight and effort into it, was being pushed forward. The door was no longer flying open, but was still opening 3 to 4 inches. I will never forget the sheer terror on her face. Needless to say, we were screaming our heads off. Well, one girl was, that's for sure. While all of this was happening, I had enough courage to try and look through the window by getting up on my knees. Unfortunately, I couldn't see anything without sticking my head out, and that wasn't going to happen. I was determined to figure out what was out there, so I was intently listening for some kind of human indicator. For example, a laugh, voice, breath, footsteps, etc., and heard nothing. Then, we heard a gunshot from a short distance away. Everything stopped abruptly. It was the dad. He pulled us all out of the cabin and locked us in their giant pantry. After the property was searched, we were let out. They found nothing. We were to wait until morning to see the damage. Next morning comes, and we head outside with the dad and his friend. We all piled back into the cabin so the 2 men could recreate the shaking. It didn't work. They could barely move it. I walked around the outside checking the planks and saw scratches, but nothing else. The last thing that was found was half of an amethyst geode. That's it. The door that was being hit open had no marks on it whatsoever. I only wish I had more of an opportunity to investigate a little more, as we were escorted back inside. I only stayed friends with the one screaming girl, and I'm glad we, as adults, can still agree on what happened that night. I wish I could find the other girls, Candy, Joy, and Sarah, to hear what they remember. So I think the most interesting part of the story is that your dad tried to replicate it, but couldn't even budge the shack at all, or the cabin. If it was a human being, it would have to be like a whole group of them, but there's no way you wouldn't hear footsteps and breathing and, heavy breathing if they were shaking it to that extent. It had to be some otherworldly force that was involved, and there were so many witnesses that this wasn't a hallucination. It really was. A summoned force because of the ghost stories you were telling? I don't know, maybe not, but something was there that wasn't human. Case file number 2967, written by Jurovi Investments. Simulation on the asphalt. Coming from Transylvania by bus to Bucharest, exactly in Bucharest. The main street will be full of cars in 2017. I was inside the bus. No alcohol, drugs, or medication. I saw from the window an accident. There was a lady in her car and a taxi. I remember all the details, the taxi man getting out of the car. I remember his face and the lady's movements and reaction. She has a company ID and badge. I basically catch all the details at that moment. The bus moved in his line to continue, and exactly after a maximum of 1 to 2 minutes, I saw the exact same situation. All the exact same details of the car and taxi, and the same woman and taximan, same movements, same reaction, same moment. After this, I start my journey researching space-time anomalies. I study several disciplines, including IPC, quantum physics, time travel, teleportation, neuroscience, etc. I start questioning the nature and fundamentals of reality. We are biocomputers, like plants and animals. All around us is computation. We probably live in a kind of simulation, but I'm still collecting books, old books, journals, magazines, scientific papers, people's stories, rare PDFs, etc., just to understand from all the disciplines possible what we are, why we exist, how reality works. Using the Freedom of Information Act on the CIA library helped me a lot to understand better the technology that was classified. I stopped working in my area. Now I'm a full-time high-tech and science researcher. I started studying electrical engineering and want to study physics in the future. I hope my experience can help everyone else understand that you are not alone. There is surely a lot to study, isn't there, regarding everything of the universe at the fundamental level. I mean, it all does come down to quantum field theory, which basically describes the universe as fluctuations in fields, and you can break that down even further and just say it's all information, because it's a simulation. And that's my belief. Case file number 2968, written by 2409 Matt. A morning out of sync. I lost 11 minutes out of nowhere. I used to be a postman, mailman, and I always did the same route. It was a rural one in the UK. It used to consist of driving up to cottages and farms, dropping off their mail, and then driving to the next. Either way, when I would reach the first farmhouse, I used to pull up and check the time on my phone so I know exactly what time I've started, so I can time how long my route would take. So anyway, I checked the time and it's 9:06 a.m. I get out of my van and walk about 10 feet to the front door of the farmhouse, put the mail through the door, then walk 10 feet back to the van. This whole process took probably 10 seconds, maybe 20, really something instant. Well, I get back in my van, and then I start to get a bad headache. I pulled out my phone again to put some music on, through my headphones, and the time is 9:17 a.m., and I even had a text from my girlfriend just saying hi or whatever, that was sent 4 minutes ago. That text was not there when I got out of the van to put the mail in the door, and I was 100% certain that the time when I got out was 9:06. Definitely the weirdest thing that's ever happened. I just ended up going about my day in the end, but I had a headache all day, till I got home. So I am of the firm belief that this kind of thing happens all the time. Minor time anomalies that aren't measured, that aren't perceived by people, it's all corrected eventually, because it has to, like if it happens to a GPS satellite in orbit. Even an atomic level miscalculation or error would lead to GPS malfunctioning, because it's all time triangulation. And you can actually get elevation too if you have a 4 satellite. It's pretty cool. The fact that it doesn't really happen often to satellites, at least it's not reported to happen to satellites. Like, what if it malfunctioned in this way? A 10-minute anomaly in a satellite. Because it crossed some kind of space-time anomaly and was force reset 10 minutes back or forward. That would be headline news unless they don't report when it happens, because you'd want to keep evidence of universal instability quiet. It's kind of like an alien conspiracy, but of the fundamental nature of the universe. Case file number 2969, written by Netty310. When time tried to take me. One night, a family friend was staying over and was sleeping on the couch. I set an alarm in my room to wake up, and one in the bathroom when I had to leave in 15 minutes. Every weekday for school, for years. Alarm goes off, I shower and get ready. The second alarm in the bathroom goes off, and I look at the clock, 15 minutes. I finish getting ready and head towards the front door. My mom had a big clock hanging in the center of our living room. As I'm heading to the door, a family friend sits up and says, "What time is it?" We both looked at the big clock and she said, "Oh wow, 6:30. She had to leave at 7. I told her she still had 30 minutes to sleep and head out of the door. I'm walking to my bestie's house a few blocks away, as I would get her before we would walk to the bus stop. I notice it's really dark out, darker than usual. I get to her house and all the lights are off. She had a door around back that led to her room, so I went back there to knock. Her lights were off. I thought maybe she was sick and not going to school. We were sophomores, so I headed to the bus stop. I was feeling scared, like I was being watched. I get to the school bus stop and no one is there. I'm so confused, and at this point really picking up on how dark and quiet it is. So I decided to head home quickly. As I'm walking home, I see my sister in the distance running frantically towards me. I pick up the pace and I'm like, "Hey, what are you doing?" She runs up and grabs me and shakes me. She says, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "I was going to school, but I think it was cancelled." She cuts me off. "Are you running away?" I'm shocked and say no, of course not. She starts yanking me towards the house. I can see my mom on the porch frantically, and our family friend who just graduated college standing behind her. We get to the porch and everyone pulls me into the house. They're all shouting. I'm like, stop! Finally, I explain that I was heading to school. My sister says, do you know what time it is? I'm like, yeah, probably 6:45. Both she and my mom gasp. It's 3:30 in the morning. I look at the big clock, 3:30. I run to the bathroom, same. The room, same. I came back and look at the friend. She says, it was 6:30. I saw it too. My mom said she woke up with a start. She felt something was really wrong and went to check everyone. I was gone, shoes and backpack gone. She thought I ran away. Why, I don't know. We were all so close and things were great. The family friend and I just sat there after things calmed down, and they went to bed, pretty much just staring at each other like, what the fuck just happened? How my alarms went off, we both saw at the same time. I have no idea. I stayed home from school that day because I was so scared. Yeah, this is a very cool story, especially because you have a direct witness that saw the exact same thing. Somehow, time was locally reset, but it also affected your friend. So the localization was in your home, and it probably impacted your whole family, everyone that was staying there, but they just didn't notice. Now, they may have gone back to bed, but had trouble to go back to bed because they had actually slept properly the full 8 hours. But hey, they're waking up, you weren't there, it's 3:30. I mean, from their perspective, they were sleeping. They wouldn't have noticed anything weird besides being rather energized and not tired. Case file number 2970, written by JMACAE. The Sawmill Premonition. I'm not a believer of such things, but this happened to me, and to this day I'm not sure what to think. It was the summer of 1985. For the summer, I was working 2 jobs, from 5:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., Monday through Friday. I was a lumber bundler and loader at a local sawmill owned by the father of a classmate and close friend. From 12 p.m. to 7 p.m., I was a lifeguard at our city pool in Salem, Missouri. One morning I had just got to the mill. I was the only person there from 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. and started trimming and banding some bundles of 2x4s, which I was then to load on the truck trailers for shipping. As anyone who has ever done this work knows, there's always a half crank of slack in the bundle band when you get to the end of cranking, and everyone always forces a full crank on the band and clips it just a little over tightened. I was in the middle of cranking that last few inches of slack and boom. The next thing I remembered was waking up on the ground with a pounding headache and blood streaming down my face and neck. The steel band had broken and launched the bander, which hit me in the temple, knocked me out, and made a 4-inch gash in the side of my head. As I lay there trying to regain my faculties, I looked up through the early morning Missouri summer haze to see a large car coming barreling through the front gate and turn in my direction. I knew that I knew who owned the car, but in my state of mental dishevel, I just couldn't put my finger on it. The car raced down the loading lot, turned sideways right in front of where I laid, and the passenger door swung open. It was Ellen, the older sister of my classmate and friend previously mentioned, and the daughter of the sawmill owner. She yelled at me to get in, and I pulled myself up and tried to walk a straight line to open the car door. I finally made it to the car, and after some pretty severe zigzagging, Ellen took me to the local hospital where they shaved the side of my head and stitched me up. She also called her dad and brother after we arrived at the hospital. This was before the days of cell phones, by the way. She then left to go home. After my friend, Ellis, and his dad, Leon, arrived and the docs were all done with me, I finally had the opportunity to contemplate all that had happened. I asked Leon, how in the hell had Ellen known I had been injured at the mill? Leon gave Ellis a glance and then smiled and told me to ask Ellis. He then left for work. I got in the truck with Ellis, and he told me that both his mother and his sister had dreams which often came true. Apparently, early that morning, Ellen had dreamt that I had been injured at the mill and woke up. It was real enough for her to get out of bed and drive 3 miles out of town at 5:30 a.m. to check on me. Ellis and I have spoken of this often over the past 30 years after high school. As I stated earlier, I'm not really a believer of such paranormal stuff, but this happened 100% as I described it. I will never forget it, nor understand it. Weird stuff. Our minds are so interconnected with the universe itself. Everyone is interconnected like a giant web of Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. More like, I guess, a satellite constellation. Everything is deeper than we think, and it comes back down to quantum field theory I just mentioned. It's all information. It's just some minds are able to grab onto threads of information that aren't directly in their line of sight. Don't know how that happens. I really don't. It's specific minds that can do it, often not repeating. Maybe it's force injected by developers for some reason, or a guardian angel, like a overseer developer in times of great need. Case file number 2971, written by Sam Obio. The Table of Light. When I was 18, I was doing some youth work abroad in Germany with a Christian organization hosting an inter-school sports tournament. I'm not religious personally, but I knew the people running it and wanted to do some volunteer work with them at the time. On the drive to the airport, I got a call from my family who had come together in my absence after hearing the news that my grandfather had passed away. I was asked if I wanted to turn back or continue, despite me already being so many hours away from home. My family urged me to continue, stating he would never want anyone missing on a new story to tell friends and family, so I went all the same despite desperately wanting to go home. I was a mess. He was the only true male role model I had in my life. Halfway through the trip, I sat alone in the corner of a dining hall watching a buddy of mine play guitar and sing to the kids attending the tournament. More kids arrive and sing along while I continue to sit on my own. All the while, I get this ever-growing sensation that I'm being watched or someone else is there with me. I keep looking around the room to see nothing out of the ordinary, until eventually I look over my shoulder to the next table over, maybe 15 feet away. I see clear as day, my granddad. He sat watching everyone singing, joyously smiling away without a care in the world, with 3 other figures sitting around him. The other figures were almost a bright emanating light, no discernible features. So I did what any normal non-God-fearing person would do in that situation. I ran. I left that hall as fast as I could and bolted to the furthest point of the compound I could find. Enough that it was away from all the swaths of people, out of sight and dimly lit. I dived into the nearest bench and bawled my eyes out. I put my head in my hands and cried, and the second I closed my eyes, it was as if I could see him standing right next to me, just his legs, and felt what I could only describe as a pressure on my shoulder. A reassuring hand. It comforted me almost immediately, and I stopped crying. I sat there, head in hand, staring at his legs through closed eyes for what felt like forever. I didn't want him to go, and I could feel that that would be the last time I would see him. I'm not spiritual, I'm not religious. I don't even tend to typically believe in spooky ghost stories and the like, but I know what I saw. I miss that man. Case file number 2972, written by Comprehensive Book 482, Twice in the Narrows. About 3 years ago, I was hiking the Narrows in Zion. This is a long out-and-back hike, unless you go a very long way, in a narrow canyon with a river running through it, for those who've not been. There are no side paths one can take, and because the riverbed is full of boulders, people move pretty slowly in the river, as you have to pay attention to each step. Prior to entering the canyon, you walk along the river on a paved path for maybe 100 feet. This is, of course, also how you exit. There are a few stairs here and there, where people sometimes stop to change shoes, etc. On my way to the river, I notice a man wearing a shirt with the rooster from Moana, and think, just saw that shirt last week at Disneyland. He is walking with 2 very wet, very overweight women in spandex. It's clear they've just finished the hike, and I am relieved because I was worried the hike might be too difficult for me. I think, well, if they can do it, then I should be just fine. To be extra clear, we pass one another. They are leaving, and I am arriving. I enter the river a few minutes later, and begin making my way through the canyon. I've probably been in the water for 5 minutes or so when, again, I pass the same man and the same 2 women. They are finishing the hike, and are headed towards the beach and stairs to exit. In shock, I say, "I just saw you 10 minutes ago. I noticed your shirt because I just saw it when I was in Disneyland last week." And the three don't acknowledge me or really even look in my direction, but just keep going on their way. Case file number 2973, written by Kenna Kiran. Hikers Out of Time. This is a story my mom and I talk about non-stop, specifically because of how odd it was for us both. This happened around 5 years ago, where my mom and I went on this hike. She said that my dad took her there for a hike before my brother was born and wanted to hike here again because of how short it was. My mom started to have some doubts, however, when she looked around and saw a lot more rocks than she remembered. We had just started the hike and a couple walked by us. We were just talking with them when my mom's knee started acting up. I slowed down and checked on her to see if she was alright. I took my eyes off these people for less than 10 seconds and they're just gone. We both thought we'd catch up with them later on in the hike. We never saw a sign of anyone else there, which is strange mainly because in this hike trail there are times where we have to climb over rocks multiple different times. Fast forward and my mom and I reach the halfway point, and we see the couple again. We break for lunch and look at the view. When we go to continue, they're in front of us, and my mom's knee acts up again. I go to help her again and look for the couple to see they've disappeared again. We never saw these people again. Case file number 2974, written by Keegan Inc. The Gemstone Paradox. My partner wears a bracelet made of a gemstone called aventurine. It's spheres of stones with a thin, stretchy plastic string through each stone. On the night this happened, we had to work early the next day, so he had gone to bed early and I stayed up a bit later. When I went to bed, I didn't turn on the light and just crawled into bed. My hand touched a small hard sphere or ball on the bed beside my head, and I picked it up and wasn't really sure what it was at first, but felt the two ends of the hole through the center, and decided it must have been a bead from my partner's bracelet. I looked around for more of them, but couldn't find any, and figured the bracelet had broken as he went to bed, and he had just missed one of the beads when he cleaned up. I put the bead on my nightstand and went to sleep. I didn't really think about it the next day. We both went to work and chatted about whatever via text. He started work way earlier than me, so I was still at work when he got home. Our bedroom is air-conditioned, so he went there to lay down for a bit, and when he did this, his bracelet broke. He texted me right away and said, my bracelet just broke." And I only then remembered finding the bead the night before. I asked him very specifically if he meant it had just broken. He said yes, it had been on his wrist as he laid down, but had broken when he was laying there, and then he texted me about it immediately. I then told him I had found what I thought was one of the beads the night before, and put it in my nightstand. He checked and confirmed there was one of the beads on my nightstand, and we could just not figure out how that could happen. The beads were solid rock. The string is soft plastic. There is no gap on the bead where the string could have slipped through. The part of the string that broke was not the knot, and there is no clasp. The string just snapped when he laid down. There's no way the bracelet could have remained on him if the string had been already broken. He drives construction equipment for work, so his arm is constantly moving. One thing I found out when I got home that may not be interesting but was a surprise to me is that the hole in the beads is the same size or smaller than the thickness of the string. So the rest of the beads are still on the broken string, though they can slide if you pull them. We tried to put the bracelet on and have it stay, and that was not possible. Information encoded into where it was going to happen, but hasn't happened yet. Kind of evidence of the future at least somewhat being predictable or predestined. I don't think it's fully predestined. I think there's threads projected into the future of what is possibly available to happen, and it just so happens that some are more likely than others, so you could sort of predict it. Not to 100% accuracy, but close enough. And I mean, I guess we already do this with the weather, right? The further out you go, the harder it is to predict, just chaos theory. But in this case, not really chaos, just gemstones. Case file number 2975, written by A Tribe Called Peace. The Night I Saw It Coming. Nice username, by the way. When I was maybe 13 or 14 years old, I was obsessed with listening to the rain to fall asleep. So my mom put my bed right up against the window, which has a double set of windows in a bedroom situated above the garage. On a calm, cold October night, I was looking out at the street that shone this orangish glow over my dad's car parked on the sidewalk, right in front of our house. It was a standard night, just me trying to fall asleep staring out into the night. Out of nowhere, I saw in the distance of the road a car was swerving and speeding away faster than a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, since we were right around the block from my high school. This car drifted right into my neighborhood and proceeded to smash into the side of my dad's car. I watched the whole thing and immediately ran to my parents' room. I woke up both of my parents and said that a red small car like a smart car, I wasn't sure of the brand, but I said smart car since it was very small and compact. My parents get dressed and walk outside with me to find my father's car completely untouched. Nothing. Obviously, my parents were convinced it was just another one of your daydream nightmares, so I shrugged and we all went to bed. 3 days later, I was feeling a little sick, so I took some medicine, NyQuil, and proceeded to sleep through most of the night. Out of nowhere, I woke up to a loud bang and crash. I looked outside my window and a red smart car was burning rubber to get out of my neighborhood with debris all over my street. I went downstairs and saw my dad's car completely destroyed on one side, with a license plate on the street. Turns out the crazy ex-girlfriend of my neighbor was unbelievably drunk and had come home to come back to him. She drove a red Mazda and we got everything fixed by insurance. After that, I was convinced that I had a vision ahead of time, but it never happened again. Case file number 2976, written by Junior Gorg. The Gift of Stopping. I was frozen with fear standing at the end of the walkway leading up to my friend's house. I was house-sitting while my friend and his wife were out of town for a week. I had come and gone to the house several times. The time I was frozen with fear was the day he was scheduled to return. The night before, I'd gone to the house, gotten the mail and newspaper, and put everything inside. As I was leaving, a storm was brewing, so I grabbed his umbrella and took it with me. The next morning, I swing by the house again on my way to work to return the umbrella. Yes, he is the type of guy that would notice a missing umbrella and say something about it. I climbed the stairs to the pathway to his house. Once I got to the top of the stairs, the wave of fear hit me. I couldn't take another step without feeling nauseous and just this intense feeling I was doing the wrong thing. I willed myself up to his front door, but could not muster the courage to unlock it and go inside. I got back in my car and went to work. I laughed at my own silliness, but was ashamed at the same time. Later that afternoon, he called me at work. He said he needed to discuss something with me. I immediately thought this was about the umbrella, so I just said, "Yeah, I've got your umbrella." This really didn't seem to register with him. He asked if I had seen anything while I was house-sitting. I then very briefly talked to a police officer on the phone who asked if I had seen anything out of the ordinary while I was there. I hadn't. At some point between the time I took the umbrella and returned the next morning, someone had broken in the house through the sliding glass door in the back. I believe they were gone by the time I got there the next morning, but there was something that must have caught my attention and registered somewhere in my mind that something was awry. Other than the damage to the sliding glass door, there was nothing else wrong with the house. Nothing was taken or vandalized. The only thing missing was the umbrella, but no one had noticed that yet. A short time later, a teenager neighbor confessed to breaking into the house just for kicks. He knew that they were out of town and knew that he would have had all the overnight hours to break in. He wasn't interested in stealing anything. I think it was just a thrill-seeking moment. I don't know what I saw that forced me to stop. Perhaps one of the blinds was slightly moved, or something had been moved about when he was moving through the house that I could see through one of the windows. As I've told the story to people, they've told me of a book called The Gift of Fear that has numerous stories like these. People change their behavior for no logical reason based on some subconscious or unconscious notification in their mind. I absolutely love this story, and it may not even be paranormal or glitchy in the sense that this is just your everyday subconscious at work. Maybe your subconscious catched a glimpse in the window of the blind moving as you suggested, or something so tiny, and it's just evolutionary adaptation. Like, the people who survived most were people who got paranoid and terrified if they heard a little rustle in the brush when we were hunter-gatherers, and, maybe there's a predator in there, better to go get the other tribe men and just huddle together, because things go bump in the night. Not so much anymore, not in the conventional sense, but yeah, I love how powerful our basic minds are. Case file number 2977, written by Dino Rabbit. Long Fingers in the Night. When I was 8 up to 10 years old, my family, 6 of us, lived in an apartment that was in a complex of 4, but this one was isolated as it was above all the garages for the complex. There were only 2 entry points, the front and back doors, each of which had 2 doors with 2 locks each. I'm the youngest and have a brother who was 2 grades above me, so we were home alone a lot after school, since my parents were at work and our other 2 siblings were at their high school. It was a regular occurrence where we would hear dining table chairs being dragged across the floor, or we would hear the noise from plates or cutlery as if it were being arranged, or the sound of the kitchen cabinets and drawers opening and closing. My brother and I would check and nothing was out of place. Again, we didn't share any walls with any other apartments, so it couldn't be that either. It became so regular we got used to it. Another regular occurrence in the same apartment is that at night I would see a hand on the wall by the door as if someone was outside the hallway, sliding their hand into the room by hugging the wall. The hand would stop at the light switch, so I would just see the hand holding on the light switch and the part of the arm leading to the door, where I'm assuming the rest of the body was outside in the hall. I remember the hand had long, pale gray fingers with no nails. Not missing nails, but as if they never existed or had never even grown. Almost alien-like looking. And it wasn't a weird light thing making me see things, because the room I shared with my brother faced the street, and since we were on the 2nd floor, the lamppost right outside would shine into the room in a soothing nightlight manner. So the room was lit up well enough where you could clearly see, but also not too bright so you could sleep fine. The hand would just hang out there, lightly tapping or moving up and down for a few hours until it would pull back out and disappear without any sound or footsteps. I was always wise enough to never want to see what it was, so I just stayed in bed. Case file number 2978, written by Technical Phase 2342, Rib Bones and Riddles. We have 2 large dogs and we live in the country. Inside they have 2 beds with a caged off area. Not enclosed in the top, so they can get out if they want to. They normally stay in the caged area unless we leave them alone inside, which we had to do for a while due to broken fencing outside. We fixed up the fence so they didn't have to get caged in the house anymore. They can and would often get out of their area anyway, so it was more to contain them while we fixed up the fence. It was useful when they were puppies, not so much anymore. Normally when I leave the house and my boyfriend is at work, the dogs go outside. If he's not working and he's home in the morning sleeping in, when I leave, the dogs stay inside so they don't have to bark at me when I drive away and wake him up. This was one of those mornings. I gave the dogs a bone each to keep them occupied while boyfriend slept, and I left. I went to a couple of appointments and came home about lunchtime. I asked my boyfriend if he had a good sleep in, and he said no. Not angry, just matter of fact. I was slightly annoyed at the dogs as I assumed they must have barked while inside, even though they had their bones to occupy them. I was wrong. He told me when I left, he heard them outside barking at the gate, so he left them out there, as he knew they must be barking at me leaving. That confused me as I know I left them inside. There is no way they let themselves out or shut the door behind themselves. The door opens inwards and is a knob-style door handle. I checked their beds and sure enough, the fresh bones were there. I hadn't left the dogs inside for weeks previously, due to our schedules. I hadn't needed to. And the fence was fixed. So it's not like they were yesterday's bones, as we don't let them eat bones inside. Too messy. But I had made an exception that morning to try to let my tired boyfriend sleep in, after his recent crazy work schedule. He is adamant he didn't let them out, and I believe him. I know I left them inside or they wouldn't have had the bones on the bed. The bones would have been outside if they hadn't already been eaten. Rib bones plus big dogs equal demolished. I also know the dogs didn't follow me out accidentally. Cannot happen. I gave them a rib bone each, shut the door of the barrier cage, and quietly left the house. Came back to find they'd somehow got outside while I was driving away, yet I didn't hear them barking, and I have to stop 30 meters away from the house yard gate to open the main gate onto the road, and the dogs are not quiet when they're outside and someone is leaving. People might say I misremembered leaving them inside, but I did not. The bones would not have been inside on their beds otherwise. Boyfriend even confirmed the bones were there on the beds himself. We just cannot understand how they were outside if I had left them inside with the bones. He didn't let them out, and neither did I. Nobody else could have. I'm not sure what happened. Not the first time something like this happened, though. Weird, inexplicable things happen to us often, but this was definitely strange due to the bones on the beds. I just find it funny. There's no new insights I can offer. It's just teleporting dogs, and happens with cats too, but I must have read 100+ stories, hundreds of stories, maybe even multiple hundreds of pets that are just porting inside or outside in ways that seemingly are impossible. Why pets? Is it because they are fabrications of the universe, like placeholders, and they can be easily moved? Or maybe they don't function properly when not being observed, because when humans aren't observing something, then the game just doesn't render that part of the area of the map, because why would it? It still has to render some functions that would happen, but maybe pets, animals get lost in the churn. Case file number 2979, written by Princess Anard. One blink later. When I was around 16 or 17 years old, I was sitting at the dining table. My dad was sitting next to me, cutting up a sausage. I was watching him do it, and then everything happened so fast. Something black moved across the table so fast, hitting his hand, and the big knife he was holding pushed it aside, which cut the sausage the wrong way and fell to the floor. I jumped in my seat. I then blinked. The sausage wasn't on the floor. The knife was still in his hands, the way it was supposed to, and he was staring at me as if he had just seen a ghost. I was just staring back at him, trying to play it off, because I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. He then asked me why I jumped in my seat. He was just as startled as I was, only he had a better poker face at the moment. I told him I thought I saw something. He then said, "You saw it fall down too." My stepmom, who was standing behind us washing the dishes, she was so confused about what we were talking about, didn't hear or see anything. We heard the thing hit the table and saw it just disappear into thin air the same way it showed up. We saw the knife moving to the side, cutting the sausage the wrong way, which made it fall down. We saw the sausage on the floor, both of us. One blink later, it never happened. Sausage on the table, knife in his hand, and the only thing that happened was me jumping in my seat. Yeah, it reminds me of Nicolas Cage in the next movie. I enjoyed that movie a lot. It's just a cool power to have. Of course, in this case, you don't have command over it. It would be pretty overpowered if you did. You and your dad. So are we just talking about a localized time bubble? A pocket of time that just rewound? Plenty of times we've seen objects reset, like a vase being broken or something like that, and then it's restored. You have to completely rewind time to do that. You can't repair it. Not without some kind of seams or evidence of it being repaired. So there are instances of time rewinding, but this is more potent than most because both you and your dad experienced it. I guess the pocket bubble of time was big enough. Where are they being generated? That's the question. Are these generated by our government, aliens? Are they a feature of the universe that we somehow cannot test? Too uncommon to repeatedly test via the scientific method. Case file number 2980, written by Money Magnet 24. The Watcher in North Hollywood. Several months ago, I was at a Norm's restaurant in North Hollywood, which I rarely frequent, and I was alone, but the booth next to me had a family. Mom, dad, kids, and grandpa. The grandpa sat with his family and stared at me while I was eating. He didn't even blink the entire time. I wanted to walk over there and ask him to stop staring, but they were all speaking Spanish, so I wasn't about to try to communicate with them if they didn't understand what I was saying. Fast forward 3 months, and I'm walking at the mall in Burbank Town Center, and I'm sitting outside a department store, and I get this eerie feeling, and I look behind me, and it's the same old man grandpa, and he's waving a pair of sunglasses at me, and looks at me as if to say, "Hey, these are your sunglasses. I have them." And I get up and he continues to stare at me and wave the sunglasses. Yeah, I didn't leave my sunglasses anywhere. Not at Norm's, not anywhere. I decided to walk out of the mall and then back in, and the same old grandpa walks the opposite direction, continuously staring at me and waving the sunglasses. Creepy. I've gone back to the mall every day since and haven't seen him yet. I have more examples, like the time my parents purchased a home in 1991 and a different home in 1995, and both homes had the same owners as the next door neighbor. One was a home and the other an apartment complex, but that is still unsettling, and I have more instances but can't fit them all here. It's bizarre and uncomfortable and unsettling, and I'm tired of these experiences. Even if you had lost your sunglasses back at Norm's, how did this man follow you? Is he a cop and somehow facially ID'd you and searched you online and then found out where you lived or where you frequent? It's not even your home, it's at a mall that you go to. This might not be a glitch or paranormal, but just the fact that he could locate you again does strike to me as more than a coincidence and more than is probably possible physically. It is creepy, but maybe he was just a spirit trying to return glasses you didn't even know you lost. Case file number 2981, written by Charlie Ruski. What the cameras didn't see. Okay, this is so minor and so random, and I'm tripped. It was Friday, sunny, so we went for a midday walk around the neighborhood. Okay. So we leave our place and walk to the street, past the empty curb. I noticed it because most weeks, the neighbors put out the bins and I take them in the morning. This time someone took them in. I was like, huh, okay. Won't get my minor hit of adulting this week, I guess. We come back from the walk, and again, we walk past where the bins would typically be, and I remember even then kind of noticing the moment, you know? At that point, my mind was definitely wandering. We were walking a path I've walked for 8 years and was on autopilot. Then I remember becoming suddenly very aware, passing that spot. No one said anything. We go inside. I putter around the house a bit, drink my latte, go to do the dishes. Classic day off type crap. Our sink is in front of a window facing the street, aka the curb. Makes doing dishes much more scenic. I grab the sponge or whatever, look up and see the garbage bins? By the curb. I remember this making me uneasy. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm really misremembering things. That's so flucked. Have my years of poor choices caught up to me? Like, fluck, am I going crazy? Then my roommate comes in and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go outside and bring the bins in. She's like, what? They're already in. I'm like, go look. She does. Then both her and I freak out for a minute and are like, this is wild. She also swears to God that she noticed the bins not being on the curb on our walk. Only rational explanation? Neighbors have a grandma who's got Alzheimer's. She must have been confused and put them out again thinking it was Thursday. Okay, makes sense. I feel odd as I bring them in. Totally forgot about this. Until just 30 minutes ago on this fine Sunday night, my stressed out roommate randomly was like, oh yeah, remember the trash cans? I checked the security camera. The neighbors installed a security cam by the building's front door because of the aforementioned confused older grandma and gave us the password. We freaked the fluck out again. She checked the feed, and no one did anything with the bins or even left the building in the 30 minutes or so between us getting home and me going to do the dishes. That is so cool that you had camera evidence that the bins were never brought back to the curb, and you had a witness, a friend that saw that the bins weren't there either, so it's perfect. That's a perfect glitch as far as glitches can go, but it seems odd. If we're talking about a DOP event, the bins just disappeared from the curb and reappeared where they are stored near the home or the apartment complex. That doesn't make sense. That's too specific. That's not how DOP works or reappearance. And likewise for coming back, and it's not quantum immortality with you and your friend, right? There's no catalyst for that. I honestly don't know. It's almost like A wizard cast a spell of invisibility temporarily on the bins, they're just there. Now the spell wore off. Case file number 2982, written by Viking Jedi 23, When the Stars Came Low. On September 27th, 1994, at around 9 p.m., I was heading home from work. I was a 19-year-old college student at the time. As I was about to turn right, I noticed what looked like a huge bright star moving across the horizon about a mile away. Back then, I was driving an 84 Cavalier with like 88 horsepower. I floored it over there, trying to intercept it. When I pulled up in front of our local high school, I was in shock. Directly across the street down this hill was a subdivision of houses. What I saw is etched in my memory forever. A UFO was hovering about 20 feet above one of the houses, shining a beam of light on the roof. It was a disc about 50 feet across. The bottom of it was completely covered in these small white lights, and directly in the center of the bottom was a huge red light. The beam of light was coming out of a rectangular opening on the side of it. It almost looked like a huge window. The opening was probably 15 feet long by 6 feet high. The only thing you could see in the opening was intense bright white light. After a couple of minutes, I decided to drive down the hill to get closer to it. Crazy idea looking back now, but that's what I did. The only rules I gave myself were, don't get out of the car and park in a way I could quickly take off. So I drove down there with my windows rolled down. At that point, I was almost directly under it. It was about 50 feet away, looking up at a 45-degree angle. I can tell you straight up, it didn't make a sound, and nobody in the subdivision knew it was there. Almost as soon as I got near it, the UFO apparently noticed I was there and immediately moved away from me. It slowly glided in the opposite direction and hovered over another house, shining a beam of light on its roof. This whole thing lasted about 5 minutes. Then I noticed a car at the top of the hill at the high school started leaving. I was like, why the hell are you leaving with a UFO here? I don't really understand what happened next. As the car leaves, the UFO leaves too. It glided up over the trees out of the subdivision in the direction the car was going. I stopped on the gas to get back up the hill to follow them. When I got to the top, there was nothing. The UFO and car were both gone. It's like they vanished. I drove around a while trying to find them, but never did. I even called the local news to see if anybody had reported seeing anything, but they said no. It's been almost 30 years since it happened, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Whatever it was I saw wasn't from Earth. The technology displayed was far beyond us even now, and the lights, I've never seen lights that bright before. It was extremely bright, almost like the light was a solid. The most eerie thing is nobody knew it was there. 40 plus houses at 9 p.m. when most are still awake and not one person had a clue it was 20 feet above them. Oh, I love a meaty UFO story. I think we all do, don't we? Now the car at the top of the hill, that is the most important part. Are we talking about the government having some clandestine operation going on and this wasn't a alien but a somehow extremely advanced aircraft that even today we don't think we could build? Maybe the military is that more advanced? I don't really think that's the case. Maybe it isn't the military. Maybe it's a CIA or NSA or some other covert branch that was testing some advanced technology that is separate from the military. Conceivable, I guess, but it does seem like it's so advanced to create light that pure and bright and to make an aircraft that makes no sound at all. I don't think we can do that unless we figured out how to cancel out gravity, and to do so doesn't produce any sound. But that kind of tech, I mean, would the government keep it a secret? Maybe. But then is it just the US government that has this knowledge? And that secret has stayed with them? UFO sightings are concentrated in the US, so it does strike me as plausible because of that. So that is a clue that maybe it is related to our own government. But it's not exclusive to us, so maybe we're flying them in other countries too. I guess if you have this kind of tech, you would use it. Right? I'm just completely spitballing here. It overall does still strike me more as an alien vibe, And maybe this car was just sent to observe it. They detected it via radar and they wanted to see. But what happened to the car? Did the UFO take it? That would be a bad assignment for whoever was sent to spy on it. They did not go home. Case file number 2983, written by Are You Human to Me? The Goblin That Wasn't a Game. This memory still unnerves me. Was 5 or 6, I think. I lived with my grandma then. Not the best part of town. Was heading back home after playing outside with other kids. When I was entering Grand's apartment house, I heard someone running behind me. I looked back on my way to the elevator to see a man hurry to get through the front door before it locked after me, maglock. Kids turn everything into a game. I probably imagined that this man was a hungry goblin chasing after me, and I needed to hurry back to the safety of Grand's lair, or some playful crap like that. I don't really remember. I should mention that this was 93 or 94. It wasn't a very safe time to live in my country. So I decided that it would be dumb to stand and wait for the elevator. The goblin is closing in, and I should run up the stairs. My gran lived on the 6th floor. I run up the stairs, but I can hear the man running behind me. I drop the pretense and get a little worried. Why would a grown-up run up the stairs? Grown-ups don't like stairs. They always wait for the elevator. I can hear the man's heavy steps, him panting. He's 1 floor behind me, and he's going fast. By floor 4, I'm already crapping bricks. All I can think of is all these times my mom or gran would warn me to never stay alone with strangers. That kids are getting taken all the time. I made it to 6 and hit Gran's doorbell. Loud little things that would make your teeth hurt. I can hear the man breathing heavily, still on the floor below. But no steps. He stopped. Then steps again, but slow and sounding like he's going back down. My gran opened the door fairly quickly, and the second she did, I jumped right into the flat. Pretty sure I completely forgot about the whole thing 2 minutes after, and never told my gran, of course. This memory had surfaced 5 or so years ago. I was laying in my bed, eyes wide. What the hell was that? Was I really this close to... I don't even know. Is this even a real memory? Maybe I don't remember it right. Maybe I imagined it. But it still keeps me awake sometimes. Your mom and gran taught you well. You were so young to be on your own, too. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You want to have some autonomy as a kid. My parents were like that, too. I would just roam around all day outside. Good times. But that was more of a rural area. You know, we always speak of demons and glitches and stuff like that, and it's good times. Interesting. But human beings, that anyone could even think of harming a child is inconceivable to me. But there are those dark hearts out there that they're not demons, but they are demons. You know, they can't zip out in a cloud of dark smoke, but they're demons. Yeah. Case file number 2984, written by Princess Anard. When I Slept Too Deeply. I was 18 when I started living alone, and I was still in my childhood home. My parents moved away, and I stayed to finish a couple months of high school I had left. I liked meditating at the time, so I did my little setup in the living room, put some nice calming music on, and put my phone next to me. I was in my vibe, and I relaxed a bit too much and fell asleep. Nothing unusual. I wake up, and I reach for my phone. Maybe half an hour had passed, but my wallpaper was completely different. Not even a default wallpaper, not anything I've ever had on my phone. I found that weird, but alright, maybe it was glitching. Maybe I woke up in the middle of my nap, changed it for some reason, and went right back to sleep, so I don't remember doing it. I get up and go to the kitchen to grab some water. In the middle of the kitchen counter, there it was. A kid's knife. The one that was used to teach me how to use a knife when I was very little, and then my dad before me when he was little. It's more of a sentimental thing that's been on the bottom of a drawer for years, and nobody ever touches it. It was so deep down, you can't even pull it out accidentally. But there it was out there. Never figured out how it got there. I didn't sleep for long. I lived alone, and all the doors were locked. If I had to guess, I would say somehow you died in the first universe and reappeared in a different one. That's why your wallpaper was different on your phone. I don't think you would sleep, change your wallpaper, and then also retrieve this kid's knife. sentimental, ceremonial. So I will chalk this up to quantum immortality. What do I get if I'm right? Is there a prize somewhere? Case file number 2985, written by Monster Hunter. Something lived in the cellar. When I was hitting my preteen years, I lived in a creepy apartment building with my single mother and 2 younger brothers. We lived up on the 2nd floor of this 2-story place. On the 1st floor was a large cellar door that obviously led to the cellar below. In order to access the 1st floor of the building, we had to meet face to face with the cellar and walk past it to get to the staircase. That basement always gave me the creeps, and for a good reason. I believe something lived within it. I once went out alone to a nearby store for food and a new VHS to watch. When I get back, I enter the building, walk past the cellar, make it to the top of the stairs, and when I turn to head to my apartment, there's someone standing at the door already, peering in. Our apartment door had a glass pane in the center that we covered with a curtain. In an instant, this mass flies towards me, goes past, and jolts down the stairs. I froze for a second, but I hauled my butt into my apartment as I screamed in terror. My mom was sitting at the table near the door and said they could see the silhouette of someone past the curtain, and it quickly disappeared just before I barged in. At this same place, I had a friend over, and we stood outside the building entrance. There were 3 of us there, my friend, my little brother, and myself. My brother was being abnormally quiet and still the whole time. My friend and I both glanced over at him at the same time and, poof, the 3rd person was gone. We were both scared crapless. Case file number 2986, written by Seguro Max, Christmas Morning in Gray. My mother and I moved into a really big, really old house in my late teens. The house was owned by her boss, and he had a lot of trouble keeping tenants there, which we really should have been suspicious of, but we were desperate for affordable housing, and he offered the place at a steal. He told us he just needed someone there for insurance purposes. A lot of spooky things happened there in the 8 years we rented it, but this one is the most terrifying. After a few months of moving in, I started having this recurring nightmare. In it, I would be awoken by the feeling of someone in my room. It was always this older guy in a gray and black pinstripe suit and a gray bowler hat. He wouldn't do anything but stand there. And I'd eventually fall back to sleep. And then one night, the dream changed. He stood directly over me and smiled, and he said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll put you back to sleep while I'm eating you. You won't feel a thing." I moved out of that room to a different one, saying I wanted to be closer to the restroom. I kept the nightmares to myself and told nobody. Then, on Christmas morning that year, we had family over, and they were opening presents, when my mother started shrieking. We asked her what was going on, and she told us she saw a stranger in the house, an old man in a gray pinstripe suit, with a little gray hat. Neither of us saw him again after that. Yeah, nope, I'm checking out. The fact you still stayed there is crazy to me. At a certain point you just say, okay, this is weird. I don't necessarily believe in the paranormal and all that stuff, but yeah, if I and my kid, or vice versa, sees the same apparition, it's GG, we're gone. There's just a certain threshold of abnormality that you have to say, okay, maybe this is normal, maybe there's an explanation, but I'm not going to find out. Case file number 2987, written by Enlighten Me Up. Never disobey the coin. One night, I was sitting with my girlfriend, now wife, on my bed, and we were deciding whether we should go to a party that night or not. We felt like going just because our friends were insisting, since we had been gone a long time without hanging out with them. However, my wife and I used to flip a coin every time we had to choose something, so we didn't argue about it. We just followed what the coin said, and learned the hard way to never disobey it. This time, we flipped the coin and the coin landed on what we determined as not going. But I'm telling you, our friends were very annoying that night. They really wanted us to go. So I just said to her, "Fluck it, we should just go and ignore the coin. It's stupid anyways." As soon as she said, "You're right, we should go," the light I had attached to my bedroom ceiling suddenly exploded on top of us, with the shattered glass literally landing on us. We were both like, what the fuck just happened? Might it be a sign? Take note that this was 2015-2016 in Caracas, Venezuela. Not a safe place to be. We were both discussing if we wanted to move to another country or not during that period. That same night, after what we believe now was a sign, we still went out to the party. We took the highway soon after the party so I could drop her at her parents' home. As soon as we passed a dark tunnel that was close to her house, I saw some headlights coming fast towards us in my rearview mirror. The car came extremely fast from the tunnel, passed our car and slammed the brakes right in front of us. As I was hitting the brakes to avoid crashing into the car, 4 armed men came out of the car and pointed their weapons at us. I was with my now wife. I knew what was going to happen and I didn't know why. But human survival instinct took over, so before I could stop the car completely, I turned to the right, jumped over the sidewalk and drove away as fast as I could. We were lucky that night because these kidnappers seemed like noobs, so they had to jump back in the car and try to chase us, but we were too far on the highway by then. They usually just opened fire to anyone who tried to escape. We managed to get back to my place and only 2 things were said to our family that night. We'll never disobey this stupid coin again. We're getting the fuck out and moving to another country. We considered ourselves lucky that night. Very few are the ones that are able to escape a kidnapping in Venezuela without getting hit or hid and taken away. Glad that those kidnappings stopped these days, but the eerie feeling I had when I saw those lights approaching at high speed behind us still haunts me to this day. Okay, the exact moment that the coin was disobeyed, the light shattered. The odds of that are so astronomical. We're talking like stuff of life, Inception. The proteins folding together just the right way. Like the amino acids forming from the biological soup in the primordial era odds. So, okay, maybe it wasn't the coin. Maybe the coin was just a representation of what your guardian angel wanted you to do. And in this, maybe not all the time, like over trivial stuff, but in this case, they knew that in your probable future, this attempted kidnapping would happen. Good thing you avoided it still. Maybe your guardian angel was still influenced there. Maybe they even caused the weapons to jam so they couldn't fire. I like to think that. Case file number 2988, written by Antique Safety 4246. What my father saw too. I've had several very odd, otherworldly, glitchy events that were experienced by me and a family member or friend. And thank God, right? Or you'd think we were losing it. The strangest was a sighting in my parents' house that scared me to death. But once I mentioned it the next day, my dad asked me to describe it. It was a scary, floating, translucent entity that just stared at me late at night. My dad said, I saw that exact same thing twice in the house this week too. My dad was really serious. At least, he wasn't a jokester like that. He'd never just make something up like that. I could believe anything he told me. So I felt so much better knowing I hadn't hallucinated it or imagined it. Freaky stuff happens in this world. I was wide awake. I had just walked in from a night out, so it was maybe midnight. I was a teen living with my parents, maybe 16 or 17. I was sober, not on meds, and no mental issues I've ever known about anyways. Certainly not anything that would cause hallucinations. I walked up the steps from the garage to our living room. At the top, my parents always left one very dim lamp on till I got home. It was floating, eye level, a few feet in front of me. It looked to be round, like a floating ball maybe 2 feet wide, maybe a little wider. It was translucent. I could see it, but see through it. Like the predator when he goes invisible. Like looking through water. There's something there, but it's clear or translucent. It had 2 eyes. It was watching me intently. It did not feel benign. I didn't stop eye contact and slowly backed down the hallway to my room, which was right next to my parents. Then, like any self-preserving person would do, I ran into my room, dove under my covers, and hid there all night. We all know sheets and blankets are ghost or demon-proof, obviously, so this was a solid plan. The next morning at breakfast, I sat next to my dad and eventually mentioned seeing something scary the night before. He perked up and asked me to describe it to him. He didn't tell me anything at first, so I said what I said here, and he got this really concerned look on his face and said, I saw the same thing in the house too, twice this week. so that's creepy. He's Native American and has seen some very weird things in his life as well. He worried it could mean something bad had happened, so he called extended family to check that no distant cousin had died or something. Nothing had happened, but what he was told by some of his older relatives, elder aunts and uncles, etc., was that this thing has been seen by other family members in households separated by states and countries. Half our family is in Canada, especially the native side. They told him they believed that thing would visit certain households during times of great stress or sorrow, or mental struggles, as in depression, like it fed on negativity. The next time we saw it, the third time for him, I'd only seen it once, he yelled at it. Seriously, he yelled that he loves his family too much, that we're stronger together, that this thing should just leave now. We never saw it again. So there's that. Weird, right? But it's helpful when another witness, ideally sober and sane, sees or experiences the same oddity you do. Otherwise, you just have to question it, right? Case file number 2989, written by Little Lord Fluckpants 404. Prayers in the Dark. When I was like 7 or 8, I woke to heavy breathing coming from the side of my bed, as if someone was on the floor breathing heavily and steady, like pranksters who breathe into the phone in the movies. I sat up and stared toward that side of the bed. I was fully awake and terrified, but too scared to look over the edge of the bed. I laid back down, frozen, and I guess I fell back to sleep at some point. I told my mom in the morning and she said it was the motor in my alarm clock. How absurd. Later that year, I woke up to a presence behind me, as if someone was standing there. I was sleeping at my side and the presence was behind me. Again, totally frozen in fright. Absolutely frozen. I could not move. Not as if I was being held down, just out of terror. I think I remember praying for protection in my mind, and same as before, I guess I eventually fell back to sleep. Around the same age, I woke to what looked like a woman in a brown cloak kneeling next to my bed, praying with her head bowed. When she looked up at me, she vanished. This one could have been a strange dream, but the other incidents, I was fully awake. The first experience could have been my brother. We were constantly pranking each other. But I remember looking at my clock and it being 2:33 a.m. I don't think it was him. Case file number 2990, written by Pieces of Ring, The Scottish Surprise. A funny story. Some family friends in southern England, a couple in their 40s, were going through a divorce about 20 years ago. They were both seeing other people, and both didn't want the other to find out. The guy told my dad he was booking a weekend away in the middle of nowhere in Scotland, so there's no chance his soon-to-be ex-wife would find out. He takes his new partner to dinner on the first night, and his wife is sitting at the table next to him with her new man. A couple more interesting ones. My dad's family went on holiday to Spain in the early 90s. They were, again, in the middle of nowhere and followed a sign for an English pub. When they entered, a group of people from the pub at the end of the street, that they almost never left, were in there. One of my best friends from high school in the UK moved a few streets down from me on the other side of the world in Australia. Neither of us knew we had moved, until I saw he posted a picture of my very street on Facebook, which I messaged him to walk down as I was standing waving on my balcony. There are coincidences and then there are glitches. This is the latter. Case file number 2991, written by The Orange Turtle 02. Turn Around. I was staying at a hotel in Florida with my best friend for our spring break vacation. The apartment we were in was laid out with one main living room and dining area, which led into a bedroom which looped around through a connected double bathroom and shower room, back into the main room. It also had a small hallway that led into 2 more bedrooms and a dryer closet on the end. We decided after dark one night that it would be fun to turn off all the lights and have an apartment-wide hide-and-seek game. Now most of the rooms had windows that let light in from other buildings and street lamps shine in too, so they weren't fully dark. But one of the bedrooms at the end of the hallway didn't have a window at all, so once the lights were off, it was pitch black. That room also had a closet that was so dark you could sit in it with the door open and not be able to see your hand an inch from your face. It was a great room to hide in on account of how dark it was, but it was also eerie as hell. We played a few rounds back and forth until one round it was my turn to hide. I went into the dark bedroom and curled up as tight as possible, behind a drawer that was barely big enough to cover me on the side that was facing away from the door. I was only there for about 10 seconds before my friend walked in and whispered, "What?" He makes his way to the back of the room and walks right past me before kicking a trash can he thought was me. He then turns around to leave and passes me one more time. He makes it about halfway to the door before I hear him stop and turn around. He then leans close to me and whispers, "What?" again. I know I've been found, but I didn't understand what he said, so I said, "Huh?" And he asked me, "What did you say?" I laugh and stand up from my spot and tell him I didn't say anything. He asked me again, "No, what did you say when I was leaving the room?" I repeat that I didn't say anything. I assume that he must have heard me breathing or something and mistaken it for a word. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel his demeanor change. He goes quiet for a second before asking me, "You didn't tell me to turn around." I ask him what he means and I tell him that no, again, I didn't say a word. He then goes, "Oh, hell no," before finally explaining that he never actually saw me, and he was about to leave the room when he heard what he thought was me saying, "I'm behind you," which is why he turned around. We both immediately rushed out of the room, scared crapless, and continued discussing what had happened since it freaked us out. He later explained to me that he also never said anything when he first entered the room, meaning whoever said, "What?" the first time was also not one of us. Felt bad because that was the room he had to sleep in, and he kept claiming weird stuff was happening to him at night for the rest of the trip. The only appropriate word for this is scary. He was still stuck in that room. He couldn't just get a different room. Case file number 2992, written by Any Literature 8040. There, then not there. This happened when I was about 16 years old, 10 years ago. I lived in a small desert town, in the middle of nowhere. Everybody knew each other, and it was very tight-knit. My best friend, I'll call her T, was very close with my mom since she was always over. She was basically like a sister. She was at the house with us one night, along with my other good friend who was also my neighbor at the time, call her S. T was spending the night and was watching a movie in our living room with my mom. Me and S had gone to my backyard and were just talking, hanging out as teenagers do. We were out there maybe 15-20 minutes before S decided to go back home since it was getting late. She went home, which was right next door, and I went back inside, announcing to my mother and T that I was tired and going to bed. I went to sleep and woke up the next morning. I walked into the living room and my mom and T looked confused and started grilling me, asking where I'd been all night. I recounted the sequence of the night and explained that I had simply gone to sleep. They argued that I wasn't in the room. They shook out the blankets and looked all over for me, went outside looking for me and S, and even drove around the neighborhood hollering our names, and we were nowhere to be found. They thought I snuck out because that's what teenagers do, but I never snuck out. My mom gave me plenty of freedom if I did want to leave, so sneaking out wouldn't be something I would want to do. I told them that and we carried on. My friend S confirmed that she went straight home and so did I. I don't know what happened that night, but it is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. Well, this seems eerily like an alien abduction. Has all the classic earmarks of vanishing, then being brought back and having no memory of the incident. Check your body for any signs. Often there are implants, often there are marks that are unusual you don't remember happening. My advice is not to go under hypnosis because I don't really think you want... you want confirmation, but you don't want to remember specifics. I wouldn't anyways. But that option is always there, with advised caution. Case file number 2993, written by Anon Imus 987, Backpack in the Mist. This was about 2019. I worked as a waitress at a well-known sports bar and was heading for my evening shift. The drive from my house to my job was an hour. So I'm listening to the radio, taking in the trees and everything that I'm passing because it's fall and it looks so nice. It's about 15 minutes into my drive when I notice this young girl walking on the side of the highway. Based on what I glimpsed of her, she appeared to be a young teenager. She had dark hair braided in pigtails and a highlighter bright pink backpack. Like you couldn't miss her. I remember it so well because I considered stopping to ask if she needed a ride, being such a young woman alone. I am also a woman. But I decided against it because I watched too many true crime documentaries and didn't want to end up in one. But I digress. I carried on with my drive. 30 minutes later, I'm passing this large bridge on my drive. This is like my I'm almost there moment, so I'm only about 10 minutes out, and I see her again? Exactly the same girl. I first caught a glimpse of the pink backpack in the distance and immediately slowed down enough to look. Sure enough, same young girl, same dark braid, same backpack. I've been driving at least 80 miles per hour since I last saw her. There's absolutely no way that she walked all of that before my car got there. I chalked it up to, I'm just imagining things, because I don't know what else is there. But then I get into town and get ready to pull into work. Where our building is, it's almost like being in the middle of a strip mall. You had to drive down a long road and make a small circle before you hit our parking lot. And who was walking right on the edge of that circle? The same girl. Same braid, same backpack, everything. I can even still remember what she was wearing. I pulled into work and all my coworkers were in the smoke spot out back, so they could see me pull in, and they should see across the circle. The first thing I did when I got out was ask if they saw the girl over there. They all turned at once to look and she was not there. She was just gone. Vanished into thin air. Now while this is a little strip mall, besides our restaurant and a mom and pop shop that was closed at that time, like I don't know where else she could have gone, or how she kept up with me on foot. This isn't the first time I've seen someone that no one else has, but it's the most recent. It still sits with me because I cannot understand it. Every conclusion I come up with is mediocre at best. We've had plenty of stories where someone sees someone's driving and they see a pedestrian on the side, and then they see them again ahead of time, usually only once though. Haven't had it where it's 3 times, and then you also, the people you know, when you reach your destination, don't see the girl either. So was she projecting her soul forward? So it wasn't a space-time portal, it was just a soul interaction, astral projection. I think that's possible, but it's also odd, because in my view, astral projection can happen, subconsciously, when you want to be somewhere specific, usually with loved ones involved, or people you really like. Why would someone astrally project forward on the side of the road? Maybe it's a combination of both. First it was a space-time portal, then it was astral projection. But even then, it's still the same question. Why in that random spot in a strip mall? But yeah, one or the other. Most likely just a space-time portal that happened twice. Can't really explain why your coworkers wouldn't see the kid too, though. Case file number 2994, written by Intelligent Reply 628. Reunited with Wood and Fate. About 16 or 17 years ago, we bought a desk that had a big drawer. This was my wife's pride and joy, and when she was about 1 year old, our place got broken into, and the robber jumped through the window onto the table. This is important as the table and also the front of the drawer got scratched. We moved house and city, and the drawer stayed in storage for about 3 or 4 years. When we got it out of storage, the drawer was missing. This was about 12 years ago. I've been hearing literally for the last 12 years about how I must have lost the drawer, and it is my fault and how much of a shame it is that the drawer is missing, etc. Last weekend, we went back to the city we used to live in for a few days holiday. We were walking down a street a few blocks from where we used to live, and the topic of whatever happened to the desk drawer came up. I was like, not again, just dropped it finally. Then literally a minute later, leaning against the wall of an apartment block, this is Germany, and people, if they want to get rid of old furniture, tend to leave it out on the street, leaning against the wall for people to take, was a black desk drawer. We both looked at each other and were like, what the fluck? When we got closer, we were like, oh my god, it even has the scratch marks on it. This cannot be. We were dumbfounded. We took it with us, and to our absolute amazement, it fit right into our desk. Our freaking desk drawer turned up on the street a few blocks from where we used to live approximately 12 years later. The chance that someone had had it this long, then decided to throw it out this exact evening that we walked past 12 years later is just mind-blowing. We have no idea where, when, and why it went missing. But after all these years, we were reunited at last. Can someone calculate the odds of this happening? Case file number 2995, written by Rock and Roll Problem. 200 kids, not a breath. Me and my friend stayed back to use the bathroom when we broke for recess in middle school. This was like 15-ish years ago. The entire 7th grade, 200 kids, was outside on recess with about 12 teachers. When me and my friend finally walked outside to join everyone else, we stopped suddenly to see everyone, all 200 kids plus teachers, perfectly paused like a movie. It wasn't a game. This was a huge courtyard, and there couldn't have been any controlling or games played at that big of a span. Have you ever seen 200 7th graders all stay perfectly still and mid-motion? Yeah, me neither. Me and friend just stood and stared, looked back at each other confused, and when we looked back to the yard, a couple seconds went by, and it was unpaused. We went around asking the teachers and a couple kids what the heck just happened, and no one knew what we were talking about. I asked my friend years later, "Hey, do you remember that thing in 7th grade?" And she said, "When everything just stopped. Yeah, that was weird." And so I knew it wasn't a false memory. I don't have any answers though. Yeah, so in the case of everyone freezing, there are indeed a lot of situations where people go around in groups and literally just roleplay as time froze, everyone just stands still. I think in this case it's more serious because we're talking about kids, 200 kids. I don't care how good of a producer you are. Even in a film set where the parents are being paid and the kids are like properly instructed, 200 kids to be perfectly still for even just a minute or 30 seconds, there's no way anyone could coordinate that. There'd always be at least 10 kids that just goof off. I mean, come on. It's impossible. I think the fact that they're kids is the most clear evidence that some kind of time anomaly happened. Why only you and your friend were aware, I have no idea. That's the most fascinating part. Wonder if people, you see this in sci-fi often, where time anomalies or universal shifts happen, but there's only one person aware of it, like Guinan in TNG. They have her species, the Elnorians, I think, or something like that. They have this perception beyond ordinary entities. So maybe that's not just science fiction. Maybe some people really have that ability. They can perceive if time is frozen, but even if they're in the same distortion. Case file number 2996, written by SadBreak6882. The Underground Pause. A long time ago, I had this wagon car with the darkest possible tint on all windows but the windshield, although this one still had tint. As if it was almost impossible to see inside from outside, me and my then girlfriend used to have fun times together in my car, as we didn't need to go to my or her place for it. One day, we went to a kinda underground parking lot to be happy. I remember driving and parking my car, and that's all. We both woke up at the same time, naked and confused without knowing what happened. She was like me, had no memory whatsoever of what happened at all. No drugs, no alcohol, no fumes inside the car, nothing at all could possibly make us sleep or black out like that. I've tried to find an answer for that for a while, but could never get anything, and then I just gave up. But then I learned about glitches, so yeah. Oh, and forgot to add, I was still in the driver's seat, an ex-girlfriend in the front passenger seat, and we woke up some half an hour later after I parked the car. So, aliens again, maybe? The fact you're both naked is odd, but I mean, maybe you parked, you were getting down to business, and then you were both abducted. Aliens wouldn't care if you're naked or not. I mean, they probably would disrobe you anyways. The fact that they returned you exactly as you are, or as you were when you were taken, yeah, I lean more towards that. You get space-time portals, but people usually are not manipulated in their car or something. If the car is ported somewhere else, they're still in the same spot. Now, if you were getting down to business, you wouldn't still be in the driver's seat and she wouldn't be in the passenger seat. So I'm thinking more abduction, most likely. Case file number 2997, written by Secret Tension 9656. Twice the Bite. Well, to be fair, I was always a little skeptical about glitches in the Matrix, but I do find the concept of the Matrix very interesting. Anyway, something pretty weird happened yesterday. My dad usually buys these bags of wafers, 1 or 2 at a time, and puts them in the pantry. When I checked if there were any, I found one full pack and another that was already opened and half eaten. I figured I'd just finish the opening one since it wasn't much. Later I get a craving for more snacks, and since there was nothing else and I didn't want to go to the shop, I went back to the pantry to grab the other pack. But somehow, there were still 2 packs in there. The half-eaten one I had already finished was literally just back there again. I was a little confused, but at first I didn't think much of it. Then I realized something felt off, because the amount of wafers seemed exactly the same as before, like the whole thing had reset. My dad definitely hadn't gone to the shop in the meantime, and my sister wasn't home either. I always try to look for rational explanations in situations like these, but in this case I really can't find one. I'm pretty sure there were originally 2 packs, 1 full, 1 half-eaten, and after I ate the open one, it just reappeared. Case file number 2998, written by Picky Paws. A seat taken by shadows. I had, I guess, a strange visitation several years ago after driving my child home from their fast food job. For reference, I live on the outskirts of a city in the interior of British Columbia. It was dark on the drive, and when we arrived home, wait, was it dark? How did I see the back seat then? Anyway, I put the car in park, then probably took the keys out of the ignition and went to grab my purse somewhere on the floor of the passenger seat next to me. As I came back up, my eyes traveled over my rearview mirror. To my complete surprise, there was a guy sitting in the middle of the back seat. I remember his hair was blonde and straight, and I think he was wearing a striped shirt of approximately pink or salmon tones, and I'm not sure if he was smiling, but he did look happy. I now can't remember for sure, but I think it was a bit like looking at a picture, not like he was moving or necessarily aware. It startled me so bad that I didn't say a word to my child and I didn't look again. I just got out and went into the house. I knew that there was no guy really sitting in the back seat of my vehicle, but I didn't want to scare my child, so I didn't say anything. It was a used vehicle. We had it for several years by that point, and for much later, but to my knowledge it had never been in an accident, and neither did anything like that happen again. It was so weird, I didn't recognize him then or now, but I've always wondered who he was and why he appeared in my car that dark night. I have to say, you reacted very calmly, given the situation. I think most people would overtly express their panic, so keeping it cool for your daughter is very impressive. Well done. Don't think this apparition or spirit most likely had any nefarious intent. That you didn't recognize them? Maybe a distant relative, grandparent that you didn't know, or maybe a great-grandparent you didn't know about, something like that. I imagine there's blood connection going on. Case file number 2999, written by Successful Current 73. The Frozen Congregation. So today, I was at my grandparents' house for Labor Day weekend with my fiancée and my sister and her girlfriend. So while we are driving back home tonight, we are halfway to my place, and I look out the window and notice a group of maybe 20 people standing outside of a church in a parking lot. As I'm looking at these people, I notice one girl is mid-walking and she is not moving. I could see her skirt flowing in the wind ever so slightly, but she was frozen. And then I look and see all of the others are completely frozen too. I'm legit baffled and I started pointing, and everyone's like, "What? Oh my god." I cranked my head to look back, and all of them are still standing there, not moved an inch. Even the girl, mid-walking, hadn't moved. One man even looked like he was mid-talking and hand-gesturing. It's like someone pressed pause on the simulation. Apparently not the first person to see this. What does this mean? I'm truly shocked, like not a single person was moving in that parking lot. If you remember the mannequin challenge from 2016, imagine that. So, similar to the story with the 200 kids, but I think in this case, you were seeing the wind affect clothing, and these were adults or older people. I think in this case it probably was some kind of roleplay of a group. Not guaranteed, but that's what I lean more towards in this case. Probably a mundane but pretty cool experience nevertheless. Case file number 3000. Wow, getting up there. Wonder how long it'll take to reach 10,000. A few more years at least. Written by Sunbird86. Rabbit vs. Water Gun. In the 90s, when I was a kid, I had one of those cool water guns which had a built-in hand pump to ensure it would always fire water with a certain amount of force. I also had a rabbit. One day, I left the water gun with the tank bit unscrewed from it in the yard where the rabbit lived. Since the gun's tank was removed, the internal plastic pipe which transports the water from the tank to the nozzle to get shot out was exposed. The rabbit, which liked to chew everything, chewed on this plastic pipe, leaving a 2 centimeter or so hole in it. From then on, I had to wrap this pipe in tape for the gun to work. 2.5 decades or so after this happened, I was at my dad's house. My kid was opening cupboards where my old toys were, and there was a water gun, unmistakable, green with an orange tank. It was the only full-sized water gun I had as a child. I took it in hand and removed the tank, recalling that it had a hole in its pipe. I was very surprised to see that the pipe was intact. No hole. I can't explain it to this day. Case file number 3001, written by Butlerian Jihadi. Rebooted by fire. I fell asleep with my neck at a funny angle. I had a crick when I woke up, so I cracked my neck. My whole body lit on fire, with the worst being my toes. I was terrified. Within a second, the cold hot fire in my toes started creeping up my body, like a line across my legs. When it had passed, I couldn't feel anything, couldn't move anything. I tried to get out of bed, but my legs just shook down to my knees. Nothing happened below that. I tried to reach my phone, but my hands wouldn't really respond, just a sort of jerk. My body, now above my waist, was still on fire. I realized I had pinched my spinal cord, that it was swelling in response to the trauma, and that the swelling was paralyzing me. I was definitely in shock. I could only twitch. The line hit my diaphragm, and it became nearly impossible to breathe. I could only twitch one pinky. Everything was cold fire. All I could move was my eyes. No one else was home. I didn't even have air to yell. I'd peed myself. My brain still screamed for oxygen, but my will and body were suddenly divorced. Things got dark, then hazy. I knew I was dying. I died. Within a couple of minutes, I came back. If it had taken longer, I wouldn't have. The swelling went down. I was still on fire, but this was more like being stung by a million ants. All my nerves were lit in protest of what I'd done. I could barely move, but when I asked my hand to reach for the phone, it responded. My muscles were strange, full of lead, but they did as I asked. Dropped the phone, still clumsy, but I could breathe, I could move. Grabbed the phone again, called a friend next door. Rushed to the hospital. Scans. I'm on fire, but they have drugs for that. I was given some nuclear-grade muscle relaxers, a barrel of Percocet. My neck was absolutely stuck in the crick that started all of this. It wasn't that it hurt to move. It was like someone welded my ear to my shoulder. I got home. Drugs. So much drugs that I wondered why I'd never gotten into the show Lost. It was so cool and interesting. A week later, I was back to normal. I'd realized that Lost is utter trash when I stopped the pills. My muscles were back to normal. Some tremor had stopped. I could tell some of my muscle tissue had been damaged from lack of oxygen. I could feel it. My brain seemed okay. No persistent issues or slurred speech. And that was the time I died because I slept funny. I don't crack my neck in the morning. I buy, and replace every few years, some better pillows. I don't watch Lost, and I'm grateful that my system survived a hard reboot. So I'm not a medical professional, just to make that clear. I'm not sure if you pinch a nerve or damage it in some way, you start to become paralyzed. I've never heard of that happening just from, cricking your neck. That's terrifying. But I don't know if you can hard reset like that. I think your brain would lose oxygen so fast. I don't know. It seems like you couldn't come back from this normally, but I might be wrong. It might not be quantum immortality. It might just be an extraordinary but normal experience. And, even if that's the case, that's still incredible. My guess is it is quantum immortality. You emerge in a universe where this happened, but not as extreme as the original. So yes, you did die, but then you were reborn in a multiversal fire. Quantum immortality is so cool. I'll never get over how cool it is, the concept of just having infinite lives until you die of natural aging, and of course, which hopefully science will fix that little quirk. Getting on it. Side tangent. I just heard that AI was used to create a new drug. They fed it data regarding different proteins, and this was for I forgot the name of it, but it's for a lung-based disease. Basically, your lungs were being scarred, and there was no good drug for it. But the AI was fed data, and it pumped out an entirely original drug. It's not just copying what we already know. Like most LLMs are just feeding you pretty much what we know about, just like an advanced search engine. But this one created something new, and it worked, at least in human trials, not fully developed yet. From data fed in to 30 months later, an actual drug that shows legitimate extreme promise for people suffering from this. Can you imagine 10 years from now, 50 years from now? Literally just seems like we'll type into a medical AI, solve cancer please, and it just spits out a result and we're good to go. Reality's gonna change in so many ways we can't even fathom. Very exciting. Terrifying, but exciting. Case file number 3002, written by Separate Stranger 85. The Desk, the Cast, and the Blue Light. This has been bothering me for a couple of decades. When I was a teenager, I broke my leg and had a cast that extended from my toes all the way up to my thigh. I had just gone to bed, and I remember it being dusk outside, so there was still some light in the room. Suddenly, I realized that I needed to use the restroom, which was annoying given how difficult it was to get around. I got up to go pee, and coming back into the room, I tripped on something, and as I was falling, everything slowed down. I was unable to stop myself from falling, as my arms were tangled in my crutches. And as I realized that my forehead was on a direct collision course with the corner of my very sharp, very dense Formica desk, I know I was falling hard and fast. Again, I couldn't stop myself or move quickly enough even though it seemed like time slowed down. The middle of my forehead was absolutely about to have an extremely hard direct hit with the corner of this desk, and there's a good chance that if it were knocked out or incapacitated, I wouldn't be found until morning. I remember processing all of this and bracing myself for, this is going to be bad. Just before, or as, my head hit the corner, there was a flash of bright blue light, and I found myself in my bed under my covers and with my leg propped up on the pillows I kept for that purpose. I wasn't injured, I had not been sleeping. I had not just woken up, I was not groggy. It was disorienting and extremely confusing, but my mind was very clear. It was difficult to get sleep after that, just trying to wrap my brain around what had happened. But I also had this peaceful feeling. Has anyone else experienced something like this? There were no drugs or alcohol involved. It was to the point of healing that pain management was no longer necessary. I had the pillows to prop my leg up only because it was a cast that was bent at the knees, so it was more natural to lay down with something to elevate my legs. Also to add, we've all had those dreams where you fall and your body jolts itself awake, usually when we are starting to fall asleep. This was definitely not that. I was fully awake. Another token of quantum immortality, most likely. And people don't really appreciate how easy it is to die, unfortunately. I mean, in one universe anyways. Our brains, especially anything interacting with our brains, people literally just fall down, hit their head, or if they're in a fight and you hit someone too hard, they fall down and hit their head again and they're just done. The brain is so fragile, it just swishes around in there if you move it too fast or stops abruptly. So, be very careful. Even with quantum immortality, you don't necessarily want to jump to different universes all the time, and all the people you love in the original universe, they still have to grieve you, even though there's copies all over the place. You wouldn't experience it, but they would. So, for that, I would still advise caution. We might have a Googleplex of lives, like cats have 9, we have a bit more, but still, treat the universe you're in as mattering, because I still think it does. Case file number 3003, written by Mel and Polly. The Unexpected Download. About a week ago, my husband lost his Kindle, which he reads nightly. We searched everywhere for it, separately and together, opened drawers, checked underneath things, etc. He does have ADHD, so the idea of setting it down somewhere unexpected was considered, and we checked even illogical places where he may have carried it and put it down after being distracted by a new task. We checked everywhere in the house multiple times. After about 3 days of searching, we decided the most likely action he took was carrying the Kindle downstairs and then switching to taking out the trash, and we assume he may have placed the Kindle down somewhere amongst the trash, and it must have been accidentally thrown away, as the next day was trash day. He purchased a new Kindle and placed it on his nightstand where his Kindle normally lives so he can read while in bed. About 5 days after that, in the evening, I noticed his Kindle placed on the opposite edge of his nightstand, about a foot away from the new Kindle. The case was open and the book cover image was showing. I thought to myself, oh, he must have found his old Kindle and placed it there. I didn't tell him immediately because of this thought, because how else could the Kindle have suddenly appeared in the most obvious spot we checked around repeatedly? Later that evening, when we were both in the bedroom, I said to him, I see you found your old Kindle, where did you find it? As I motioned to the two Kindles, a look of fear and surprise washes over him. He essentially asked me if I found the Kindle and says, I must have found it because he certainly did not find it. And if he had found it, he would have been very excited and remembered finding it because he was very upset to have lost it. I then also felt fear as I realized and explained to him that I definitely did not find it, I just noticed it, only a couple hours earlier. So how the heck did it suddenly show up in the most obvious and natural spot next to the new Kindle? We discussed several ADHD possibilities, even him having unpacked his backpack recently, but he was adamant that the backpack never contained the Kindle, that its last place was definitely on his nightstand as he reads nightly. Agreed. And he would have noticed and been really excited if he found it in the backpack, as he hadn't used this backpack on our most recent trip, and it had already been checked during our search. We even discussed someone having entered our home, but we have a few cameras, a Wi-Fi lock on the door, and who would reverse burglaries in a home anyways? Or even steal only a Kindle in the first place, as nothing else was missing. There was no evidence of anyone else having entered the home. Also, I told my husband about this post and he corrected me saying he lost it 2 days before he told me, which just extends the timeline. Also, he wants everyone to know he is afraid of ghosts and intruders and our house settles a lot, and the noises freak him out. He was specifically scared of frogging or, as he said, like the movie Parasite or Ghosts. He also said, I'm a Latino against spooky crap. Reference to the TikToker with this tagline. Case file number 3004, written by Debgi SH. The Ponytail and Briefcase. I've seen things happening before, seeing a person twice, but this one from today is just weird. I was waiting for a courier to arrive, so I was pretty much glued to the window. Not with my face on the glass or anything, but just checking out between the blinds every 2 seconds to see if the courier had arrived. My neighbor leaves her house dressed in business attire, a big shoulder bag, coffee tumbler in her hand. She greets another neighbor and briskly walks to her car and drives away. The other neighbor goes in after finishing his cigarette, so there's basically no one out. No one walks into my neighbor's house, I'm sure of this. About a minute or two later, someone opens the door at my neighbor's house and leaves. It's her again. But this time she has her hair up in a ponytail, a sports outfit, and a bicycle. Both times I see her face, so I know it's her. She does not have an identical twin. I am sure there is no way she could have gone back to her house somehow without me noticing. Her car is not on the driveway. I cannot explain this. Case file number 3005, written by Diet Dr. Phage. A marquee misremembered. This happened the other day. Me, 23 female, and my boyfriend, 25 male, were driving through some coastal towns. One night we stopped at a pizzeria, one location out of several from a local chain, for dinner in a town that I'll call Rockford. I very clearly noted as we went inside that the sign of the roof looked a lot cooler than the one at the location closer to me. The pizzeria also had a Goodwill right next to it. The next day, we drove past what I initially thought was another location for the same chain, as it lacked the cool sign I pointed out before. However, my boyfriend said it was the same location we had eaten at before, given the Goodwill next door. I told him that it couldn't possibly be the one we had been to, since this location had no sign on the roof at all, only a marquee sign. With both of us confused, a quick Google search confirmed that this location was indeed the only one for that pizzeria chain in Rockford. I can also say for sure that we passed by it the same way we did previously, so the sign could not have been on a different side of the building. So what the hell happened? Was the sign removed overnight for whatever reason? Was I just hallucinating it the whole time? I seriously have no explanation for this. Case file number 3006, written by Functional Mind. Reflections of a Bygone Bar. I had an odd experience where the chances of happenstance seem very unlikely. My father had a very unique bar and games room in the basement of the house where I grew up. The bar was decorated with very unique items he had collected while living overseas in London, in England in the 1960s. Anyhow, my parents were great hosts and parties were frequent. My dad always served drinks on a special serving tray. It was adorned with the labels of various brands of spirits and looked old even when I was a kid. Anyhow, he sold the family home in the late 1980s and all of the contents of his bar went to a dealer in town. Fast forward 30 years, and I'm walking down the shopping district just a couple of blocks from home, and what do I see displayed prominently in the window of a junk shop? My dad's serving tray. I went to the shop the very next day and bought it. I think it was either a glitch or a way of the universe speaking to me and reminding me of my late father. Case file number 3007, written by NiWM727, Seconds That Shouldn't Exist. My son spilled something on the stairs the other day, and I asked him to clean it up. It was a very obvious stain, hard to miss. I had to walk around it. I assumed he wiped it because I didn't see it for the rest of the day, and saw him with a wet wipe heading to clean it. I climbed those stairs at least 10 more times throughout the day, and didn't see anything. The next day, I'm walking upstairs, carrying my dog and sweet-talking to her. "You're so adorable and special. We must have met in our previous lives," and so on. Bam! The moment I say that, I see the spill. It's the same exact one, same spot and all. I keep walking and remind my son firmly to clean it up since he forgot yesterday. He swears up and down that he did it. I'm already annoyed that he's lying. I walk back down the stairs to show him and the stain is gone. He was nowhere near the stairs and didn't have time to wipe it. The whole incident took 10 seconds tops. I freaked out because how cool and glitchy. My family's reaction was, "Oh." A regenerating spill is something unique. We have DOP and reappearance, but those are for physical solid objects, not for liquids, or stains, I guess, solidified liquids. But in theory, there's nothing that prevents that from happening. If the stain itself is like a unique identified object within the simulation system, then yeah, it could disappear and reappear just the same. Case file number 3008, written by Obsidian Shark 374, Cone Propaganda. Yesterday started off like any other. Wake up, drag myself through work, come home, and settle into the usual routine. I threw some laundry in, grabbed a quick dinner, and was half watching TV while checking scores on Jackpot City. Totally normal, totally uneventful. Then out of nowhere, the power flickered and everything went dark for a good minute. When the lights came back on, my TV had switched to some random local channel I didn't even know I had, showing a late-night call-in show with one of the weirdest hosts I'd ever seen. He was ranting about traffic cones. I sat there for way too long just watching this guy passionately argue that traffic cones are the most underappreciated part of city planning. No graphics, no callers, just him and a table covered in cones. By the time I realized how much time had passed, my laundry was wrinkled, my food was cold, and I'd just spent an hour listening to cone propaganda. An ordinary day derailed, and I still don't really know what I watched. Yeah, I don't know if this is a glitch or not. Seems weird. It's almost like is it Max House or something? There was a weird broadcast that was, the networks were hacked a long time ago, like 3 decades ago, something like that. I don't know. And it was just this weird guy on television. It was a prank. I forgot the details, but it was similar to this, I guess, in a sense, where it was just nonsense being broadcast. So, cone propaganda, maybe he has a point. I wonder what this channel was. I have nothing against cones, so I guess I agree. I'm not enthralled by them, but hey, they are useful. Case file number 3009, written by Cinnamon Book 959, The Soldier on the Mirror. So, for context, I got my brand new apartment, new flooring, new paint, new everything about 5 months ago. I've also been enlisted in the army since July, and I do not have kids. Recently I was questioning myself a lot, because I was not sure if I was willing to go into the army or if I was keeping my actual normal job after my service contract ended. So I did what I do best, going to the gym and lifting some heavy weights. When I go to the gym, I always do push-ups, but this time, I forgot to do them at the gym, so I told myself I was going to do them at home before my shower. And this is what I did, push-up right in front of the bathroom door. While I did these push-ups, I noticed something on the floor, a figurine. It was a figurine of a soldier holding a weapon. So obviously the message was clear, I need to go to the army. But how this little toy appeared on my floor in my apartment when I mopped my floor multiple times and it is new flooring? So again, how? And it was not there the day before, just when I did the push-ups. I live alone. So glitch in the Matrix it was. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know how, and I never had one of these little soldier toys. Since then, the little soldier is sitting on top of my bathroom mirror, as a reminder. Okay, so we have DOP, objects reappearing, stuff like that. But this is so specific and tethered to you. It does seem like maybe it's your guardian angel trying to influence you. There's probably easier ways to do it, but I guess if he wants to be subtle, this is a good way to go about it. There's no mundane way for this toy to have just appeared there, unless someone broke in to just leave a toy on the floor that somehow is relevant to your life. Doesn't seem likely to me, does it? So my instinct is that some entity is trying to influence you to stay in the military. Maybe that's important for your life. Case file number 3010, written by Zapatas Guns, The Shower That Wouldn't Stop. I believe most things people would call paranormal have reasonable explanations, but I did have something happen to me I can't explain. I live in a city that has been around and has a lot of history. I was working the night shift as a maintenance engineer in the most haunted hotel in the city. I get a call that a guest's hot water has slowed to a trickle. This usually happened to a single room, but it can happen. I grab a new mixing valve and head up to the room. The lady opened the door and led me to the shower. I started to dismantle it to get to the mixing valve. There is a valve on the hot and one on the cold water line you have to shut off to change the mixing valve. My relief showed up as I was removing the mixing valve. All of a sudden, hot water started spraying me at full blast. I move out of the stream and immediately try to crack the check valves harder. It doesn't help. My coworker runs out and gets a ladder to turn water off to the room. He shuts the valves, but the water keeps coming. Now we're panicking a bit as the room is starting to flood. We turn water off to the entire floor, but water keeps coming. I go into the basement and kill the domestic water pumps as well as the boilers. My coworker calls me over the radio and says, "What are you waiting for? Kill it!" On my way back to the room, the entire hotel is in an uproar about the water being off, but when I get back to the room in question, water is still coming, and this lady's room is flooded. Finally, the stream of hot water turns into a trickle, and my coworker and I finally take a breath. I decided to stay a bit longer to help clean the room. The lady isn't mad at all, she's actually stoked. She was there with her husband on business, but enjoyed ghost hunting in her spare time. She told us she had read about the hotel and booked that room specially because it's inhabited by a ghost that plays tricks on people. After installing the new mixing valve, the shower worked fine, and that was that. I still have no explanation for it. It was fucking weird. Okay, so the only question I have here is, you shut off the water, even the boiler, so even if there was water it wouldn't be hot, and the water kept going. Well, if there's no pumps to pump that water up, there can't be any pressure. Can a spirit induce water pressure? But even then, where's the water even coming from? It's not just inducing pressure, it's literally creating it from nothing. Was the spirit able to connect with your mind, your coworker's mind, the lady that was in the room, induce the idea of water being there, but there was no actual physical water? Because I don't think ghosts can just create matter from thin air, right? That's an interesting question. Although this has come up before when someone was saved by apparently someone who had already passed, a ghost. They pulled up in their truck. Did they create the truck from thin air, or did they commandeer it? Just a real truck that they then brought back home or something? Or maybe they stole it from the corner of the street? I don't know. I don't think spirits can create matter, but maybe they can. That'd be even more wild. Case file number 3011, written by I Am Silly, The Patch Between Worlds. Okay, so this was 6-ish years ago. I was driving a little crapbox Honda Civic I had at the time to meet some friends to camp for a night on the full moon. I took a shortcut that was basically a 2-lane road through the Shenandoah Mountains that connected 2 different highways. Mount Weather is up there about halfway through. This isn't really relevant, but it's an interesting tidbit, as there's so many conspiracy theories about that place. I'd driven it countless times before. The fog gets dense up there when it rains, and it happened to be raining right before dusk. I could barely see a foot in front of me. I accidentally took one downhill curve a little too fast on the slick road with iffy tires and overcorrected. I ended up swerving basically a 180 and came to a stop facing the opposite direction on the other side of the road in a patch of gravel on the side of the pavement just big enough for my car to land in. I don't really know how this happened so perfectly, given the fact that I lost control. Instead of driving off the cliff on the side or crashing into a car coming the opposite way, which would have been more likely to happen at the time, I just landed perfectly and drove off with not so much as a scratch on myself or my car, just a couple of brambles and leaves stuck under the front. The weird part about this to me was the fact that I never saw that patch of gravel again. I drove down that road another countless amount of times after the fact, and I knew exactly what curve this had happened at. There was never a sign of any space on the side of the road there. I looked for it every time to no avail. I'm sure this was just a matter of luck and maybe a bit of confusion. At least that's what logic wants me to think. But I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to walk away unscathed or even alive, or that in some other universe I wasn't so lucky. Well, in this case it wouldn't be quantum immortality because the patch would be in your new universe. That's where you were saved. But the fact that you can't see it again, maybe a portal of some kind? Maybe you were zipped to a different area, and the one you think is similar isn't the same one. Although, you would have then seen it after you left the area where the gravel patch was. Maybe they came back and removed it. But then you would see a sign of that too. So I actually don't have a clue on this one. Interesting. Case file number 3012, written by NoBaby41110, The Hungry Corner. I just moved into my new apartment and it's going well, but little did I know I would be losing so many things. First thing I lost was my charger for my AirPods. My parents helped me move in and my dad has an older phone than me, so I gave him my charger. Before he left, he put it on my dining room table and I woke up the next day and it's gone. Next day, I swear to God, I got my vape out of my purse and I hid it. I put it back in my purse because I was going to the grocery store. I looked down as I'm putting it in my purse right after hitting it, and the pod was gone. Fully disappeared in front of my face. I didn't even hear a pin drop. This was 4 weeks ago. 2 days ago, I came back from class with my vape in my hand like I always do. My roommate even watched me hold the vape with other things in my hand. I set my vape and other things down on top of my dresser. I went out and started cooking lunch. My friends came over to collect things I got for them, which were in my hand with my vape when I came home from school. I go back to my room, and my vape is fully gone. There's a space in my room next to my bed and my dresser that holds my nightstand and my rug, and both my vape and pods went missing in this little area in my room. I swear I've looked everywhere. I've taken my bed apart, my dresser apart, and my closet apart. I looked through the vent on my wall, and I examined for cracks in the floor and my furniture. I obviously have to look some more, but the fact I've had 3 things disappear into thin air in not even a month has me fully convinced there's a portal right next to my bed. I got my mattress topper and bed skirt in the mail today. I have to do some laundry as well. I plan to do a very last extensive search of my room, but I don't expect I'll find anything. Case file number 3013, written by Wolf Writes 89. Clean yard with no witnesses. I have 3 dogs and a nice fenced yard. I pay a service weekly to come clean up the dog mess, so I never have to worry about it. They come every Friday, and I always get a text when they arrive and when they leave, so I can make sure the dogs are inside during that time. I'm always here during that time, and I've gotten used to listening to the thwack 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 of the poop being scooped up to alert me to when they're out there if I do happen to not see the text. Business as usual today. I was in the living room and I could see the backyard easily through the sliding door right in front of the kitchen from where I was sitting on the couch. I got the text and I was extra aware today of the timing because one of the dogs happens to be a brand new puppy and we're dealing with a lot of potty accidents. A few minutes after the text, I was listening for the scooping sound and didn't hear it. So I got up and went to look through the door and window. I didn't see anyone out there. It had only been less than 5 minutes and they're really thorough, so it usually takes around 20 minutes or so. That was weird. So I went to look out front. They have a very distinctive truck, painted bright blue and green with the company name on it. The truck was right where I expected, in front of my house, and I didn't see anyone sitting in it. At this point, the puppy had an accident, so I picked her up and took her out front, and I got an even better look at the truck while I let her sniff around. Absolutely no one in or around the truck or in the yard. I actually started to worry that the worker might have gotten injured or something weird on their way from the truck to the backyard, so I went around the side of the house where they would enter, and nothing. Brought the puppy in and checked the cameras that are on the side of the house in the backyard. I used them to watch the dogs, and nothing. At this point, I'm chalking it up to a lazy employee. I figured someone was just flunking off and went for a walk or something instead of scooping poop. I can't totally blame them. The job completed notification came about 20 minutes after the first text, like it normally would, and I am absolutely positive that at no point did anyone enter the yard. I get up and look, and the truck is gone. Again, I'm figuring it's just a lazy minimum wage teenager. I'm reluctantly about to go all Karen and send an email to the company, politely, just to let them know, but I decided to double check just to be sure. Grabbed all 3 dogs and went out back. Like I said, new puppy, so I've been spending a lot of time out there the past week, so I know exactly where all the major poop spots are. They're all clean. I couldn't believe it. I still don't understand it. I went in and told my husband and we both couldn't stop laughing about it. Dog poop scooper with an invisibility cloak? Ninja workers? Time slips? No clue. I'm just gonna go with a glitch. This reminds me of, it's a movie I forgot the name of. I think it has Jack Black in it, but basically, he invented a scooper for dogs, or their waste. Or it's not a scooper, it's a spray. You spray it on and it disappears it. But apparently, it wasn't like dematerializing it, it was transporting it somewhere else. I forgot where, I don't remember the specifics. I don't even know if this is a real movie. It might have been conjured in my mind, for all I know, when I was dreaming. Reminds me of that. Somehow the universe copied that movie, or figment of my imagination, and applied it in real life for you. Only once, though, probably. I doubt this will happen again. Would be cool. That'd be a hell of a backyard. Imagine how much you could sell the house if your backyard just cleaned itself, even from dog excrement. Nah, that could be an upselling point. Case file number 3014, written by Cryptographer Hot 6198. Clacking in the dark. So we're just on the couch, watching Master Chef like usual. She'd taken her medication, so I knew she was probably going to bed soon. After the episode, she did her usual door checks to make sure everything was locked and stuff. She can't go to bed without making sure everything is shut and locked, i.e. windows, doors, all that. And then I followed her to the bedroom to lay with her for a little bit while she fell asleep. Not 15 seconds into laying there with her, we hear absolutely clear as day this clacking sound coming from the kitchen. It was loud. I could hear it with my bedroom door closed. It honestly sounded like something with some real weights was walking around my kitchen. So I lock my bedroom door and she calls her friend, and we just hear this thing walking around my house. After 2 to 3 minutes, it just stops. I tentatively go out of the bedroom, look around my entire house. Empty. The door is locked, every window shut. I have no clue what happened, but that was the strangest thing I've ever experienced in my life. Case file number 3015, written by Steve Main for Life. A millisecond of light. For context, about an hour ago, I had woken up to use the bathroom, couldn't get back to sleep, and decided to lay on my phone for a while to see if I could find anything to watch to help me sleep. Randomly out of nowhere, this illuminating, almost blinding bright white light filled my room from the doors like somebody was flashing their phone into my room, and it instantly disappeared within a millisecond. The kind of timing where if I would have blinked in that moment, I wouldn't have seen what it was. Mind you, I was not tired or out of it during this event. I was fully aware and awake. And my room is in a setup where there are no windows facing any sort of outside lights, streets, nor would I be able to see lightning. I texted everyone in the house to see if anyone came down. 3 are asleep, and my mom says she never came down here. I have no idea what could have possibly caused this, but it was unsettling and unexplainable enough to have me a bit shaken up. I've never experienced anything like this before, and I've been in this room for over 5 years now. Case file number 3016, written by Gaia Zium. The Last Look Before the Bend. So, this is far from the most eerie thing, but it's the most real. Before the pandemic, I used to ride my motorcycle quite a bit. I started occasionally seeing this black cat staring at me around the neighborhood. One day a black cat walked out in front of me a mile from my house, stopped in my lane, and did 2 360-degree turns. Then it proceeded to go back into the tall grass it came out of. I thought it was awfully strange, and it held me up long enough that I almost had to stop. It had been a few weeks without seeing it again, and I went to leave on my bike. My street is an unmarked public drive and it's L-shaped, but there's no stop sign at the bend, and at the time it was an overgrown corner. I'm leaving on my bike about 100 yards from my house, and that black cat is sitting on the side of the road staring at me. I ride up to it and the bike doesn't scare it away, so it keeps staring at me with its soulful eyes, and I start talking to it and asking questions. "What's up, cat? I keep seeing you around." Mostly just entertaining myself. And then a full-size flatbed truck came flying around the bend at exactly the time I would have been there, and I'd have nowhere to go on the bike. I'm 100% convinced they would have run me over if it was not for stopping to talk to this cat. I think I thanked the cat and rode off to get out of the way of the truck, since I was in the middle of the street. I haven't seen this cat since. Again, I feel like this is a guardian angel interaction. Why they feel the need to be so subtle is an interesting idea or a question, because I think these guardian angels have the ability to slow down time, manipulate objects, like if a bullet is being fired, they could tap you out of the way like Quicksilver in the X-Men movie. So I think they're very powerful. It's like GMs in a video game where they have the ability to fly around and manipulate pretty much everything in it in real time. So why be so subtle? Is that like a rule of their employment? They can only be subtle? It's almost like Gandalf coming to Middle Earth. Yeah, he's a god, but he's not allowed to use most of his power. Can only like guide and influence. Feels that way with guardian angels most of the time, unless there's like exceptional, exigent circumstances. Then they can use more of the power. In this case, just pretending or taking over the body of a cat so you would see it, stop, and avoid your untimely fate. And then it goes into another question of why does it even matter? Okay, you die, you go to a different universe via quantum immortality, so why would guardian angels care? Is there a reason we need to be in specific universes? It certainly evokes a lot of extra questions that I just can't answer. Case file number 3017, written by Metal Chick Fit. The Feathered Intruder. I lived with my sister and her boyfriend when I was 18. I stayed in her illegal bedroom in the basement that had no windows, just a box. Best we could do at the time. I came home from a night with friends. The house was empty for the weekend, so I was alone. I admit at the time I was very unhealthy, so there was tons of garbage and wrappers all over my floor from binge eating. I liked to keep my room locked so no one would see it. That night I came home to the empty house, went to bed, and locked the door of my bedroom. The next morning, I hear my sister calling me as she came home and woke up as she came to my room and opened the door. Thought it was extremely weird since I remember locking the door when I laid down. She turned the light on to wake me up and talk. I looked up at the mess on the ground and saw a living, breathing duck at the foot of my bed. Hilarious at first. She thought I must have been super drunk or something and did something stupid. But nope, I was dead sober. To this day, I have no idea how a duck got into a room with no windows and a door locked from the inside. We ended up bringing it outside. 12 years later, and my sister still remembers the story as clear as day, and I thought for the longest time I was remembering it wrong or making it up in my head. Quack quack. Yep, I got nothing. I guess a portal? Yeah, we know dogs and cats can port around. I guess ducks can too. But why inside your room? Is that just a random happenstance? Must just be a random fluke. It's certainly not intentional. Or maybe this is your guardian angel taking the form of a duck. Maybe guardian angels like to interact with the people they're intended to care for. Like a bodyguard growing a certain affection for their protectee. Case file number 3018, written by That One Insomniac. When the House Feeds on You. A few years back, we had a 2-story rental house. The upstairs was more of a loft, just 2 bedrooms and the attic. Well, we would hear footsteps coming down the stairs. The stairs ran through our room. One night we snuck through the kitchen to the staircase the moment we heard them, thinking it was my stepson out of bed. We just wanted to give him a hard time. Kids have to pee at all hours of the night. No one was there. The kid was sleeping deep, snoring and all. We then understood why he never wanted to sleep in his room and always tried to be asleep in our bed before we went to bed. Sometime later, he told me about the man in his room. I asked if it ever talks to him, what he looks like, etc. He's just black, all over. He tries to talk to me, but I can't understand what he says. For the sake of this dear, sweet child, we broke our rent-to-own agreement 6 months in, cut our losses, and found somewhere else to live. That house was so full of negative energy, it was insane. Depression on my end was the most severe I've ever experienced, and nightmares constantly, to the point I couldn't sleep. Thought it was just pregnancy hormones and anxiety. Once we left that house, I was never that severely depressed again. Case file number 3019, written by Toss It XX. Shards, Scratches, and Screams. When I moved into an apartment after a breakup, I lived next to this older Indian guy who was really protective, like he'd always check on me. I thought he was kind of daddish, so maybe he thought of me like his daughter? I was barely 21. He'd do things like watch while I take my trash out at night to make sure I was okay. I think now, looking back, it's because he knew that apartment was haunted. It started with small, little things missing. Then one day, while in my living room, my dishwasher turned itself on. The next day, I heard a crash in the kitchen and went in to find various things. A cookbook, measuring cups, a colander, a dish towel, all flung into the same corner of the kitchen. I'd regularly go in to find the lid of my garbage can upside down. I started waking up with long scratches down my chest, almost like cuts. I don't have long nails, and this was before I had a cat, but they were long slices. Then I started finding shards of broken glass outside my bedroom door. I lived alone. There were never any broken bottles or anything. The thing that was the breaking point was me straightening my hair in my webcam in the living room because the outlet in my bathroom didn't work. I leaned in close to get my bangs, and I swear that this sounds so fake, but is so real. There was a skeletal or dead face behind me in the camera. I threw the laptop so fast and had a total breakdown. I did not renew my lease. Yeah, waking up with deep scratches, that's going beyond like UFO abduction, where it's very subtle. This is just, you gotta break your lease, get the hell out. There's no other choice in that case. Case file number 3020, written by Actuary Business 5011. The Thought That Spoke. I'm a very intrapersonal thinker, and think way too much about why, how, and when I think of all that stuff. And most of all, I run simulations in my head which aren't horribly vivid, but it's enough to keep me focused. Anyways though, I was sitting passenger side in my mom's car while she drove us home, and at one point, bagels came up in conversation, and were making jokes. Basic car convos, right? Eventually it dies down and I just go into my own head and pretend to have a conversation with her about original shoes, and then why or why not our legs were the best evolved for transportation. Stupid topic, I know. Anyways though, I know like every other human being when I'm talking versus thinking. And while I'm thinking up this conversation from scratch, I'm on my phone checking my emails and that crap. I don't even feel a remote connection to the person next to me because I'm so focused on the fake conversation I'm having. We get home, I'm getting out of the car. Right as I close the door, she goes, "I'm happy we have cars and we don't have to walk everywhere." And I say, "Oh, I was just thinking that." And she says, "Well, duh, be kind of hard not to." And I say, "What do you mean?" And as if I thought it into existence, she says, "Don't you think about the stuff you talk about?" And I kinda just stop and look at her like someone just shoved their thumb up my butt. For like 5 minutes, I was just standing in the garage. She went inside after calling me creepy, and I'm left wondering, what the fluck? I still have goosebumps while writing this, even though it happened yesterday. Is this normal? Is this an effect? Because I know I didn't say crap, and I asked her a bit about it today, and she's like, "Yeah, no clue why you found legs so intriguing." And I'm stuck at half gaslighting myself in either direction, whether I did or not. So from her perspective, clearly she heard you verbalize these thoughts, otherwise she would be freaked out too. She just doesn't believe that they were only taking place in your mind. So maybe you did mumble them? Some people do think and then they kind of mumble without realizing it. I suppose that's possible. But I also do think telepathic links can occur. Usually they're not so verbally specific though. More of an emotion or gut feeling that you share. Case file number 3021, written by Fair Preference 7763. Sticks, prayers, and smoke without fire. I lived in an extremely small village in Africa from 2016 to 2018. I was 16 to 18. There was a day, summer 2017, where my grandma told me to buy some groceries at a local street shop, and while I was buying some eggs, I heard people yelling like they were arguing. I look, and across the street, a lady is being berated by people. They're throwing sticks and cussing her. She looked about 50, a totally normal woman wearing colorful clothes. I was so confused. The lady that was serving me said a prayer, and I asked what's happening, and she said that lady is a witch. I look over at her again. She's flinching and covering her face with her hands. I thought I was watching mass village psychosis, and as I was watching her walk to avoid people throwing stuff at her, she disappeared. Like straight disappeared in a blink of an eye. There was no way for her to turn or hide. It was a straight street, and where she was walking had no stores. My stomach hurt from how scared I got. I thought I was going crazy. Everyone started screaming even more and doing prayers. Till this day, I don't know where she went, who she was. I never saw her again. I told my grandma about it when I went home, and she says, yes, she's a witch, everyone knows her. Like it's normal. I always try to rationalize what I see, but I can't. She disappeared on the spot. No smoke, no illusion. That was so scary. Okay, I think the locals are just saying she's a witch because they can't explain it any other way. And for most of history, when we can't explain something, it's the gods or wizardry or, dark sorceries, witches, etc., burning them at the stake, a very dark chapter in our history there. So, do I think she's a witch? No. But if they think that about a specific individual, they must know her. They've seen her before. This is not the first time she's disappeared. I want to hear from her perspective. Who is this girl? I hope she posts glitch stories too, because she's probably got a few. Case file number 3022, written by Pale Core Friend. A child, a litter, and the knowing. When I was 12, my family cat had a litter of kittens who were all very sick. I stayed up for a week straight, waking every 15 minutes to feed them, make sure they were heated, etc. One of the kittens died on the second or third night, which was very upsetting, but I kept pushing on little sleep. I barely left the kitten's side so I could give them meds, formula, and keep them warm. On the fourth night, most of the kittens were doing a lot better. My favorite, which was the runt of the litter, had put on a good amount of weight. On the fourth night, around 2 a.m., I got up to refill the hot water bottle, and I took the wet tea towel and put it in the microwave on for 1 minute while I boiled a new jug of hot water. As I watched the microwave, after about 30 seconds, I had this sudden knowing that the runt had died. I tried to shake it. I had checked on them all before leaving for the kitchen, and they were fine. I had left the hot water bottle there, and was going to replace it with the microwave towel while I filled it up. I tried to tell myself I've been gone for less than a minute, and I just checked them. There's no way. I grabbed a hot tea towel and ran back to my room, and sure enough, that exact kitten had passed. I tried warming it up and trying to do CPR, but it was gone. It was the weirdest feeling. I had been quite sleepy and monotonous while checking on them. It was all fine and routine, and then I just had this overwhelming knowing, and I was wide awake. Yeah, we get very connected to people we love. This is a kind of telepathy I think really is concrete and exists. You link up with someone else, it could be an animal as well, and you can know if they depart this mortal coil, at least this universe of it. It also makes me wonder, do pets have their own copies of themselves in other universes where they experience quantum immortality too? I like to think so. At least some of them do. I do think there's placeholders. So not every single pet has its soul, but I think the ones that do, you know them very well. Case file number 3023, written by Hy-Vee Stuck in the Pit. The Phantom Fold. I would like to start by saying that this incident is still making me scratch my head in bewilderment. It happened 2 nights ago. This is the first time I've personally experienced a glitch. Usually I'm the one hearing about these stories. Well, 2 nights ago, I was hanging out with my roommates and their boyfriends when we all decided to finally call it a night. I went to my room, closed my door for privacy as my room is right off the living room, and walked over to the end of my bed where my pajamas always are. My puppy likes laying on them, it comforts her. That's when I noticed that only my shorts are there, folded neatly, but the shirt is nowhere to be found. I look around the immediate area, thinking maybe my puppy had dragged it off, since she's got a terrible addiction with stealing socks and underwear out of the hamper. Not even 30 minutes prior, I'd walked by my bed to use my personal bathroom and remember seeing the shirt folded on my bed, and my dog had not been in there between the bathroom break and in that moment, so I couldn't make sense of where it had gone. I looked under my bed, all my furniture, in my closet and hamper, wondering if I had thrown it in there and forgotten. I even threw the blankets and pillows off my bed, wondering if it was under one of them. Nothing. I eventually go to my closet to change into a different sleep shirt, exit the closet, and stop dead in my tracks when I see my shirt laying on the end of my bed. I don't know why, but my heart started racing and started feeling nervous. I couldn't make sense of how it wasn't there 1 second, but appeared the next. There were only approximately 15 seconds between going to the closet and exiting. Now before you ask, no, my puppy was not in the room with me when this happened. She was still in the living room with the boyfriends. I have zero logic or rationalization for what happened. I'm glad my first glitch wasn't too crazy and was harmless, but seriously, where the hell did my shirt go? I'm glad I got it back though, as it is my comfiest sleep shirt. Case file number 3024, written by Almost Jaded, Living with George. My ex lived in a haunted house for years with her ex-husband. Cabinet doors would open and close, lights flip on or off. Her hubby would sleep through anything and always told her she was imagining it, but it happened when I was awake and home alone as well. She named the ghost George, and when he was acting up, she would say, "Cut it out, George," and it would stop. One night she woke up to hear the living room TV on. She crept down the hall, and she could see him sitting on the couch. She says she was scared at first, but she looked at him and said, "George, if you're gonna watch TV while I'm sleeping, please turn it down." And immediately the TV turned off and he vanished. Over the next few years, she occasionally caught him watching TV, with the volume down. Her husband never once believed her, never saw or heard a thing, and insisted that she was sleepwalking or something else. He doesn't believe in ghosts. The story isn't over. Cue her divorce. Hubby got the house and she moved to another state. They're still friendly enough. Eventually, she and I are dating. I know all about George. Side note, we briefly lived together in another haunted house with a much less friendly and understanding ghost, but this isn't about that. One night we're hanging out and her ex calls. That's weird. It's hella late where he lives. She answers. He's losing his crap and screaming so loud I can hear him clearly. "What the fluck, I saw him. He was sitting on the couch watching TV. Fluck this, I'm selling the house." And on and on. She says, "Babe, his name is George. He won't hurt you. Just tell him you're trying to sleep and he'll go away." He still sold the house though. Yeah, your wife's ex reacted how I think most people would. Dismissive and skeptical, fair enough, Maybe not dismissive, but skeptical, I understand that. And yeah, finally realizing, oh my god, this is real. Yeah, I mean, at least he was friendly, and it makes you wonder too, if you're a ghost, you'd probably get bored. Yeah, you'd want to watch TV too. Could they wear headphones? They can hold a remote. If they can hold a remote, drive a car, conjure water, why couldn't they wear headphones? Sure, that does happen. Maybe that's going on all the time and we just don't realize because they're sneaky, they're subtle. They put the headphones back when we wake up and they just go about their day, wandering around while we're awake. Case file number 3025, written by Baby Bats 66. The Jogger, the Kid, and the Street of Nowhere. I think about this story often. I like to blame the fact that it was dark that night, and I was so angry I must have gotten confused. I moved in with my boyfriend in 2023. We lived in a nice elderly couple's basement, although the basement was pretty dingy. It was nice to be away from my abusive mother. My boyfriend and I argued a lot. We moved in together really fast in our defense. We're fine now. One night, we argued and I left. I suffer from bipolar disorder, and leaving to clear my mind is the best option sometimes to avoid escalation. It was late, but not that late, maybe around 8 p.m. We lived in a suburb, houses everywhere. I felt safe. I grew up in the projects, so living around houses felt nice to me. I was confident I'd be fine. It wasn't the nicest neighborhood, but a lot nicer than what I was used to. I walked for a while, trying to calm myself. I walked and walked, all recognizable. I passed houses that were landmarks for me, all things I've seen before. Because I didn't know the neighborhood that well, I tried to walk as straight as possible, so I easily knew how to get back. Soon I passed a grocery store, one I had never seen before. It was right on the corner of a cross-section. All of a sudden, things started to look different. The houses got grander and large, so damn big. Elaborate, large glass homes that were practically mansions. Christmas decor littered the streets. It was around September, a little early for Christmas decor, but nothing I hadn't seen before. I remembered it was September because I wasn't wearing a sweater and I was fine. I just had on a graphic tee. I walked more and more and suddenly the streets branched out wider. My neighborhood was in the suburbs, but wasn't by any means lavish. I was honestly so in awe of their homes, I walked and looked around. I remember a man jogged past me once. I looked into the homes and saw a woman just folding laundry, usual stuff. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Soon I walked and I was suddenly near a lake. Gorgeous lakefront homes everywhere. The streets were completely empty, except for that man that jogged past me earlier. I walked further, away from the lake, and turned on a dark block. All the streetlights were off except one. I suddenly felt a little uneasy. The streetlights being off scared me, so I walked quicker. I turned around, a little paranoid, and noticed a younger kid behind me, maybe a preteen. He was also minding his own business. It was like nobody really noticed me. The kid was just standing there, not really doing anything. Here's the worst part. I don't remember how I got back. The last thing I remember is the streetlights. All I know is I must have kept walking and walking. The next thing I remember was being back in my own neighborhood because I was suddenly in front of a house I did recognize. They played loud music while the whole family danced in the front yard. I smiled and walked past them to my basement. Told my boyfriend about it a few days later. He had no idea what I was talking about. My boyfriend grew up in this neighborhood. He'd lived here all his life since he came to America. I told him to look for the grocery store one day when we were driving, and I couldn't find it. I even told him about the grand houses and the lake. He said there was none. Absolutely no bodies of water anywhere near the suburb. Not very scary, but it's something I think about. We just joke and say, I was so angry I must have walked really far and came back. In reality, I was only gone for about 30 minutes. I even opened my Google Maps looking for the nearest lake, but couldn't find any nearby. This situation honestly just confused me more than anything else. The more I read stories like this, the more I'm convinced that maybe it's not a space-time portal, but there are areas of the world where, at least temporarily, if you cross them, maybe it's ley lines related, but the membrane between universes is fragile, and you can cross over temporarily, then when you walk back again, you go back to your original universe. It's not like a connection to the broad of the multiverse, every single universe. It's just one that is really close nearby, but not necessarily in a physical distance, because often these universes tend to be vastly different to the original one. So you're just walking, and not far, 30 minutes. If there's no lake nearby, then it is literally impossible to be anything else. I don't think it could be an actual space-time portal, because you wouldn't intersect it going back the same way. So yes, it's confusing when you experience it, but nothing nefarious. It's not like a spirit took you over or kidnapped you to a different universe. Just a quiet stroll to a different place. Case file number 3026, written by Smooth Maintenance 35. Between jacket and shirt. Between then and now. I was going through a nasty divorce. As a result, I ended up staying in hotels and paying cash to keep my stalker ex from finding me. Eventually, peace officers saw the truth and arrested her and dropped a peace bond. But I digress. I would carry a money clip with me, often $1,500 to $2,000. I went to sleep one night with the money clip, my car keys, cell phone, and wallet on the nightstand beside the hotel bed. I woke up and placed the money clip and my wallet in a zip inside the pocket of my jacket. Later that day, the wallet was still in the zipped up jacket, but no money clip. I literally cut open the jacket. Not there. No tears in the pocket lining. I also ripped the hotel room apart. Nothing. I had a limited amount of clothes in my suitcase. Tore that apart. No trace. I went to my employer, and I had access to a huge parking area inside. I tore the vehicle apart too. Cleaned it, shampooed the carpets and seats while the car was torn apart. The money clip had vanished. Several months later, I was entering another hotel. I was driving a rental SUV. I had just had a few suits and dress outfits dry cleaned. They were on hangers inside plastic wrappers to protect them. As I gathered all my stuff out of the rental vehicle, grabbed the suits, etc., I was trying to carry too much and dropped some of the dress shirts on the ground. Please keep in mind that these dress shirts were new to me a few weeks previously. Lo and behold, the money clip fell out of the front pocket in one of the dress shirts. It still blows my mind almost 10 years later. There are many details I have not shared here, but trust me, bizarre, truly weird. So I think this isn't so much a disappearing object where it's vanishing to a different place. I think it is literally some objects can dematerialize from the server, and their code instruction to re-render when observed is either corrupted and another server doesn't step in with the correct code to reset it until much later. I think that's what's going on. It happening to money sucks, but at least it was reset eventually. Case file number 3027, written by Western Downtown 4083, The Road That Skipped a Day. I travel back and forth across the country a lot, from the West Coast to the Midwest. Always go the same route, stop at the same stops. Been doing so for a little over a decade. Leave at 10 a.m. from the West Coast and arrive on the third day in the late afternoon, 5-7-ish each time. On one trip from west to east, I was a day and a half drive away from my destination. Stopped at my usual gas station to fill up and call ahead and let people know I was on schedule, got back in the vehicle, and got back onto the interstate. A few minutes later, I passed a sign that had the name of my destination on it, and my thought was, how have I made this trip this many times and never noticed there's another town with my town's name? A couple minutes past that sign and I see off-ramps for a city ahead. My city. As this was the second day of a 3-day trip, somehow I gained more than 24 hours. I pulled into my destination and my friends were shocked. I have no missing memory. The phone showed I did place the call in Nebraska, and it was 40 minutes prior to me pulling into my destination, corroborated by a friend's phone. The math says I would have to have been driving over 300 miles per hour non-stop, which obviously I wasn't. I have searched for an answer for a couple years now. The only thing I can find is about people missing or losing time. Even AI can't find me anything on gaining time. It happened once more, months later, on a trip from east to west. There's a town sign that when I see it, I know I have 2.5 hours to go, and I'm done with the drive. I pass the sign, and not 5 minutes later, I'm pulling into town. Again, no gaps in memory, and no logical explanations. Hasn't happened since that trip. I've made this trip roughly 100 times or more. These instances are not the only illogical or improbable or impossible things I've witnessed. Okay, the reason I love this one is, yeah, it's a space-time portal, almost certainly, but this one is special because it transported you extremely far. We're talking 1,000 miles, maybe, or more? Something wild like that. I think the furthest I've ever heard, at least where someone is consciously aware of it, I think there was one story where someone's car was ported from the US somewhere to Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran or something like that, very far away across the Atlantic. But outside of that, and I don't think they were in the car when it happened, this one is the most pronounced, where you were in the car itself while it happened. So, space-time portals can port you very far, and even the second time, where you save like 2 hours, that one's not as uncommon, but it's still notable that it happened to you twice. And yeah, I wonder what would happen if this occurred to a semi-truck, like a trailer. They're driving all the time. They have millions of miles, many of them. But I don't think I've heard of a truck having a glitch in the Matrix like this. Maybe the drivers just don't notice? Or maybe their vehicle is too large, so it doesn't fully, maybe it has to fully intersect within the confine of the portal. Like, what is the shape of a portal? Is it a circle? An oval? A square? Because you don't see it, it's hard to say. I think, yeah, there was one instance where people were seeing the portal described as circular. But I think those only occur when they're unstable, so maybe the actual shape when it's stable is different. Pure speculation on this case, but I think you probably have to fully intersect through it for it to port you. Otherwise, you just pass through it like nothing's there. Case file number 3028, written by Storyteller Eclipse. The promise he broke without words. My father decided to try to win my mom back on Mother's Day. They hadn't gotten divorced yet, but had lived separately for several years at this point. I went with my mom because my dad was a narcissist. When he offered to help us move our stuff into a new house, I was reluctant because I knew that if he knew where we lived, he could try something dangerous. I had him say on camera that would not visit the property without our permission. That way, I could prove that he said it. In the past, he's done hurtful things and then just gaslit me and my mom into believing that we both just remembered wrong. That's how good he was at playing that card. Fast forward to several years living together far away from him, and we couldn't be happier. My mother confided in me other abuse that had happened before I was even born, and other abuse I was too young to remember. On Mother's Day, it was break time in my college, and I was sleeping in. I woke up to the sound of my mother urgently whispering my name. When I opened my eyes, my blood froze in my veins. The look she gave me, the tiny beginning of tears at the edges of her eyes, the fragile paleness of her skin. From the look on her face alone, I knew he was here. All she could manage to say was, "He has flowers," looking into the house to see if we were home. His expression was not one of love. I managed to watch him closely without him seeing me, through the window, while my mom hid in my room, the room furthest away from the front door. All three of us were deadly silent in a game of the most terrifying hide-and-seek I've ever been in. After 15 minutes to a half an hour, he gave up and left the flowers there, stopping back to his truck and leaving to go back to his house hours away. I've experienced more terrifying things in my life, but that's definitely the most eerie situation I've ever been in. Just on the verge of something terrible happening, while not being directly in danger. Yeah, like you described a narcissist. The thing is, sometimes they can camouflage so well, you don't realize who they are until much later on in a relationship. And that's when they spring the trap on you, because you're already connected, you know them, they know you, and it can feel very hard to separate yourself from them. I'm glad your mom got away, and yeah, I would move again. Case file number 3029, written by Garden Twined, 17 Years of Wisdom. My roommate's cat was over 17 years old, pretty standoffish. Bit me once gently to tell me not to pet her, sleep on my back or butt a handful of times for warmth. Would wait for me to feed her when I got back from work and roommate was gone for days. A very smart and practical madam. Smartest cat I've ever met. One day, roommate's gone, front door's closed, her room with a little litter and food is closed and locked. I'm getting ready for work and she jumps up on me to get to eye level, and I knew she was trying to telepathically communicate with me, and I was getting none of it. I apologized and told her I don't understand, she's gonna have to show me. She had to poop. She went into one of my empty, cheap, frozen grocery bags. I think she was asking me to let her outside. Fortunately for her, I found it, put it in a baggie, and told my roommate to buy her some cheap dewormer for the poor lady. She never tried that again. Jumping into my lap and getting her eyes level with me like that. That cat was convinced she could talk to me telepathically, and I completely fell through on that. Overall, I picked up on my cat's intent pretty well, but they've also never had the sense to keep a puke anywhere but a clean space of floor, not the bed or laundry, and always had access to the litter box. Case file number 3030, written by Ambient10, Dubai at a different time. A few years back, me, my sister, and my dad went to Dubai for a holiday. We were walking along the waterfront at 12 a.m. It had those boat-shaped restaurants attached to the cliffs, or you could also rent boats. Everything was closed as it was late, but the waterfront was well lit. We passed one of those boat-style restaurants, and it was completely closed. Dark inside, empty and quiet. My sister and I walked up close to it and sat on the benches by it for a bit, while my dad continued walking. We caught up with my dad. We walked the short path for maybe 10 more minutes. As we walked back, the same linear path to get to our car, back up to the exact same spot. But suddenly, the same restaurant was fully lit up, packed with people, blasting loud music, and staff outside calling people in and handing out menus. The same boat, same sign outside, the same bench that was by it. We were all just standing there, flabbergasted. I even asked the front staff if they just opened. She looked at me strangely and said no. My sister, father, and I all saw the same thing. In the span of 10 minutes, the place went from totally shut down to looking like it had been open and lively all night. So you were all in a different universe or seeing a different one and then came back to the original. So it's again back to that thin membrane, most often intersected just as pedestrians walking around. I guess it could happen to cars too, but those seem to interact more with space-time portals. And if we're talking about different universes, I mean, it could just be sight. You're not physically there, you're just seeing it. It's like information encoded into your brain. Like, what is seeing? Seeing is just inputs into your eyeballs, then converted to electrical signals interpreted by your brain, as Morpheus would say. So yeah, if there's information from a different universe being fed into your eyeballs for some reason, not the input from your original universe, maybe it's just a mix-up. Maybe it's not fully crossing over to a different universe, just the information from it being fed into your eyeballs, where you're not supposed to receive that version of the universe's information. Case file number 3031, written by Skalangdik, a glitch made of copper. So, I bought some items at a local Dollar General, and upon receiving the change from the cashier, I noticed a strange penny. I'm a sucker for rare coins, and it turns out this was a 1902 Indian head penny. Not super rare per se, but I've never had one, so I was pretty excited, and set it aside for safekeeping. When I got to my house after leaving the store, I did something with the penny. The reason I say something is because I truly could not remember where I put it. This will make sense in a minute. I was getting ready to go to sleep and the penny was put to the back of my mind. The next day I woke up, went and fed my cats, and went to a friend's house for a few hours. Whenever I returned home, I started my usual routine of weekend cleaning. I started a load of clothes, I vacuumed my room, and I made my bed. Making my bed part is important because this is where it gets super weird. So after I finished vacuuming, I started to dust my surfaces and suddenly remembered my penny. I had wanted to place it on my display table for my selected items, shark teeth, gemstones, feathers, rare coins, but I could not remember for the life of me where I put the penny. I began to worry that I left the penny in my clothes that I washed, and it was lost to the dryer gods, or worse, accidentally vacuumed it. I started to search all of my drawers, normal places I put my rare items, nothing. I began to retrace my steps coming home from the store, and I figured I must have accidentally dropped it at my friend's house. I was about to give him a call when I noticed something right on top of my freshly made bed. The penny was sitting directly in the middle of my bed, on top of the covers. It didn't make any sense. I had thoroughly cleaned my room, and in the process of making my bed, I always pull all of the blankets and sheets all the way off, shake them out well, and layer them back in their proper order. The truly surprising fact was that it was seemingly suspended in some quasi-Schrodinger's penny situation, where it didn't exist until I began to search for it, at which point it materialized directly on top of my bed in the most obvious spot. I literally laughed and made a point to commit the whole situation to memory. It was a subtle but personally significant situation that really made me reinvigorated in my quest for understanding of the universe. DOPs always occur, not special in that way, but the way this happened is awesome. Because by process of elimination, well, there's very little to eliminate. You just made the bed, even if the penny was there, on the bed somewhere. You couldn't have made it, not notice the penny being there, on top, somehow, and then turn around and, oh, now you notice it. There's no way. It literally wasn't there until you looked. And yes, it is like Schrodinger's cat, the whole quantum state where things both are and aren't until observed. I think that relates. That's like how the simulation process of reality for us is not really rendered fully, at least, until we observe it, or there is some observer involved. But I think what happens is just the code for different objects is corrupted and isn't rendered back in for some reason. Now, what corrupts it, I don't know. Like any computer program, if this is a simulation, which I think it is, there's going to be errors. Those errors probably are fixed very easily most of the time without us noticing anything wrong, but sometimes they aren't. It's almost like the body's correcting for cancer, or 99.99% of the time, where there's a cancerous cell developing, your body eliminates it no problem, which I think most people don't realize that. It's kind of a tangent. I don't even know where I'm going, but the body can correct errors, genetic errors, informational errors, which is really what it is in the end, very easily. But it's just that 0.001% where they can't correct it, they miss it, and then it grows out of control. DOP is like the universe's cancer. Thankfully, it never grows too large. Maybe those black dots are where the corruption is so intense it didn't catch it initially and it's grown out of control. But even then, it doesn't seem like there's a giant black dot somewhere swallowing the whole universe, so hopefully that stays that way. Case file number 3032, written by Little Spawning Flower, a hug made of diamonds. My husband bought me a pair of diamond earrings. Small hinged hoops, maybe just under the size of a nickel, with pave diamonds on the front half. Not too ostentatious or flashy, but just sparkly enough that they felt special. and the best part was they were comfortable enough to sleep in, with a hinge that snapped securely shut. I'd been saving them for a special occasion, but then I thought, we've both worked hard all our lives and earned what we have, and it was silly to save something instead of wearing it and enjoying it. So I wore them. I had been wearing them for a couple of weeks until one afternoon when I absentmindedly reached up and touched my ears and an earring was missing. I swear I felt my soul leave my body. I'd been outside doing yard work, so I went out and got down on my hands and knees, looking through the grass. I looked all the way through the house. I removed the pillows and peeled the bedding back, looking and carefully running my hand over the sheets to feel for it. I got down on the floor with a flashlight to search the carpet next to the bed, and nothing. I was heartbroken, trying to figure out how the hell to tell my husband that I'd lost one of the earrings, and beating myself up. Who do you think you are so fancy that you get to wear diamond earrings to do gardening? I came out of the bathroom dejectedly, only to see the missing earring on the stool next to the bed, which I had moved and stood on to check the floor. I don't even know how long I stood there with my mouth hanging open, but there it was. It was absolutely surreal, and it felt like a hug from the universe. Case file number 3033, written by Cailloutex15, The Smile Beyond Time. I had a dream about my grandfather I never got to meet. In my dream, the weather was beautiful. Warm, sunny, yet with a nice bit of clouds. There were all these things outside that I was sorting through to throw away. I was fixated on a pair of light brown, leathery type sandals, think Mexican-style sandals, on a shoe rack. As I'm contemplating, I turned around and there was my grandpa. He was in a black linen suit and white shirt all nicely pressed. His salt and pepper hair kinda slicked and brushed back and his hands behind his back. Maybe looking about 50 years old, a smile on his face. In English he said, "Please don't throw them away, I bought them for you." I woke up from my dream feeling like I was going to cry, and yet so confused. My family is Mexican and didn't move here until my mom did, so how could my grandfather talk to me in English? How could I know it was him immediately when I've only seen him in 2 aging pictures? I told my mom about it, and a few days later she called me. Apparently she told my grandma about my dream, and my uncle who takes care of her overheard it. He told her that those sandals did exist. He said when he was a kid, him and his dad were going through the market and he pointed those sandals out to his dad. The sandals were too small for him or his younger siblings. He said they started walking away, but his dad turned around and bought those shoes. No one ever wore them, and he had no idea what happened to them in the end. She also told me my grandfather knew English very well and would have full-out conversations with people. The outfit I dreamt him in was his favorite outfit to wear. To say my family and I were in disbelief is an understatement. I had gone to Mexico to visit my grandmother a few months before. She is in failing health, and I just felt like I had to go before I regretted it for the rest of my life. She was like my second mom while we still lived there. My mom thinks that it was my grandpa's way of thanking me for seeing his wife that he loves so much. I wish I could have met him alive, but even if it was just a dream, I'm so happy to have met him once. All I can say to this one is that it's a heartfelt story, and I love stories that connect with your heart. It's great. Case file number 3034, written by Sweet Focus 5998. The Cartoons, the Divine, and the Silence Between. I have found the best conversations I've had were with people whom I didn't share their language. So I don't speak a word of Arabic, but I met my friend's dad in her country. He told me his whole life story, and I was really looking forward to talking to him more when she told me a few years after I met him that he'd be visiting her in the US. I had all these questions about his early life that were kind of specific and related to what I was doing at the time. My friend looked at me, confused, and said, "You know he doesn't speak a word of English, right? He's not going to be able to understand what you're asking." I was so confused because I remember him telling me about his wedding night, being forced to march out of his first and second home, really emotional stories. Another time also happened to be with an Arabic-speaking guy. I was in Egypt and, long story short, was stuck at a house party with some Egyptian Americans. I didn't really know them well and didn't feel like socializing with them. I sat next to some Egyptian guy who was kinda being ignored by the group because he was a little weird, according to them anyways, had some sort of learning disability. Realized he didn't speak a word of English, and I don't speak a word of Arabic, but we somehow got talking about how his mother taught him elementary French as a kid, which I knew a few words of from studying it in middle school 15 years ago. From there, we talked in depth about his work as a cartoonist, his art, and the portrayal of the divine feminine in Orthodox Christianity, and how his art explores their role in the current church. Great conversation, and I didn't realize it was odd until I got up to refill my drink, and the host pulled me aside incredibly confused as to how we were talking for over an hour in some intense conversation when she knew we didn't speak each other's language. I think a lot more is communicated through means other than spoken language than most of us acknowledge. So I've never had this happen to me, where there's a language barrier and I can still really understand and process what someone else is saying, but I just want to piggyback on the last line where nonverbal communication is very intense, and probably why I don't like talking to people over the phone. You don't get the full experience. Something is so hollow and missing. Now, when you're just watching a YouTube video, probably still feels the same way, but you still have, face. I think this is why I always want to do these notes on camera, where it's not as important for the stories, but I think if it's my personal opinions, then seeing my face can help connect more. So if you're talking on FaceTime or something, that's better. At least it bridges the gap a bit more. But yeah, if it's just voice, and you're trying to connect on a personal level, it's just something's missing, So yeah. Body language, facial, animation matters a lot. Although I don't think that's quite enough to explain what happened here. There's definitely some telepathy going on. Case file number 3035, written by Horror Desk. Sunday Horror. I was living in a university town noted for its party culture in a particularly rowdy apartment block. Our neighbors would sometimes drunkenly knock on our door in the early hours to borrow aspirin, continue the party, or just to be annoying. I was so used to it that it barely woke me up after a while. Until one Sunday at around 5 a.m. when I suddenly awoke to a noise that made my blood run cold. It wasn't just the usual drunken knocks and slurred shouting. It was an urgent, violent, desperate hammering on the other side. I froze and lay paralyzed in bed. After about 5 minutes, the noise stopped abruptly. My boyfriend, who had somehow slept through this, dismissed it as a dream or our neighbors wanting to freak us out. I go about my Sunday, doing chores around the house, cooking, etc. I try to ignore my sense of unease. At around 5 p.m., I leave the apartment for my first time to take out the trash. Outside in the corridor, leading up to my place, are splotches of dried blood and bloody, muddy footprints. And on the door, bloody handprints. I asked around. Nobody else had seen or heard anything. Case file number 3036, written by Slow Caterpillar 2236. Cooking for no one. I work as a chef, and the strangest thing happened yesterday at the restaurant. During service, we got a ticket that looked really weird. One main course and one starter at the same time, and then another main course and another starter afterward. The ticket kinda just materialized. We don't remember which waiter called it. My colleague and I both looked at the ticket and talked about how strange it looked. We both remember it clearly. Then, after we'd cooked the food, the ticket suddenly disappeared. It wasn't hanging on the wall in the ticket holder anymore. We asked all the servers who brought it down, but every single one of them said they had no idea what we were talking about, and none of them had taken down an order like that, and we couldn't remember who brought it down either. The third chef working that day also said he had no clue what we were talking about. But my colleague and I are both 100% sure we saw the ticket with the order. We agreed on exactly what it said, we hung it up, and then it was just gone. None of the servers had written it, and no one knew anything. And we definitely didn't take it down ourselves, it just vanished. So weird. Now we're joking that it must have been a hungry ghost that placed the order. Case file number 3037, written by Baby Even the Losers. A small miracle on the nightstand. My son's glasses went missing once. They'd never gone missing before. He was 11 at the time, always wore glasses, set them on the nightstand every night at bedtime, Nothing new happening here. Just one morning they weren't there. I found his spares, sent him to school late, and came home to finish tearing apart his room. I became frustrated because they should have just been knocked on the floor somewhere by the bed, but they were nowhere. I moved every single thing in the room. I stripped the beds even though I was starting to become unhinged, and even lifted every piece of furniture so I couldn't say I might have missed it. Every book, every piece of trash on the nightstands was inspected, moved, etc. I finally had to admit defeat. Sat down on the end of his bed, depressed. I asked out loud for whatever is responsible for returning lost items to please give me back his glasses. I stood up, turned around, and the glasses were perched on top of his lamp. This lamp was a cheap, wobbly piece of crap, and I had already picked the thing up when I was searching. There's no way they could have hung on while I was doing all that. I couldn't believe it. Within seconds of my asking, there they were. I even had to ask my son if he was doing something on the nightstand the night before and put them on his lamp to make space or anything. He said he didn't do that, but after he saw where I told him they were, even he was like, maybe I did? Because his brain couldn't handle that something supernatural had happened to them. Case file number 3038, written by Firm Chest 2946. My eyes passed over it. So I've experienced multiple glitches before, but this is my most recent one. Last night, I was waiting for my boyfriend to come home. His mother was also out grocery shopping. He told me to grab some Chipotle for us since he was driving from his out-of-state job. I got ready to leave, but I double-checked to make sure I had the apartment key before I left, since I was home alone. I had made a trip to McDonald's earlier that day, and I knew the key was in my hand, and I set it down somewhere. I check all the usual places, and it's nowhere. Now I'm turning over the bedroom and checking other areas. Nothing. At this point, I'm frustrated, but I remember I had an old key that got lodged in my car seat for months due to it being difficult to remove. Thankfully, I recently bought a cuticle nail clipper, so I used that and tweezers to pull it out. I came back home and started to tidy the room before his arrival. Still no sign of the key. He comes in and I welcome him. I was going to go outside to smoke, but I decided to ask if he wanted anything to drink from the store. I went to a QT down the street, and I returned to him talking to his mother in a room. As I open the door, I see the key lying right on the nightstand, completely unobstructed. I think to myself, oh, he must have seen it and placed it here. When I asked him about it, he said he didn't put it there. Confused, I thought it was possibly his mom. However, she also denied having anything to do with the key. So my confusion after being absolutely certain it wasn't present earlier was that it has to be a glitch. My eyes passed directly over that spot multiple times, and it's a shiny gold key that's hard to miss against a black nightstand. There's so many DOP stories today where they involve a nightstand. It's so funny. At least these objects are coming back. I'm noticing that DOP stories where the object doesn't return are becoming much rarer, so at least the universe seems to be picking up its slack and correcting its mistakes. Curing the cancer, so to speak. Case file number 3039, written by That Little Firework. The Man in the Chip Aisle. It was late, but I forgot to get chips for the work party the next day, so I went to the grocery store. I was a single female that lived alone. A man approached me in the chip aisle with crazy white eyes, told me I had a nice smile, and kept trying to get a response out of me. I walked away. I got to the self-checkout, and there his stuff was on one of the machines. He wasn't there. He was stopping across, looking up each aisle. He then saw me at the self-checkout and ran over. It was a race to check out. I hurried like no other, got into my car, locked the doors, and started driving. I noticed him running out of the store. I remembered to never let a creep follow you home, to instead lead him to a police station. But I lost him after my first turn and took a breath of fresh air. I made it home, parked, turned my car lights off, and sat there quietly and let out a big sigh. I suddenly saw headlights pull in behind me. He knew where I lived. He blocked my freaking car in. I was horrified with pepper spray in hand, thinking, If I gotta crash into his car, I will. I shrunk down, though, hoping he couldn't see me. I don't think he could. I could see his dark outline in the mirror, looking pissed. He peeled out, but then slammed on his brakes, got out, opened his trunk, and started rummaging through the back in panic. My dad said he was probably looking for rope or something to break into your house. Anyway, he couldn't find what he was looking for and peeled away angrily at a very high speed. I called the cops and they came. They stayed with me a few hours and patrolled my area closely for weeks. I was too afraid to leave for days. It still haunts me. When you read stories like this, creepy events were almost half abductions, or possible abductions, like even before that, just someone interacting with another person in a store. Like, I'm not against approaching someone. Like, if you're a guy and you see a girl that you find cute, just, say hi, you're pretty, etc. Again, back to body language, just feel it out. How does she feel? Look at her body language. Is she interested? Does she smile back? Not, step back a few paces. Just understand basic sociality, that's all. So, shoot your shot politely, and if they're not interested, just say, have a pleasant day and go about your business. That's cool. Trying to press on forward and invade their space, or if they're clearly not interested, that's fine. Go find someone else, or just go have a meal or something, it's okay. I think there's just too much ego going on. I don't know. It's crazy. And yeah, going to the abduction angle is even worse. Like, damn. What is broken in someone's mind to try that? I don't know. Maybe can't be understood. Case file number 3040, written by Irish Outlaws. The stranger they called Dad. In 2017, my ex and our children lived with her parents after we all agreed they needed to have some younger hands around their house to help out with the land and finances. I was a foreman at a local coal mine at the time and had just come home from work around 5 p.m. When I walked in the door, the kids all looked at me confused, and my oldest son asked me why I had to go back to work. I was still wearing my dirty uniform because the showers in the wash house had no hot water that day for some reason, and I kinda chuckled and told them I'd been gone since 6 a.m. that morning. That's when the kids started looking at me and each other, and my daughter said that she had just seen me about an hour ago come in the front door in clean clothes and make a sandwich before I told them I was leaving to go to the bar that their mom worked at and visit with her for a while. Apparently I said I loved them, and out the door I went. Well, after a few minutes of trying to figure it out with them, I chalked it up to maybe them playing a trick or having an overactive imagination. So I hopped in the shower, made a sandwich, and told them I loved them as I headed out the door to let their grandpa know I'd be out for a couple of hours for a beer and visiting their mom at work. When I saw him in the garage, he asked me why I hadn't left yet, and it stopped me in my tracks. I stared at him a few seconds and started laughing and asking him if the kids put him up to it. I got worried when I could tell he had no idea what I was talking about. He swore that I came into the house in my street clothes and walked around talking to everyone and made something to eat and walked out the back door. After I explained to him that I just got home from work and I pressed the issue that I wasn't lying, we both fell silent and just stood there in disbelief. I grilled him over and over again along with the kids, asking them if they were positive it was me and not someone else that looked like me or something. As I searched for a logical explanation, we simply couldn't find one. This ate up about an hour of our time trying to understand what I was saying and what they were saying, and it eventually ended with everyone calling it weird and leaving it at that. So I left and headed to the bar to see their mother, still my wife at the time, and when I walked in, she was standing there behind the bar and she asked me what I forgot. I asked her what she meant, and she looked at me like I was an idiot and told me I had just left there 5 minutes ago and that I was headed home to get the kids fed and start their homework. The whole time I was at work and at home there was something or someone that looked exactly like me in a different location hanging around members of my family? I don't know if it was a bad omen or what, but it wasn't 6 months after that incident I entered the hardest stretch of bad luck I'd ever dealt with in my life. Divorce, job loss, health issues, loss of a house, you name it. So this could be two things. There's what's called a Vodiker, kind of like a doppelganger, but generally speaking with those you feel an unnerving presence, I think in this case it's just astral projection, where when someone is deeply thinking about a specific place, like they're at work, but they're mentally at home, that's where they want to be, then their soul can project ahead and just go do exactly what they want to do there. Though, with your soul doing exactly what you did when you came home, you went to make a sandwich, then went to see your wife, it's almost like a time anomaly, but given no one else reported missing any time or anything, my guess is just your spirit acting like you, which makes sense, right? Okay, so your soul projects forward. Does it have a corporeal form? Because it made a sandwich, presumably ate the sandwich. So what happened to all that mass from the sandwich? There's no digestive tract of a spirit, right? When the spirit eventually vanished, the crushed food splash on the floor, did you find it later on like a puke spot, almost? But undigested, or maybe when it vanishes, anything inside of it, it takes long. Case file number 3041, written by Kick Butt Timus, Sugarland UFOs. Back in the late 90s in Houston, I saw about a dozen absolutely huge UFOs hovering and drifting near the Parish Generating Station. These things would have been 3 to 5 kilometers wide each. All identical, circular, slightly domed, top and bottom, with a ring of lights around the edge, appearing to be at various altitudes. They were slowly rotating. They moved around slowly for about 20 minutes while my brother and I gawked and took pics. Then they all at once drifted up and to the north before accelerating away. No noise. We were too far away to hear anything anyway. This was the middle of the night, 2 a.m. or so, but not far from Sugarland, Texas. Anyone could have seen them. There was a full moon. It was a clear night. I had a camera and took a whole roll of pictures. My brother saw them too and also took pics. I had my film developed at Walgreens and my brother at Ritz or Walmart, some other place. Out of all the film, from 2 cameras that we were both very familiar with, using the correct film speed and exposure, we got 3 blurry, washed out, overexposed pics. My brother was even using a tripod. The rest, we were told, were clear, but were lost. Maybe clouds and crappy photographers, but weirds me out. The reported size of these UFOs is most interesting, but by far the most interesting aspect is that your photos were lost. It's almost like that location to develop your photos was contacted and said, yeah, don't let these go out. And that doesn't surprise me a bit. If aliens are here, and the government is aware of it, they would try their best to not let the public know, because how would the public react if there's actual confirmation of extraterrestrial intelligent life, not just bacteria on Mars, which is still interesting, but aliens here in ships? That changes our worldview entirely. How would religions react to that? So many religions, I'm not an expert on religion, to be clear, but I think they're focused on humanity. The Earth and humanity. Is there much discussion about aliens? I mean, when these were created, these religions, there wasn't really any idea of extraterrestrial life. I mean, they didn't even really know what beyond the Earth meant. So if you base your worldview on that, well, it certainly evokes certain feelings and thoughts that are incongruent with the religion you follow. Although I have seen people suggest, like Christians, think that these aliens aren't aliens from different planets, they're just angels, which is another way to phrase it, I guess. But if they're really aliens from a different planet, just evolved and built ships and came to us, well, yeah, that evokes too many questions that I don't think the governments would want to get out. It would cause panic, or even mass depression for a lot of people, I think. Case file number 3042, written by Greek Zine, The Blink Drive. Last October, I had a business meeting downtown and was cutting it close for the 3 p.m. ferry from Schwartz Bay to Swassen. The drive from downtown to the terminal is usually 30 to 40 minutes depending on traffic, and I was anxious about missing my reservation and hitting the afternoon rush. Whenever I get worried driving, I put on my Byzantine Hymns playlist on Spotify. There is one I love, Agni Parthene. The version I listen to is about 8 minutes long. I remember getting on the road, the hymn playing, and then the next thing I know, I'm at the ferry gate asking for my reservation. The hymn was ending as I pulled up. I do not remember the drive at all. It felt like I blinked and was there. No conscious memory of the route. No recollection of merging or lights or that stretch of road at all. There's no way, realistically, that I should have been able to drive that distance in less than 10 minutes. So people do sometimes go on autopilot, where they get to their destination and don't realize. But this is more than that, because there was a time anomaly involved as well. So it's not just that you phased out and you just didn't realize you were driving. Your subconscious was basically self-driving the car. No, in this case, probably just a space-time portal. And probably a combination of both. You were kind of out of your mind, just not paying attention. Then you encountered the portal, so it ported you forward, and you didn't really notice that because you were already on autopilot. So a combination of both. And I think that happens often, really, where people encounter space-time portals. The change of scenery isn't too abrupt. It's not like you encounter a portal in New York City and you're ported to the middle of the Nevada desert. I think people would notice that. But if you're on a highway in New York or New Jersey, and it's just trees on both sides, and you encounter a portal, you go 2 miles ahead, you might not really notice. Yeah, the cars change and stuff, but outside of that, the scenery is still close enough that you don't pay attention. And I think this could apply the same way to downtown. If you're, buildings, if you're specifically focused on a building, you'd notice. But if you're just driving ahead, not really paying too much attention, yeah, you could definitely just not even realize. Case file number 3043, written by M.S. Strodil, The King's Whisper. I'm a writer, and I have a well-worn copy of Stephen King's On Writing that I've had since college. I was quoting a line from it to a friend over text, but couldn't remember the exact phrasing. I went to my bookshelf, pulled it out, and found the page. I left the book open on my coffee table and went to the kitchen to get a drink. I was gone for maybe 90 seconds. When I came back, the book was gone. Not on the table, not on the floor, nowhere. I live alone. I tore my apartment apart looking for it, but couldn't find it. Frustrated, I gave up and decided to go for a walk to clear my head. When I came back an hour later, the book was sitting perfectly centered on the coffee table, closed. My heart started pounding. I opened it. It fell open to the exact page I'd been looking at. And there, in the margin next to the paragraph, written in blue pen in handwriting almost identical to mine, were the words, "You already know this. I don't write in my books, ever, and I definitely didn't write that. I feel like I'm going crazy." Okay, so we have some facts. The first fact we know is that you don't write in books. So this book disappeared, and then came back with something written in it that you didn't write. It was a short period of time, no one was there, no human being was there. This is a DOP event with what can only be presumed as a spiritual encounter as well, or maybe your guardian angel. What motive would any spirit or guardian angel or developer of the server or God have to write this in your journal for you? And how does it couple with DOP? Is this proof that DOP is not always errors of the simulation? Maybe it is entities taking stuff from us for some reason. Case file number 3044, written by Amber Energy Time. Mr. Smith's Last Request. As a teenager, I did a lot of babysitting for kids in my neighborhood. Parents would refer to me to other parents. Our phone number was listed in the phone book, so it wasn't that unusual for me to get a call from someone I didn't know asking me to babysit, and that's what happened tonight. The man calls asking me to babysit that night, completely last minute, and he asks if my parents can drive me over because he and his wife were busy getting ready. I ask my dad and he agrees. When we get to the house, the street is packed with cars, like someone is having a party. My dad is suspicious, like I was making up the babysitting thing to go to a party, so he waited in the car while I went up to the house. I rang the bell and a lady came to the door. She says, "Can I help you?" I tell her I'm there to babysit and she says something like, "Oh, she must have forgotten to cancel. You won't be needed tonight." Now I'm really confused. I told the lady that I had just talked to Mr. Smith, I don't remember his real name, an hour ago, and he had asked me to come over. That's when she tells me Mr. Smith died a few days prior, and this was his wake. My jaw hit the floor. I didn't know what to say. My brain couldn't comprehend what she was telling me. I said, "But I just talked to him." I think the lady thought I was trying to play a prank or something and just closed the door on me. I was still totally bewildered when I got back to the car. I told my dad what happened. I can't remember his reaction. The whole incident was so bizarre. I'm kinda creeped out writing about it. The only reasonable explanation I can come up with was that someone from school called me and impersonated Mr. Smith. If so, it wasn't a very funny prank, and no one ever mentioned it to me or took responsibility for the prank. I feel bad for the grieving woman that answered the door that night. I hope it wasn't Mrs. Smith. I don't think it's a prank, purely because of the reasoning you gave at the end, where a prank involves messing with someone's mind or scaring them in some cases. I prefer just gaslighting them, mind fricks. But then you need the payoff, where you reveal that it was a prank. If you don't do that, I don't know, there's no benefit to doing it. Yeah, you get to appreciate their wild reaction, but in this case, they weren't even observing you, presumably, right? No one was around from your school or anything. So, no, I do think it's a case where the spirit was just not fully aware of the time, and it makes you wonder, if you are a ghost, you die, you become a ghost, a part of you anyways, a fragment, you wouldn't be fully aware of what happened initially. You would be befuddled, dazed, in a haze of misunderstanding and confusion. Case Follower 3045, written by No Folks Allowed Inside. Love, Pride, and a Last Goodbye. I woke up feeling dread, and I knew I needed to get out of bed ASAP. As I roll off the bed, my ceiling fan, huge, heavy, comes pummeling down, electrical wires everywhere and the lights flickering like crazy after it hits the bed. I imagine my subconscious might have picked up on the tiny sounds of the ceiling fan becoming loose, but it was still really eerie that I woke up and rolled away because that ceiling fan would have fallen right on my face and probably killed me. Well, maybe not killed, but at least given me a concussion. Another story. I was sitting in bed one night and got chills, and I swear I felt someone's hand. I liked it, but the feeling went away, and I just started bawling my eyes out. I felt so sad, and I didn't know why. I tried my best to sleep. The next day, I found out my best friend fell out of a car and slipped into a coma, dying around the time I started crying the previous night. I told no one about this, but it's a major factor into why I believe in spirits or something after we die. Her last text to me was, "I'll be fine, love you, I'm so proud of you," sent a few days before the accident when I got my first job. Despite having a wonderful life and being married now, not a week goes by I don't think of my friend and our long conversation. My wife printed out a picture of her for our memory wall. I have an amazing wife. Yeah, that second spider sense, I would call it, in terms of the fan and all that, I think it's deeper than just your subconscious picking up on the faint noise of the wiring or screws being loose in the ceiling fan. It could just be that. Our subconscious is incredibly powerful, but I think there is a layer deeper than that, where information is available on a level that is more than just sight or sound. And if that information can be accessed by our subconscious, or fed into it for some reason by a guardian angel perhaps, then yeah, you can react to things like Spider-Man would, or even beyond. Also, your wife does sound amazing. Congrats. Case file number 3046, written by Iono1634, The Casual Ghost. Years ago, my older daughter and I were in our living room. From there, you can see straight down a hallway with the bedroom at the end to the right, and the entryway to the left. My youngest, who was a toddler at the time, was sleeping in the room, the one at the end of the hall. The door was shut because we were going to watch a movie. Before starting the movie, my husband decides he's going to walk down to the corner store to get us some drinks, maybe a 2 or 3 minute walk one way. My older daughter and I are conversing in the living room. Her and I both look over as my husband opens their bedroom door and goes in, closing it behind him. Okay, he must be checking on our younger children before leaving. Within another minute or so, we hear the front door open, and in walks my husband, with the bag from the corner store. My eldest daughter and I looked at each other and shook, and I went to check my kids' room. Nobody, nothing. But my daughter and I both swear we saw him go in there casually right before walking in the house. No bad feelings like I've had with some past paranormal experiences. No other weirdness. but it was bizarre and we have no idea how to explain it. Case file number 3047, written by Dusty, Centered in Silence. I was at the funeral home. My mom passed away when my daughter was 3 weeks old, so I had to bring my baby bottle heater to the funeral home during the open casket period, which lasted 3 days. On the last day, I couldn't find the plastic ring that goes with it. It keeps the steam in the heater. I looked everywhere. The employees of the funeral home looked too. We even checked in the trash. Nothing. About 3 months later, I went shopping with a friend. When we got back to my place, I opened my car's trunk to get my purchases. There, perfectly centered on the bags, was the plastic ring. It's impossible that it was stuck somewhere in the trunk because the last time I had it in my possession was in the funeral home. It was a hatchback car, and we had filled and emptied the trunk multiple times after the funerals, so it would have fallen way before. I love to believe it was a sign from my mom. Case file number 3048, written by Eman G. Fate in the Heat of August. Months before my father passed away, I would get this horrible feeling that something was going to happen to him, and it was always only on Monday that I would feel this way. Only Monday, and what felt like every Monday. To the point where, while at work, I would step away for a minute to give him a call. I never admitted to him the reason for my call. I would always tell him I just wanted to say hi and to see how his day was going. In reality, I wanted to hear his voice and make sure he was okay. Well, on one particular Monday, I surprisingly felt great. Unlike every other Monday, I found myself to finally not have a case of the Monday blues. The difference in my own mood was so noticeable that at one point that morning I thought to myself, what if today is the day that my dad actually passes away? To which I chuckled it off as a crazy, intrusive thought. Later that afternoon, my cell rang. It was my cousin. Which was odd because he never called me when he knew I was at work. As I'm about to answer, a second intrusive thought entered my mind. What if this is the phone call that tells me my dad has passed? Again, I shook it off. It was mid-August in the South. My dad worked in construction. Turns out, he had had a heart attack. The ambulance was called, and he was rushed to the hospital. He never made it. A coworker of his went through his phone and called the first contact he found with our last name, my cousin. Thus the reason for him calling me on that Monday afternoon. Again, that's a deeper second sense of information, maybe even accessing into the multiverse of seeing, okay, this event happens very frequently, and the copies of you are all sharing this information back and forth. It's like a gut feeling. So not in every single universe does this happen to your dad, but in enough of them that the effect and the emotion is transmitted as information to you via this feeling, and you can't explain it beyond that. And it's okay, you don't really have to, but I am very sorry for your loss. Case file number 3049, written by Our Butterscotch 78. Dreams Between the Living. This happened to my mom when she was in college. One Saturday after a night out with her friends, they crashed at one of the sorority houses. My mom and her best friend at the time, we'll call her Jenny, took the pull-out couch in the living room, pretty close to one of the doors that led outside. In the middle of the night, my mom felt the corner of the bed sink, as if someone was sitting down. Since it was a sorority house on a Saturday night, there was no reason to think twice. Someone probably got home late and was taking their shoes off, so she didn't even bother opening her eyes. A bit of backstory. Jenny's fiancé had been in the army and was killed a year or two prior. Their wedding would have been a few months after he was scheduled to return from deployment, but he never made it home. The next morning, Jenny started to tell my mom about the dream she had the night before. Her fiancé had visited and sat down right on the corner of the bed. She said hours passed as they reminisced, all while they sat together on that pull-out mattress, eerie and bittersweet. Case file number 3050, written by LOL Fluckno. When the Men Heard Nothing. A few years ago, at like 6 a.m., my mom and I heard a woman shriek loudly, and there was a feeling of complete and utter terror around it too. We were worried that someone was in trouble, so after we stepped outside and couldn't find anyone, we called 911. It was a weekday, so everyone in the house was up at the time getting ready for school. Neither of my brothers or my dad heard a scream. A couple of police officers had been sent to do a check and stop by our house when they didn't find anything, to take statements. One of our next-door neighbors, a grumpy but sweet mother of 3, came out to ask if it was one of us who screamed earlier and if we were okay. She ended up giving a statement to the cops too. After I got home from school, more cops were around the neighborhood, so I thought they found something, but it turns out that they'd gone to another neighborhood after speaking with us to ask if they heard anything. And since she did, they kept asking around and ended up coming back around the end of the day because women from my neighborhood had been reporting the scream all day. The cops never found out who screamed, only that the only people who heard it were women, including an elderly neighbor a few doors down who had been completely deaf for over a decade and did not own or have access to any hearing aids or listening devices. Not a single male heard it, even when they were standing right beside a woman who'd heard it loudly and in full force. Oh yes, this is a very unique story. Yeah, you have signals or noises that not everyone hears, like the hum, where it's a low rumble, but not many people can hear it. In this case, specifically just men. To my knowledge, there isn't really a difference in hearing between men and women. Like, as you get older, your hearing for the higher pitch range shrinks, so you can't hear higher pitch noises as much. But yeah, between men and women, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe women can pick up higher pitches, generally speaking, and I guess I would explain it. But I don't think that's the case, and if that isn't the case, then yeah, I have no idea. Some entity, like a banshee, that was able to influence directly into the minds of people without creating an actual sound wave, just was interfacing with your mind almost telepathically, but only for women. What's the point? Why did they want to scare the women? I don't know. Very strange event. Case file number 3051, written by Anonymous. The Toy That Flew. This was in the late 90s. We lived in this huge house in Nevada that was built in the 60s and had a strange history. There was a gigantic family room with a bar area and an exit to the side yard. I was in the family room alone one day and sensed I was being watched. This was a very common feeling in this house, and my mom and I had already had some creepy experiences, but I didn't see anyone around. I was completely alone. Out of nowhere, this toy flies at me from behind the bar area as if someone had thrown it at me. Angry because it almost hit me, I called out for my brother thinking he was messing with me. He responds, coming in behind me through the patio door to the side yard. He had been playing outside. The toy had literally come from the opposite direction, so it wasn't him. I tell him what happened and we look behind the bar area together. There's no one there. But the toy was still on the floor, evidence that I hadn't imagined it at all. To this day, we still have no logical explanation except that the guy who died there wanted to get our attention. Case file number 3052, written by Marzipan Dreamer. The Man in the Dead Shirt. This is a memory from 2012. I was traveling a lot then, backpacking and sleeping in the woods and whatnot. I found myself on Maui for a month and a half. It was January, pitch black evening, and I got on the bus to get back to my campsite. The fluorescent lights inside were irritating me. I glanced at an old deadhead getting on at the next stop. You know, jolly and wearing a Grateful Dead shirt with the bears. I looked away again for a while. I was lost in some other thoughts and conversations. The bus stopped again. I looked up. The same deadhead boarded the bus. I thought it was weird and brushed it off. But this kept happening. Every time the bus stopped and I paused to glance upwards, I saw this same old hippie get on the bus through the same front entrance. The thought passed my mind. He was getting off at every stop and running to get to the next one as some sort of prank. But this would not have been very likely due to the distance between stops. Not even a young in-shape person could pull that off. I never saw him out of breath or anything. I don't remember if I ever saw him get off the bus either, though I wasn't of the mind to track this guy out of politeness, shyness, and the fact that I was preoccupied. The exit would have been behind me, but the bus didn't multiply with the same old hippies with the dead shirts, just the same guy. Is this a Grateful Dead thing? Maui thing? I don't know much about either. If I were you, and I'm introverted enough, maybe I wouldn't, but I think the best idea in this case is just to go ask the bus driver if he also noticed that the same man was coming on again and again. Were you stuck in a time loop and only you had perception of it? Case file number 3053, written by Phillips, The Soul Drinker. Me and an ex of mine lived in a renovated portion of his parents' basement. He had told me throughout his life that he felt like he met something very evil when he was around 8 or 10 years old, and somehow whatever that presence was had attached to his soul and continued to torment him throughout his life. He mentioned that he would have sleep paralysis nightmares where he was fully conscious, in a fetal position in his bed with this figure floating over him, slowly sucking his soul and filling him full of dread and fear with each inch that it grew closer to him. He mentioned that it was like a black void creature that had no definitive shape. It was like wisps of clouds and vapor that hovered over him. And more than anything, what he always remembered was this deep violet, low-lit orb that was centered within it. There were many nights that I was awakened by him eventually screaming himself awake from these night terrors, where he always said it was the same thing. I just remember there was also something so visceral about the fear that took over his eyes when he told me about this the first time. I'm not one to easily give in to stories like that, so I always found myself a bit skeptical. But talking about that presence elicited such a deep and harrowing fear within this man's eyes and voice that I truly felt it. We were asleep in his bed one night, down in the basement, and he always slept in the dark due to no windows, but used a tiny nightlight that we kept in a more closed-off portion of the basement, where it barely illuminated our room and allowed us to sleep. We always slept just about naked due to how hot it would get in the basement, but I woke up on my side facing him one night, and I remember just absolutely freezing. I looked over at him, and he was curled into a fetal position facing me and absolutely shivering too. I looked closer, and his eyes were dead white, staring into my soul with the same fear. Then he just slowly looked to the direction over his shoulder, and that's when I saw it. The exact figure that he had told me about so much throughout his life. I could see clear as day, ominously hovering over him. Black wisps and vapor with that deep violet orb bouncing slowly within. It truly felt like there was a black hole or vacuum that was pulling him towards it. It had no interest in me, but I felt the void of it sucking him away as I watched. I went to scream and realized I was having a sleep paralysis dream, and violently began to freak out until eventually I awoke. When I woke up, I was laying exactly how I was in a dream, and so was he. Facing me in a shivering fetal position, when he shortly awoke right after me, staring me down with eyes bulged in fear, and he just whispered to me in a terrified and trembling voice, almost completely muted, "You saw it too." So we know about sleep paralysis, and it is a real phenomenon, just an ordinary, you could say, phenomenon, where the mind doesn't fully wake up the body before it's done dreaming, so you're kind of stuck, you're still kind of dreaming, but also consciously aware of reality. Okay, but what if there are entities out there, malicious, that are maybe not feeding on us, but just trying to terrorize us? Maybe they're just malevolent in that way, and they do induce this kind of awakened state, where you're half awake and half sleeping. Or they find people where this happens, this ordinary effect happens to them, and then they come in and terrorize them. Because if you're seeing the exact same entity, I mean, you were primed, technically speaking, what it looked like and everything. So if this happened before that, I would say it's concrete evidence that it is an entity. But it's terrifying nonetheless. And I don't really like the idea of entities being out there that, maybe just jump on the opportunity to terrorize us when we're in sleep paralysis. Or they induce it themselves, I don't know. But phew. Soul drinking, I'll pass. Case file number 3054, written by Starter Fail, Where the Stones Still Breathe. I was traveling in Peru with 3 other friends. I had heard about vortexes, but didn't really understand or believe in this sort of energy until I had these things happen to me. Our first afternoon, we went to Moray, site of Inca crop circles, each level with its own microclimate. Our driver dropped us off and said, "Go to the bottom, some people have felt energy there." I shrugged it off, but when we're at the bottom level of this site, I jokingly said to my friends, "Let's hold hands and see if we feel anything." A few seconds later, I felt an electrostim coming from my right foot going up my leg. My friend who was facing me felt it in her left leg. Another afternoon, we went to Ollantay Tambu, an Inca site on the mountain. Our guide took us to the Inca baths. It was a smooth, granite rock that was squared off with water flowing on top of the rock, then down the side. He stepped in and ran his finger across the rock, and the water stopped flowing, then ran it across again, and the water resumed flowing. I had no words. I've only seen one reference to this on Google searches. At Machu Picchu, we walked up to the sundial. I noticed people holding their hands close to the rock, but not touching. They were trying to feel energy. I thought, what the heck, I'll try too. A few seconds later, I felt that same electrostim on my right hand, going from my middle finger up my right arm. To this day, I don't know what to believe. Vortexes exist, but you never know when you'll experience it. I did a meditation hike in Utah on what was considered a vortex and started to have an out-of-body experience. I freaked out and woke myself up before anything happened. It never happened again in this spot, nor in any of my travels. Case file number 3055, written by Anonymous. The Last Perfect Sunday. I guess more sad than eerie, but I have experienced this feeling before where I'm sick to the point I feel groggy and very clouded, then something significant happens. Also, I'm a busybody. I like to get up early and be out and about a lot. I never really like to stay still for too long. I'm known in my family to be there 1 minute and gone the next. Not in an unreliable sense, more honestly, I just like to keep myself busy. Easter long weekend 3 years ago today. I was supposed to go to my best friend's and stay the weekend. I, at the last minute, decided against going and told them I would stay home to spend time with family. My dad, who usually is either away for work or away playing golf, also was home that weekend. That Sunday we had was a great day. It was beautiful outside. My dad was telling stories. We were all laughing and had a great big Easter feast. It was one of the best holidays with my family as it was hard to get us all together. We carried on much through the night, laughing, singing, and telling stories before I said goodnight to everyone and went to bed. Usually I wake up very early, no issues, and I, without fail, always see my dad before he leaves for work or golf. When I woke up, I felt very groggy and nauseous. It was a really weird feeling for me. Not your normal sick feeling, and when I had looked at the time, I had missed the opportunity to say goodbye to my dad. I still felt very, very sick, so I went back to sleep, which isn't like me. Dad went to golf like he would any other day, and by the account of my uncles and aunties who played with him that day, my dad was very calm and played the best game of his life that day. Being calm at the beginning of a golf game was not like my dad at all. He was always a very anxious, "Come on boys, let's go already." Instead of doing this, one of my uncles is the one who was seemingly anxious about starting and said the famous line with my dad replying, "What's the rush? We've got all the time in this world to play. Today is about patience, for tomorrow is not promised." My dad ended up winning that day. He came home and went about watching his TV. I'm still asleep, which again, I never do that late in the afternoon. I knew I was dreaming still, but it felt like I was around, awake in a sense as I could hear my niece running around. I could hear my auntie pull up in the driveway, and my mom and sister walk outside, and before I knew it, it all happened so fast both in my dream and in reality. I hear what felt like a banshee's call, only in my dream I heard, "Get up!" multiple times, startling me so much I sprung out of bed and was literally jumping down my stairs before my mom was yelling, "There was something wrong with my dad." Unfortunately, I had to perform CPR all the while knowing it's happening, still feeling like I'm in a dream-like groggy state. I'm sure that part was a shock that even though I'm medically trained, I was actually performing CPR on my dad. It wasn't until I felt his ribs crack underneath my hands that I snapped back to reality. I, along with paramedics, tried tirelessly to save my dad. Working in the hospital at the time, I knew when the paramedics stopped what it meant. I felt defeated and like my world had just been ripped to pieces. I went outside to look up at the sky and was met by an oddly shaped cloud. But by the time everyone came outside, the cloud had moved on. After collecting ourselves and our family, we were talking about my dad when my cousin, who played with him that day, mentioned his reply to my anxious uncle. Again, my dad was never like this, very competitive, and often got upset if he didn't do his best, at least as far as he knew he could. My mom said, "Maybe his soul knew today was his day, and maybe ours did too. I felt so clouded and lost all morning. Maybe that's why we didn't get to say goodbye, because yesterday he gave us a day of our dreams. Maybe it was the day of his dreams too, us all being together." When my mom mentioned she felt clouded at that moment, me and my sister looked at each other wide-eyed, and we knew with one look she wasn't alone. We spoke when everyone had left, but swore we wouldn't mention it in fear of seeming crazy or like we were trying to make ourselves feel better for not being able to act sooner. But it wasn't that, and I cannot explain how we collectively had this weird feeling. I'm glad I didn't stay at my friend's that weekend, but I still miss my dad very, very much. I think in events like this, the why and how still matter, and I would still question them. I can't turn that part of my brain off, but it isn't really what matters. In this case, you had indeed the last perfect Sunday, and just cherish that. I guess anything beyond that doesn't really matter. You had something happen that not many people get. Many people, death is so final, and death is unfinished business, like a closure. So having at least some semblance of closure, some amazing memory, and way to cherish someone who loved you, and you love them. Just hold on to that memory, crystallize it in your mind, never forget it. That is something a lot of people don't get, so live in the good memories of the loved ones we have lost. And yeah, quantum immortality and all that, maybe your father's still alive, and that's cool, but, those theories, they can't emotionally impact us, because we can't verify it. We can't ever speak to them again, even if it's true. Best we can do is just enjoy the memories we do have. Yeah. Glad you have them, but sorry for your loss. Now time for the jokes of the day. Asked my son what he learned in school today. He said, "Gay men like Sony, lesbians favor Yamaha, and transgender people prefer Bose." I knelt down and put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Son, those are just stereotypes." A girl I've been hanging out with sat me down and said, "First it was simple flirting, then we started hooking up, and now you're making me egg breakfast like all the time? Hook up, you make eggs, hook up, eggs. Does this mean we're an actual couple now?" I said, "Look, I like you a lot, but we're just friends with Benedicts." When my granddad turned 90, he declared he was going to start walking a mile a day for his health. He's 92 now, and we have no idea where he is. He went full Forrest Gump, but just slower. My wife and I were arguing, until she suddenly whipped out an axe and cut my leg off. I said, "Oh no, you've defeated me." I named my toilet Jim instead of John. It makes me feel great to say that I went to the gym every morning. What do you get when you cross a Russian knight with a homosexual? Sergey. So bad. We're at the library browsing the horror section when I told my wife that of all his works, Stephen King's Pet Sematary is the most frightening story he's ever written. She looked at me and said, "You really think it's as scary as a book?" I'm like, "No, I literally just said Pet Sematary is." That's a funny joke. The only book from Stephen King I've read is Carrie, his first one. Pretty good. And I do want to get to others. Fun play on words. It. The damn clown. I do know it's about a clown. That's all I know, though. At the doctor's for my flu shot, I told the nurse I'm terrified of needles. I asked, "Any chance you can give it with the lights off?" She said, "I'll ask the doctor, but it's a shot in the dark." A rancher with only 95 cattle managed to get 100 into the pen. All he had to do was round them up. What was the man from DC charged with after throwing a sandwich at an FBI agent? Assault with a deadly weapon. Good news on that, though. The grand jury did not go to indict him, which is nice because, assault over a sandwich, you shouldn't attack people, but throwing a sandwich, you don't belong in jail for that. I don't think so anyways. It's just the absurdity of it is so crazy. Plus, you're wasting a good sandwich. Don't do that. I told my wife that my tattoo artist was really frustrating me. She said, "Don't let them get under your skin." My last girlfriend worked for the FBI, but my new one delivers packages. I ditched my FedEx girlfriend for a FedEx girlfriend. My girlfriend is a little upset that I haven't been doing my share of cooking lately, so I made some vegetables. It was a peas offering. Today my wife asked me if I'd still love her, even if she was a squash. I said, "Of course, and you'd still be gorgeous." Did you hear about the man who got polio, but then went on to become a fascist dictator? He ruled with an iron lung. What has two butts and kills people? An assassin. At least they don't use their butt to do it. My wife said she loved fishing when we were first dating, and now she just plays Nintendo all day. Talk about a bait and switch. I saw a 65-year-old man driving to work when a wheel fell off his car. That was the day he decided to retire. For years I believed the earth was flat. Then I turned 4. I've never understood why people dislike vegans so much. I've never had any beef with them. I told my wife, "Your underwear is way too tight." She said, "Then wear your own." A man texts his wife, "I get hit by a car. Paula took me to the hospital. I have a collapsed lung, lost 4 teeth, both arms are broken, and the doctor thinks I'll probably lose my left leg." The wife replies, "Who the hell is Paula?" Uh-oh. He has many physical injuries, but those aren't his biggest problem. Man goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, I think my DNA is backwards." Doctor says, "And?" I had to call 911 because my pregnant wife had gone into labor. "Is this her first child?" they asked. "No," I said. "This is her husband." I accidentally inhaled some deodorant this morning. Now I speak with an axe scent. My friend told me, "Your wife and daughter look like twins." I said, "Well, they were separated at birth." My son, while preparing his burger, "Where's the other lettuce? I don't like this kind." I replied, "Sorry, that's all that remains." I took my 8-year-old girl to the office with me on Take Your Kid to Work Day. As we were walking around the office, she started crying and getting very cranky, so I asked her what was wrong with her. As my coworkers gathered around, she sobbed loudly. "Daddy, where are all the clowns you said you worked with?" Yeah, that's gonna cause some friction there at the office. That is just something that kids would do. They're so stupendously honest. A Mobius Strip walked into a bar sobbing. The bartender asked, "What's wrong, buddy?" The Mobius Strip replied, "Where do I even begin?" My friend said that I couldn't do poetry because of dyslexia, but I've already made a vase, a bowl, and a mug, so I sure showed them. This took me a while to get to, so just finagle with the word poetry. My wife said, "No more dad jokes, they're annoying and she can't stand them." I said sure, no problem, but one day I couldn't help it, and at dinner I asked, "What's the difference between 3 straws and 2 straws?" She didn't say a word. She stopped eating, got up, and left. That was her last straw. At dinner, I asked my date if she could see herself settling down with a guy like me. She said she's not sure because she's been a nomad her whole life. I'm like, that's actually perfect because I never get angry either. Whenever I have new people over at my house, they ask me for a Wi-Fi password. I tell them it's on the router, but they keep telling me they can't find it. My brother and I aren't allowed to play with chainsaws anymore. Technically, he's my half-brother. Ooh, that's a bad thing. That is not going to go over well with the parents. My girlfriend crashed the car again today. She told the police that the man she collided with was on his phone and drinking a can of beer. Police said, "Ma'am, he can do that when he's in his own living room. That's an impressive location to crash into. I turned the Bunsen burner off, removed my goggles, and said, "What did you say?" to my wife. Wife said, "This is not what I meant by experimenting in the bedroom." I showed my wife my new tattoo. It's a spreadsheet tattooed across my chest. She said, "Oh, honey, you've excelled yourself this time." I knew a guy in high school who knew what every single symbol on every single world map meant by heart and could tell you immediately on request. Guy was a legend. Catching up with an old friend over dinner, I asked what he's been up to. He said, "Well, recently I've been abroad." I said, "Well, there's clearly more work ahead, because you look as manly as ever." Abroad. The CEO of IKEA was just elected Prime Minister in Sweden. He should have his cabinet together by the end of the weekend. I've never had issues assembling IKEA furniture, as long as you read the instructions. They seem to work fine. I think people they don't look at the instructions and try to wing it, which can be fun, but yeah, you'll probably run into issues where, why do I have 10 pieces and it's assembled, apparently? I told my neighbor, "I've got a half-brother." He asked, "Different dads?" I said, "No. Shark attack." Hey, at least they could save him, I guess. My wife was sad, so I showed her my boobs. Apparently, that doesn't work both ways. Yeah, ours are not, especially interesting, are they? I called my wife and asked her bra size. She said, why? I said, no, they can't be that big. A proud new dad sits down to have a drink with his father. "Well, son, now that you've got a kid of your own, I think it's time to give you this." Handing him a copy of 1001 Dad Jokes, 5th edition. "Dad, I'm honored," says the son, tears sparkling in his eyes. "Hi, honored," says his father. "I'm Dad." I told my daughter, "Go to bed. The cows are sleeping in the field." She said, "What's that got to do with anything?" I said, "That means it's past your bedtime." I do love play on words. Alright, video up here. YouTube thinks you'll like it. Check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. See you next time.